Yu Menghe, Lin Hai, Mengqing, Xianxia and Xiaoya were all waiting in the lovesickness forest. They were all talking and sounding excited. Everybody looked happy. Mengqing didn't look cold like when she had first met Lin Feng. She was smiling, looking carefree. They were trying to pick a date for the wedding. Lin Feng was famous in Xueyu and he was going to get married with an incredibly beautiful woman. Everybody was extremely happy. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe had the feeling that they were young again. In the past, they were sad and bitter as if they were aging. But now they were both happy every day together. What about half a month? Suggested Yu Menghe. No, said Mengqing, shaking her head. Yu Menghe was surprised. Why not? What do you suggest, Mengqing? It's unlucky to have it on the day of the sun, said Mengqing. Yu Menghe smiled and said, Mengqing, we are cultivators, so we don't believe in luck. You and Xianxia will both belong to Lin Feng. Why couldn't it happen on the day of the sun? When Mengqing was surprised when she heard Yu Menghe, she shook her head again and said, It is Xianxia's wedding, not mine. I am not going to participate. Mengqing, said Duan Xianxia while holding Mengqing's hand. She smiled in a pure and innocent way and said, You knew Lin Feng before me. You were supposed to be his main wife. How could I get married to Lin Feng before you, and in front of your own eyes? Everybody agrees. We will get married with him at the same time. But it's not the way you normally would do it, said Mengqing, looking at Xianxia. Her heart was beating faster. She had never thought about getting married before. Who needs to do it like everyone else? Said Lin Hai, shaking his head. He frowned and said, In our world, there is only one principal strength. Lin Feng is the champion of the great competition of Xueyu and the ruler of Xueyu. Nobody can offend him and nobody will dare criticize him. Lin Hai had experience and knew what the cultivation world was like. Lin Feng could get married with two incredibly beautiful women and nobody would say a thing. People simply considered him as the most dazzling young cultivator of Xueyu. Mengqing looked at them. They were all looking at her. She knew that they all liked her, so she felt warm in her heart. Does Lin Feng know about this too? Asked Mengqing. Actually, she desired to become Lin Feng's wife more than anything in the world. Mengqing, you know Lin Feng. In the past, he didn't want me because he only wanted to be with you. But then he couldn't refuse me anymore, said Duan Xianxia, holding Mengqing's hand even more firmly. She was still smiling in a pure and unadulterated way. Indeed, Lin Feng couldn't refuse Duan Xianxia. All right, Mengqing, say yes. Many beautiful women like Lin Feng outside. If you refuse, it will be too late, said Xiaoya, giggling. Mengqing and Duan Xianxia both glared at Xiaoya. Xiaoya covered her mouth and ran away giggling. She had offended the girls. She added, Don't worry about me. Just call me if you need help. Lin Feng didn't know when the wedding was going to happen. His parents were taking care of it. At that moment, he was in the territory which formerly belonged to the holy courtyard of Xueyu, but now was the Yunhai sect. Relying on a perfect magic formation, the qi of the earth and the sky was extremely dense there. The Yunhai sect was expanding very quickly, especially since Lin Feng had been conferred the title of ruler of Xueyu. Many people were coming because they wanted to join the sect that Lin Feng ruled. According to the rumors, Lin Feng's strength was already terrifying. In the entire country of Xueyu, few people could fight against him. Duan Wu Dao couldn't even compete with him anymore. Soon, Lin Feng would break through to the Tianqi layer, so everybody was enthusiastic about joining his sect. However, becoming a member of the Yunhai sect wasn't easy. One had to show that they were strong or had natural abilities. They also had to go through a test and show that they would be loyal. If it wasn't for this, the flood of people would all be accepted. People of the Yunhai sect were now strong cultivators. They were proud to be members of that sect. This time, Lin Feng was standing at the top of a tower in the middle of a cultivation field at the Yunhai sect. Behind him was Ren Qingquang, Lei Qingtian, and some other former officers. Now, they had all broken through to the Xianxia layer and were standing behind Lin Feng. They had a feeling that there was a lot of pressure. They had never thought that Lin Feng would become so strong. There were many people on the cultivation field. They were all dazzling cultivators. They were looking back at Lin Feng. He was so young and so strong. He was their officer and he was standing at the top of that tower. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng was a miracle. They all progressed, not bad, said Lin Feng looking at that group of people. Now, the Yun Hai sect was very strong. There wasn't such pressure to improve. What about the troops you chose? Asked Lin Feng. In 1 year, 30 will break through to the Xianxia layer. In 2 years, 100 will break through to the Xianxia layer, replied Ren Qingquang. Lin Feng shook his head and said, too slow. In 1 month, I want all of them to break through to the Xianxia layer. You also have to break through to the next cultivation layer. Only then can the Yun Hai sect be ready for any trouble. 3 months is already too difficult, said Ren Qingquan, shaking his head. It was impossible to become so strong in such a short time. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi will make some pills to help all of you. We cannot get so many pills in such a short time though. We need so many ingredients, said Ren Qingquan, surprised. Had Lin Feng prepared everything already? Very quickly we will have everything ready. Now prepare some troops because we're going into battle, said Lin Feng, sounding like he had prepared everything. Battle? Ren Qingquan was surprised. What did Lin Feng want to do? Indeed, we're going to attack the Wanshou sect and the Yu clan. We will obtain some herbs, specks of grass and other goods which we could keep or exchange. Then the Wanshou sect and the Yu clan will become ours, said Lin Feng. Ren Qingquan and the others started shaking when they heard that. The Wanshou sect, the Yu clan, theirs? It seemed like Lin Feng was going to entirely transform Xueyu. How many people? Asked Ren Qingquan. Everybody, the most dazzling cultivators will then also have the opportunity to become stronger, said Lin Feng calmly. He wanted to do something incredible before his wedding anyway. In the past, the Wanshou sect and the Yu clan had always wanted to kill him. They had schemed against him before the great competition of Xueyu. He survived only because Xiaoya and her grandfather had saved him. Lin Feng was ready to get his revenge now. The Wanshou sect and the Yu clan were going to be his stepping stones to make the Yun Hai sect rise in the country. All right, let's go, agreed Ren Qingquan. He then left to execute the orders. Uncle Feng, Lei Feng, go and help Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua, said Lin Feng to Feng Yuhan and Lei Qingtian. The two of them then nodded and their silhouettes flickered. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, in the direction of the Wanshou sect and the Yu clan. His eyes looked as sharp as swords. That day was going to be a bloodbath. The sound of the horses' hoofs clopping was a war drum. The armored horses were galloping towards the Yu clan. Those are people from the Yun Hai sect. Some people in the imperial city saw Lin Feng's army. They looked desolate and sad. What did the Yun Hai sect want to do? There was a ferocious, wild beast flying above that looked red like fire. And on that beast there was somebody, Lin Feng. The winged tiger had become Lin Feng's emblem in Xueyu. Lin Feng wasn't fair when you saw that winged tiger appeared. Lin Feng had come out of the Yun Hai sect. Why? Back then, Lin Feng had brought some troops to annihilate the Haoyu sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain village as well as the holy courtyard of Xueyu. His troops weren't troops anymore, they were much stronger. Lin Feng had also become much stronger. He had become the ruler of the country. He could annihilate any sphere of influence with ease. The Yu clan and the Wanshou sect. The crowd was shaking when they thought about those two names. Lin Feng hated them, and everybody in the imperial city knew that. Now, Lin Feng had come back to Xueyu as a hero. He would never let them off. The Yu clan and the Wanshou sect were going to be exterminated. It is the end of an era, thought the crowd. There used to be lots of spheres of influence in Xueyu. First, Duan Tianlang had destroyed the Yun Hai sect and had brought other sects to help him out. Meanwhile, the smallest spheres of influence in the country had always been under pressure. However, Lin Feng had risen up then. He had first brought his Xianxia troops to destroy the Haoyu sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain village, which were spheres of influence outside of the imperial city of Xueyu. A bloodbath had started and a hero had risen. In such a short time, nobody had been able to stop him or prevent him from becoming stronger. However, after the battles some opportunities had appeared for other groups. Xueyu was witnessing the beginning of a new era. Without the Yu clan and the Wanshou sect in the Imperial City, there would be more space for other spheres of influence. Nobody knew what would happen then. Would there be a civil war or something like that? Anyways, some chaos was always occurred in the history of any country. Lane Feng had gone to the Imperial City in the past and had changed the history of the Imperial City. The Yunhai sect had one main goal: the Yu clan. The Yu clan knew what was going to happen and they were all panic-stricken. Everybody had gathered in the main hall of the clan. It seemed like Yu Lu Shui had become their last resort. Yu Lu Shui didn't know what he could standing there in the main hall of the Yu clan. He had seen Lin Feng during the great competition of Shuiyu and knew how strong he was. He also knew that Lin Feng was so strong that the Yu clan couldn't defeat him. After having gone back to Shuiyu, Yu Lu Shui hadn't thought of taking the core disciples of the clan and leaving with them. He hadn't thought of trying to escape from Lin Feng. How could they escape? The two most incredible cultivators of the Yu clan had been killed by Lin Feng in the evil area during the great competition of Shuiyu. How could Yu Lu Shui escape? There was no hope. He could only hope that someone would help him face Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had come back to Shuiyu as the champion of the competition and the new ruler of Shuiyu. Who could oppose him? Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying energy spread in the air. The entire Yu clan was even more panic-stricken. Immediately after, the Yu clan was surrounded. Lin Feng had arrived on his winged tiger and he had landed on the palace where Yu Lu Shui was. Without emitting any sound, Lin Feng used his sword to crush the palace. This caused a few silhouettes to come out, including Yu Lu Shui. Head of the Yu clan. Lin Feng shouted at Yu Lu Shui. Yu Lu Shui was defeated. Lin Feng had come to kill him. He couldn't hide anymore. You threatened me many times, you tried to kill me many times. You spread words of unceasing hatred during the great competition of Shuiyu. You wanted to kill me and now I am here, will you try? Said Lin Feng sounding arrogant. Yu Lu Shui was terrified. Could he kill Lin Feng? Since you're not attacking, I will attack, said Lin Feng indifferently. His infinite quantity of sword energy then emitted whistling sounds in the atmosphere and his sword began twinkling. There were only sword lights in the atmosphere. All the people of the Yu clan were shaking as they watched Lin Feng. They looked desperate, there was no chance to win. Lin Feng had already progressed so much. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Some terrifying lights rolled in the air like waves. Some strong cultivators released their pure qi, but it was useless. Lin Feng's sword lights lacerated everything. In a flash, everybody had died. Everybody from kilometers around had all died. Lin Feng's sword could kill people over such a huge distance. They're dead? Lin Feng had just said the word, die, and then many people from the Yu clan had suddenly died. They were all cultivators above the 5th Xianxia layer. None of them had managed to escape. They didn't even the time to emit horrible shrieks. They had died in the blink of an eye. Yu Lu Shui closed his eyes, he hated Lin Feng. He had offended a death god. He had never thought that such a day would happen. The Yu clan didn't participate at the destruction of the Yunhai sect, so today I will be merciful. I will not destroy your clan. The weakest ones, children, women, and old people can leave. I'll give you 5 minutes to leave. After that, the Yu clan will not exist anymore, said Lin Feng indifferently. In his hand had appeared a sword which looked extremely powerful. Yu Lu Shui was standing there, but he didn't try to do anything. Resisting was useless. Lin Feng was being merciful, so there was some hope. At least Lin Feng wasn't going to slaughter them like he had done in the past. There was a silver lining. The weakest ones, children, old people and women, hurry up and leave, shouted Yu Lu Shui furiously. In a flash, Lin Feng's sword light descended from the sky, and then Yu Lu Shui, the head of the Yu clan, eminent personality in Shuiyu, had died. The winged tiger roared furiously, and in a flash a bright red light, like fire, streaked across the sky. The winged tiger had immediately left. The Wanshou sect was very far from the Yu clan. They were also all panic-stricken when they heard that Lin Feng was going to come and slaughter them. The strongest cultivators of the sect had even prepared to leave. All the cultivators of the Xianxia layer of the Wanshou sect rose up in the air about to leave. They didn't care about the sect anymore. They had seen Lin Feng at the great competition of Xueyu and knew how terrifyingly strong he was. If they didn't leave, they would die. "Everybody stop moving!" shouted a voice on the horizon. That voice rolled in the air. Those who were already in the air immediately got nervous. Then a sword light descended from the sky. Their hearts were pounding, and in a flash they died. In a flash they had all died. "Anyone who dares make half a step will die," said a voice which resonated in every corner of the Yun Hai sect. People raised their heads and saw a young man who looked astonishing. He was so young and had dazzled at the great competition of Xueyu. Now he was the ruler of Xueyu. He alone could annihilate an entire country already. It did not matter how many people there were facing such a powerful cultivator. They couldn't do anything. "Haven't you heard me?" asked Lin Feng, looking into the distance with his sharp eyes. Someone was still trying to escape, but then Lin Feng's sword light descended from the sky and killed that person. Nobody had even been able to see that sword clearly. Roar, roar! The ferocious wild beasts of the Wanshou sect started running and roaring. They were furious and terrified at the same time. People remained silent, absolutely silent. "Tung Wu Yao, come out," said Lin Feng. Immediately after, Tung Wu Yao appeared in the sky staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Tung Wu Yao. Surprisingly, Tung Wu Yao, who usually looked furiously, suddenly smiled in a particularly strange way. "Tung Wu Yao, in the past you tried to steal the well of pure qi I found in the mountains of the Nine Swords. You and your people wanted to kill me. That is how we started hating each other. Back then I was only a tiny little insect in your eyes. Now things have changed," said Lin Feng, whose words were like needles in Tung Wu Yao's heart. Back then, it had seemed like an insignificant event for Tung Wu Yao at the well of pure qi. But now the Wanshou sect was going to disappear because of that small event. Everything was happening because the Wanshou sect had gotten angry with Lin Feng for taking few purity stones. What a ridiculous situation, but unfortunately it was truly happening. If Tung Wu Yao could go back in time, he would let Lin Feng go. But everything that had happened could not be changed. We all have choices, and sometimes those choices are not the right ones. "Let's fight," said Tung Wu Yao. He then released a terrifying bestial qi and his spirit. It was a beast spirit which looked particularly evil and gloomy. "All right, die," said Lin Feng while releasing a terrifying sword intent. That sword intent invaded the entire atmosphere. The hearts of the people from the Wanshou sect were pounding violently. That sword seemed like it could destroy everything. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His sword energy shot out towards Tung Wu Yao. The sword qi condensed and turned into a beam of light, leaving a gigantic trail in the sky. "Roar!" Tung Wu Yao roared like a beast. His entire body was surrounded by a bestial qi as a gigantic black hand appeared in the sky. It was a gigantic panda hand filled with an incredible physical strength. It was going to block the sword energy. Zrrrrrr. Rrrrrr. The sword qi immediately cut through the gigantic panda hand and continued moving towards Tung Wu Yao. Suddenly, a pair of wings appeared from his back, and he rose up in the air incredibly quickly. "Patriarch of the Yun Hai sect, against all expectations, you're a good cultivator," said Lin Feng, jumping forwards. He then stretched his hand and condensed some sword qi in his hand, which then turned into a gigantic sword. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He had released his level 5 sword intent. That sword light was exterminating everything its way. Tung Wu Yao's wings were clapping at full speed, but it was too late. One arm, which was bound with a wing, was cut off. Tung Wu Yao roared violently while releasing more bestial qi. However, another sword arrived and cut off his other arm. Blood was gushing everything. Every member of the Wanshou sect was staring at their patriarch getting slaughtered. Their eyes were bloodshot. Their patriarch was being crushed by Lin Feng, and he had already lost 2 arms. "Kill him! Kill him!" said someone at that moment. Suddenly, many people were attacking Lin Feng. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng in the sky coldly. In a flash, another sword light appeared, and all those who had gotten close to him had died. Lin Feng jumped forwards and arrived near Tung Wu Yao. Then he released his 9 dragons celestial fang spirit which possessed 8 heads and were chanting the Song of Dragons. There were 8 heads but one of them was a shaman head. It was the shaman spirit he had swallowed in the past. "I like that spirit," said Lin Feng jumping towards Tung Wu Yao again. The 8 dragon heads descended and immediately swallowed Tung Wu Yao's spirit. In one bite they had swallowed it entirely. Tung Wu Yao emitted a horrible shriek. His spirit had been swallowed. Then another sword light descended from the sky. Tung Wu Yao was shaking violently. From the middle of his eyebrows to lower part of his body appeared a sword mark. The people of the Wan Shou sect couldn't believe their eyes as they saw Tung Wu Yao's body fall down from the sky. The patriarch of the Wan Shou sect was dead. The 9 dragons celestial fang spirit then roared violently. It looked extremely cruel and ferocious. The pupils of the shaman spirit also looked more distinct, more real. It had swallowed Tung Wu Yao's spirit and had merged with it. Lin Feng glared at the crowd on the ground. He then jumped forwards and landed on a Xian-level beast. The shaman spirit head stared at that beast and suddenly that beast became docile. Lin Feng could domesticate ferocious wild beasts easily now thanks to the shaman spirit, including Xian-level beasts. All the members of the Wan Shou sect saw how easy it was for Lin Feng to domesticate Xian-level beasts. However, they were surprised when they saw how easily Lin Feng had managed to swallow their patriarch's spirit. People of the Wan Shou sect didn't resist when they saw that. Nobody was trying to escape anymore either. Lin Feng's consciousness was too terrifying. He could sense every single movement within the territory of the Wan Shou sect. If anybody tried to escape, Lin Feng's sword light would lacerate them. Boom, 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 boom. The ground started shaking and some rumbling sounds spread in the air. Some people were coming from the air and their chi was deadly. Those people were from the Yunhai sect and they had come to annihilate the Wan Shou sect. Lin Feng's sword light invaded the entire atmosphere and crushed all the cultivators who were of the 5th Shen Qi layer and above. After that, Lin Feng had no time to lose anymore and immediately left. "Destroy the Wan Shou sect," said Lin Feng. The people of the Yunhai sect heard Lin Feng's order. Back in the day, the Wan Shou sect had participated in the destruction of the Yunhai sect. Now Lin Feng was getting his revenge. A tooth for a tooth, he was going to destroy the Yunhai sect as well. Lin Feng left with the winged tiger. A moment before he had obtained a few ferocious wild beasts, but he left most of them there with the people of the Yunhai sect. Then Lin Feng disappeared into the horizon, as if nothing had happened. He didn't need to stay there. The rest was left in the capable hands of the Yunhai sect. Many adventurers from Shui like to go to the 9 Dragons mountain chain. Some people like to hunt while some others like to search for herbs and grass. At that moment, some whistling sounds were spreading in the air above the mountain chain. Some people raised their heads and saw a red silhouette like fire. They all started shaking. How brave! Someone surprisingly dared fly like that in the sky above the mountain chain. Wasn't that person afraid of encountering Xian-level beasts? The ferocious wild beasts of the 9 Dragons mountain chain were terrifying. Few people dared to act that recklessly, it was too dangerous. The fire-red silhouette in the sky was obviously the winged tiger and Lin Feng was on its back. The winged tiger nosedived into the depths of the mountain chain without stopping. There weren't any strong, ferocious wild beasts in the periphery of the mountain chain, but Lin Feng needed some extremely strong ones. He wanted to bring some to his sect, and at the same time he would be able to use them for his wedding ceremony. How majestic would that be? The winged tiger was traveling at full speed. Lin Feng sensing the surroundings for ferocious wild beasts. "A firebird, go," said Lin Feng jumping in the air. The winged tiger obviously understood what Lin Feng meant. He roared and opened his gigantic mouth. Blood splashed as the winged tiger swallowed the firebird. The fire on Qi Qiong's body suddenly became much more intense and powerful. Lin Feng was satisfied and nodded. The winged tiger was an ancient, ferocious animal. Ferocious wild beasts of the same level as him couldn't resist at all. Qi Qiong could kill them in a flash. The winged tiger then moved back to Lin Feng and they continued moving forwards. Wait, said Lin Feng suddenly. In the distance he had noticed a gigantic black ape. Its body was like a monolith. It seemed to be as hard as steel, almost indestructible. "A stone ape," said Lin Feng, smiling. That stone ape was a level 7 Shen beast. His body was really incredible, solid, like a gigantic tower. That ape was staring at Lin Feng. It had noticed Lin Feng as well. "Stone ape, do you want to come with me?" asked Lin Feng. "IRRJHH." The stone ape roared when he heard Lin Feng. It roared so violently that the entire atmosphere started shaking. Lin Feng wanted it to become his slave. How abominable, what a detestable human being. In a gigantic library in a building of the Imperial Palace of Xueyu, there were some people sitting and talking. The leader of those people was wearing a golden crown. That person looked like the king, however, it wasn't the king that people had seen last time. That person wasn't the king but was wearing the golden imperial crown. What an offense! That was defying human and divine laws. There wasn't a single guard outside of the library. Nobody dared come closer, as if it had been a forbidden area. It also meant that nobody dared make a remark to that person about the imperial crown. Nobody wanted to offend that person. The other people sitting around that person were all incredible. If Lei Mang had been there, he would have recognized De Shu Kong and Yu Mo's teacher. They were all incredible cultivators of the Tianqi layer. As expected, in order to sit down with people of the Tianqi layer, one had to be of the Tianqi layer as well. The one wearing the imperial crown was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer, but in Xueyu it seemed like cultivators of the Tianqi layer didn't exist. If there was someone of the Tianqi layer in the imperial palace wearing an imperial crown, there was only one explanation. It had to be Duan Renhuang, one of the 4 most outstanding cultivators of the country 20 years before. At that moment, Duan Renhuang, De Shu Kong and the Yu Mo's teacher were talking together. "Your Majesty, He Sha wants to see you," said someone outside the room at that moment. He Sha was one of the officers of the Snow Dragon Imperial Guards. The Snow Dragon Imperial Guards were loyal to Duan Renhuang, His Majesty. In Xueyu there was a king, but Duan Renhuang, even though he wasn't the king, was also considered a king. Everybody called him His Majesty. Only extremely strong cultivators could make decisions. Duan Renhuang could thus control everything in the country of Xueyu. It was possible to say that he was the authentic king. "Come in," said Duan Renhuang. A moment later, He Sha came in and bowed very low in front of Duan Renhuang. He didn't look him in the eyes when he said, "Your Majesty, what do you want?" asked Duan Renhuang, sounding imposing. He Sha raised his head and looked at the other people. He was surprised. "You can speak here?" said Duan Renhuang when he saw that He Sha didn't feel like talking in front of the others. "Understood, Your Majesty," said He Sha while nodding. "Your Majesty, Duan Wu Dao is on his way back to the country. When he's back, tell him to come and see me," said Duan Renhuang, nodding indifferently. But He Sha didn't seem finished with just that. Duan Renhuang looked surprised and said, "Talk if you have to add anything." "Your Majesty, Duan Wu Dao is coming back with some people of the Jade Heaven Imperial family," said He Sha, lowering his head. Duan Renhuang was surprised. At the same time, De Shu Kong and Yu Mo's teacher were surprised as well. Some extremely strong cultivators from Jade Heaven were coming to Xueyu. Duan Renhuang rolled up his sleeves and immediately stood up. Then he said, "Come with me. We're going to greet the strong cultivators from Jade Heaven." De Shu Kong and the others also stood up. Duan Renhuang was careful. People from Jade Heaven were so strong that he had to greet them personally. If they got angry, they could destroy the entire country of Xueyu without much effort. In the 9 Dragons mountain chain, the stone ape was still roaring furiously, but Lin Feng looked expressionless. He just screamed, "Enough!" A terrifying sound wave spread in the air. It was as sharp as a sword as it crashed onto the ape's body. Lin Feng was extremely far from the animal, but his voice could still harm it. The stone ape was roaring furiously but finally stopped. Lin Feng said coldly while fixedly staring at the animal, "Submit yourself. Roar." A deep roar emerged out of the ape's mouth. Immediately after, the ape started running at Lin Feng, causing the ground to shake. It lifted its hands to grab Lin Feng and crush him. "If you don't submit yourself, I will test how strong your defense is," said Lin Feng indifferently. He then condensed a gigantic sword in his hand. Rumbling sounds were still spreading in the air. Lin Feng's soul was shaking, but he looked as expressionless as before. A terrifying sword chi had spread in the air, and then the sword fell down. Kacha! Some crackling sounds started spreading in the air, and then the sound stopped abruptly. The stone ape was speechless as it lowered its head and saw a sword mark on its abdomen. There was blood. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He hadn't thought that the stone ape was that strong. Lin Feng had broken through to the 8th Xianxia layer and had used level 1 sword intent. He required so much strength just to harm the stone ape. Most other animals would have died after such an attack. I haven't used my full strength yet. You have to submit yourself or you will die, said Lin Feng coldly. At the same time, his dragon spirit started roaring. From his back appeared his 9 dragons' celestial fang spirit. The stone ape was astonished. That spirit was a dragon spirit. Initially, I could make you submit yourself with my spirit, but I just wanted to be nice to you, said Lin Feng as coldly as before. His shaman spirit then began staring at the stone ape with its gigantic pupils. The stone ape's eyes couldn't evade that shaman spirit. Unsurprisingly, Lin Feng managed to make the stone ape submit itself. Just like he had said, he was able to make it submit itself very quickly without any effort. But he wanted the stone ape to fear him, so he had used his sword first. People had to be extremely strict to animals to make them respect them. Go to the periphery of the 9 Dragons mountain chain and wait for me there. I need some other animals, said Lin Feng to the stone ape. Immediately after, he moved forwards the depths of the mountain chain. Rumbling sounds were spreading in the air. The stone ape immediately started running towards the edge of the mountain chain. It also met some humans which were scared to death seeing it. People were terrified. What was such a strong, ferocious wild beast doing at the periphery of the 9 Swords mountain chain? Was that a beast flood? However, the crowd at the periphery of the mountain started shaking. A slayer tiger, a cyan-winged clouded leopard, a celestial eyes snake, an 8-leg violent bull. All of those animals had appeared at the edge of the mountain chain. People were going insane with fear. All those beasts were at least level 5 Shin beasts. People didn't dare approach the mountain chain anymore. Sometimes the beasts would glance at those people and scared them even more. Is it a beast flood? Thought the adventurers. More beasts were still arriving, some by sky and some on the ground. They were all extremely strong. All the weakest beasts of the 9 Dragons mountain chain were escaping and running far away when they sensed the monstrous chi of all those beasts. They didn't dare get close. What astonished people the most was that all of those beasts were gathering together. They weren't fighting against each other's, they were just calmly waiting together. Then some whistling sounds spread in the air, causing people to raise their heads. They saw a silhouette in the sky, and it was a human being on the back of a fire-red ferocious wild beast. That person flew to that gathering of ferocious wild beasts. The crowd started shaking violently. Could it be that? They were finally thinking about a possibility. It was a winged tiger, so the young man on its back had to be Lin Feng. In fact, it was precisely what people had guessed. That young man on his winged tiger was Lin Feng, and he had joined the group of ferocious wild beasts. Some of the beasts couldn't fly, so they had to walk. They were all lowering their heads and followed the heroic young man. Some were emitting subtle sounds like docile pets. Human beings could barely believe such a thing. The scene looked incredible. Such a monstrous group of ferocious wild beasts, all extremely strong, led by such a young man, was incredible. Even if those beasts were lowering their heads, their chi was still monstrous and enough to scare people from miles away. Lin Feng had gone to the 9 Dragons mountain chain to hunt and had surprisingly captured lots of Shen-level beasts. They were all terrifying. Only a genius could do such a thing. If a strong, ferocious wild beast of the 9 Dragons mountain chain had appeared in the cities of Shuiyu, or even outside of the mountain chain, it would have been enough to scare everybody away and cause mass panic. And on Lin Feng's side there was also a winged tiger which had bloodshot eyes, and it looked extremely ferocious. "Let's go," said Lin Feng. Immediately after, Lin Feng and the beast started walking forwards. The other ferocious wild beasts were following him closely. He then disappeared from the mountain chain and arrived on open fields. Some people fell down on the ground. They had no strength and were too nervous. They were covered with sweat and shivering violently. They knew that only one of those beasts could kill them all. But such terrifying beasts as Xian-level beasts had submitted themselves to Lin Feng. What was Lin Feng doing? Many people were shaking. Lin Feng could destroy Xueyu with so many strong beasts. The ground was shaking in Xueyu. However, it wasn't because Lin Feng was walking with so many ferocious wild beasts. It was because the Yunhai sect was exterminating the Yu clan. Apart from old people, women, children, and extremely weak people, all the others were killed. In one day, they had all died. The Yu clan had disappeared from Xueyu. Just like the Yu clan, the Wanshou sect was destroyed as well. However, the fate of the Wanshou sect was even more tragic than that of the Yu clan because none of them had been left alive. Every single member of the Wanshou sect died. Yu Lushui, former head of the Yu clan, and Tang Wu Yao, former patriarch of the Wanshou sect, used to be considered as influential people in Xueyu, but Lin Feng had killed them. Lin Feng wasn't even 20 years old, but he had won the great competition of Xueyu and had been conferred the title of ruler of Xueyu. After the destruction of the Yu clan and the Wanshou sect, some people who belonged to smaller spheres of influence had gone to the imperial city where the Yu clan and the Wanshou sect were. They were hoping to steal things, but they were disappointed to find that all the buildings were empty. The Yunhai sect had stolen everything already. The Yunhai sect was incredibly powerful. They had made the Yu clan and the Wanshou sect crumble to ashes. People were convinced that the Yunhai sect would rise to the very top of the country. It was only a matter of time. The Wanshou sect and the Yu clan were destroyed by the Yunhai sect. Have you already heard? Nothing is left of them, said someone in a restaurant of the imperial city. However, it seemed like everybody was talking about the same thing in that restaurant. Everybody was only talking about Lin Feng. In such a short time, Lin Feng had astonished the entire country. Lin Feng had surprised the country so many times that it seemed like the country had changed with Lin Feng's rise. Every era had its own geniuses. This time, it wouldn't be an exception. It was Lin Feng's era. He was monstrously strong. Even Duan Wu Dao, the crown prince, was under pressure. Of course I know because the news is already old. I knew it would happen before it today anyways. The Wanshou sect and the Yu clan used to hate Lin Feng and had even tried to kill him a few times. If Lin Feng hadn't had his parents and good friends, he would have died a long time ago. Now he has become strong enough to get his revenge, replied someone. Everybody was nodding. They all liked Lin Feng though. He used to be weak and now he was strong. They admired him. They all hoped to become like him, to become strong. If someday they could rise and become as strong as him, they would be able to get their revenge on people. They would be able to kill anyone they wanted. They would have no more pressure and their hearts wouldn't feel as heavy. Hee, Lin Feng killed all his enemies, said someone smiling merrily. Boom! At that moment, the ground started shaking. It seemed like the restaurant was going to break. Ha! People were scared and looked outside the restaurant. What was going? Boom, boom, boom. Some rumbling sounds kept spreading in the air. Some animals were galloping at full speed. Some cracks started appearing on the walls of the restaurant. The glasses and bowls were also shaking on the table. What's going on? Asked some people as they stood up. They were all looking at the tables terrified. It seemed like the restaurant was about to collapse. Kacha! Those terrifying sounds made people's hearts shake. They raised their heads and saw some more cracks on the ceiling on the restaurant. Their hearts were beating faster and faster. It seemed like an earthquake. Go, let's go, said people one after the other. They ran outside but had suddenly stopped. It seemed like thunders were attacking them. Boom, boom, boom. Crevices kept appearing in the ground. Their hearts were bouncing back and forth. What was happening? In front of them was a gigantic stone ape. It was more than 3 meters high. It was violently trampling on the ground, taking giant strides. Each of his steps were a few dozen meters and the ground would crack under its feet. Its chi and force were terrifying. He could easily kill anyone in his way. Even more terrifying was behind that stone ape. There was a snake that was as long as 20 meters and it was sticking out its tongue. There were wild beasts everywhere. The rest of the world seemed to fade in comparison with that scene. There were even beasts in the sky flying. People's hearts were pounding vigorously. Lin Feng. Finally, the crowd noticed a red beast, red like fire. It was a winged tiger, and on its back there was a young man. It had to be Lin Feng. Boom! The crowd ran away when the stone ape and as more beasts arrived in front of the restaurant. They were terrified. They were not the only ones. Everybody was reacting the same way. The people of the imperial city couldn't believe their eyes. That scene would remain with them for a very long time. They would never forget it. They had already seen those ferocious wild beasts, but never in such a large group. It was terrifying. That monstrous group of ferocious wild beasts were all being controlled by such a young man as Lin Feng. Those ferocious wild beasts were moving very quickly. Soon they had all arrived in the Yunhai sect. The members of the Yunhai sect were all shaking. With all those beasts, the Yunhai sect would become one of the most powerful spheres of influence in the country. Apart from the Imperial City clan, nobody could rival with them. Duan Wuya was in the Imperial City sitting on a redwood chair and had a pen in his hand as if he had been writing something. "Your Highness," said someone at that moment while bowing but hadn't entered the room. The second prince looked calm, indifferent and serene, but Nan Shan, as the assistant of the second prince, knew that Duan Wuya wasn't the same person as before. He had changed and had become extremely influential, but he still had a nice and friendly smile on his face. "Nan Shan," said Duan Wuya, nodding. He smiled gently Wei and said, "What brings you here? Tell me." "All right," said Nan Shan respectfully. He walked forwards and entered the palace. He was walking carefully. "Nan Shan, tell me," said Duan Wuya when he saw that Nan Shan was remaining silent. "Your Highness, Duan Wu Dao came back with some strong cultivators of Jade Heaven. Duan Renhuang, a strong cultivator of the Deshu family, and several others went to greet him personally," said Nan Shan slowly. Duan Wuya lowered his head a little. His eyes were twinkling. Duan Wu Dao had come back. "Besides, Lin Feng's wedding is planned for half a month from now," said Nan Shan. Duan Wuya was smiling indifferently. "Half a month later, he knows how to choose dates," said Duan Wuya with a particularly evil expression on his face. "Let's execute the plan earlier then." "Roger, Your Highness," said Nan Shan, nodding. He slowly walked backwards without turning around. He then bowed in front of Duan Wuya again. Only after leaving the palace did he turn back around. Nan Shan had changed from before. He was smart and knew what he had to do to adapt to different situations. After Nan Shan left, Duan Wuya smiled in an evil way for a long time. Then he said, "Father, you privileged my big brother. You chose him and not me. You think that he is stronger than me. I will show you that you are wrong." Duan Wu Dao had been chosen, but Duan Wuya was furious that it hadn't been him. Duan Renhuang hadn't chosen Duan Wuya. Duan Renhuang's choice was extremely important in Duan Wu Dao and Duan Wuya's lives, and was going to influence their destinies. One was extremely aggressive and violent, while one was suffering silently but firmly resolved to get his revenge. Lin Feng went back to the Yunhai sect and organized some things. He then consulted Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi in an alchemy room. Before exterminating the Yu clan and the Wan Shou sect, Lin Feng had already told Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua what he intended to do. He had told them to concoct 500 Shen level pills of middle quality to help the cultivators of the Ling Qi layer break through to the Shen Qi layer, especially those who had already broken through to the very top of the Ling Qi layer. For the latter, the probability of breaking through to the Shen Qi layer was going to be higher. Of course, those pills were difficult to concoct and the ingredients were extremely precious. After annihilating the Yu clan and the Wan Shou sect, Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi had already gathered the ingredients. Some ingredients had been too difficult to gather in the wild, so they had gone to shops to buy them. But that still wasn't enough. Lin Feng had gone to the Nine Dragons mountain chain, and apart from domesticating some ferocious wild beasts, he had collected some rare Shen branches to concoct pills. It would have been too difficult if Lin Feng had tried to find those rare branches by himself. However, amongst the beasts he had domesticated, Some were able to find those branches easily. All the ingredients were there in the alchemy room. Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, ready? Asked Lin Feng. He then created a terrifying fire. In a flash, the liquid in the heavenly dragon ancient cauldron was bathed in a sea of flames. Sounds were emerging from out of the ancient dragon cauldron. It was the chant of the dragons. How intriguing. Move, said Lin Feng. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua then put some ingredients inside the cauldron, and those three men together started to concoct pills. Lin Feng was the main actor while Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua were assisting him. They were progressively putting ingredients inside the cauldron. A pleasant fragrance invaded the atmosphere of the room. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua were relaxed. They were attentive to Lin Feng. They still had the impression that their honor was being affected. Lin Feng's fire had exceeded all their expectations. Lin Feng's soul was extremely strong. He could control so many things with it. Lin Feng was incredibly smart. The two old men looked at each other smiling. They had made a right decision back when they had joined Lin Feng. He was progressing extremely fast. In the future, he would be even stronger. He already had the strength to make an entire elite army break through to the Xianxia layer. In the future, he would be able to help them become stronger again. At the same time, they were impatient to see what Lin Feng's future would be like. Back in the Celestial River, Lin Feng used to be a tiny cultivator. Back then Lin Feng's future was unsure. They weren't certain that Lin Feng would become strong. Concocting Xian-level pills was successful. Even though Lin Feng had never tried to concoct such pills, with his strong and powerful soul and his fire, coupled with the alchemical memories of the Zun cultivator, Lin Feng had managed to concoct the pills with the first try. Besides, no pill had been wasted. There were 500 pills in the cauldron. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua were astonished. After concocting the pills, Lin Feng left alone and silently. He had left the pills to them. Lin Feng still wanted to concoct some other pills, the divine water pills, but he still wasn't sure that he could manage to concoct them. Lin Feng went back to the Lovesickness Forest to talk about the wedding. Then he went to the Celestial Academy No. 1. Lin Feng had spent so much time at the Celestial Academy No. 1. He was grateful now, but he wasn't the Lin Feng he used to be in the past. He knew who was hiding behind the Celestial Academy No. 1, which made him feel more indifferent about it. Lin Feng is here, said some people who had recognized him. However, Lin Feng looked expressionless as he walked into the territory of the Celestial Academy No. 1. He arrived in the peach orchard, a place where he had been so many times before. There was still a sweet fragrance and a beautiful melody. Lin Feng had arrived in front of the pavilion and sat down. Some leaves and peach petals were floating in the wind around him. Lin Feng closed his eyes and calmly listened to the melody Yan Yu Pingshang was playing. After a long time, the melody stopped and Yan Yu Pingshang opened his eyes slowly. He saw Lin Feng stand up and bow in front of him. "Teacher." Yan Yu Pingshang shook his head smiling and said, "Lin Feng, you have become stronger than me. How can you still call me teacher? You are my teacher, I am your student. Strength has nothing to do with that. You helped me grow up, so you are my real teacher. How could I forget you because I became stronger?" asked Lin Feng, shaking his head. Yan Yu Pingshang smiled in a gentle and warm way. "Teacher, I hope you can come to my wedding. I will be getting married with Xianxia," said Lin Feng, looking delighted, handing over an invitation letter. "Teacher, it is my honor." Lin Feng then slowly turned around. There was no need to beg with such an incredible student. The country of Xueyu dispatched people everywhere to tell the entire country that Lin Feng had become the ruler of Xueyu, and that he was going to get married with Princess Duan Xianxia. Many people were arriving in the imperial city every day. They all wanted to see the majestic wedding of the ruler of Xueyu. That would be such a festive celebration. The hotels and restaurants of the imperial city were packed full of people. There were even more people now than with the National Genius competition before the great competition of Xueyu. Those who had seen how dazzling Lin Feng had been at the Shangjiang Lake had come back to the imperial city. They all wanted to see how strong Lin Feng had become. Those who had missed the national competition didn't want to miss Lin Feng's performance this time, so they had all come. The wedding of a monarch or a ruler wasn't necessarily something really attractive for most people. But Lin Feng had astonished the entire country and had ranked first at the great competition of Shuiyu. Then he had been conferred the title of ruler of Shuiyu. For many people, that was incredible. Many worshipped and admired Lin Feng. Many were longing to become friends with Lin Feng and reach the clouds with him. There were many people outside the imperial city. They all wanted to go into the city, but very few wanted to come out. In the distance was an armored horse galloping at full speed. The person on that horse was wearing a red armor, red like blood. That person penetrated into the city at full speed like a hurricane. "Stop!" shouted someone furiously, trying to prevent that person from entering. "Fuck off!" shouted the knight. His spear turned into a blood-red light and immediately crashed into the guard's throat. The cavalier didn't turn his head around as entered the city, not caring about the guard. "It's a military member from Duanren City," thought the crowd, stupefied when they saw that person. What was happening? Why was he rushing into the imperial city? That Xianxia armored horse didn't stop and immediately galloped towards the lovesickness forest. Obviously that person was looking for Lin Feng. "Lin Feng," said that person still on his horseback. He then entered the lovesickness forest but was ambushed by some silhouettes. They were white-clothed women were shouting at him coldly, "Stop!" Their sleeves fluttered as they blocked the Xianxia horse. A terrifying force immobilized the Xianxia armored horse. Boom! A terrifying attack crashed onto that person's body, causing him to collapse. His head was bleeding. He looked terrified as he said, "I'm looking for Lin Feng. What is happening? Speak," said a woman in white clothes. Her tone of speech was still ice-cold. "Mou and Lai Yun are killing our Shuiyu troops. A huge war has started. Duanren City is surrounded and it is a matter of life and death. The danger is imminent. A few hundred thousands of troops could die any time. I want to see Lin Feng." That person was speaking very quickly, ignoring his wounds. "What are you saying?" said a voice rolling in the air. Two people with bronze masks then appeared in front of him. Han Man immediately grabbed him and asked, "Are you serious? It is a real war. How could I joke about it?" shouted that person furiously. Han Man was shaking. He then let go of that person, turned around and went to look for Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was already coming to them. "Lin Feng, brother, Duanren City is in danger," said Han Man while gnashing his teeth. "How shameless! Umo and Lai Yun dared attack Shuiyu together." Lin Feng looked expressionless as he walked towards that person. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, master, Duanren City is in danger. Did you immediately come from Duanren City?" asked Lin Feng. "Indeed," replied that person, nodding. "Why didn't you look for the Shuiyu troops first?" asked Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, master, the danger in Duanren City is imminent. The troops could die at any moment. You have to save them," said that person, falling down onto his knees and begging Lin Feng. He didn't reply to Lin Feng's question, though. "Shut the fuck up!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Han Man was astonished. What was Lin Feng doing? "When did Mou and Lai Yun attack?" asked Lin Feng extremely loudly. That person's brain was shaking. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. 7 days ago, during the chaos of the war, I immediately left and came to look for you." "Ridiculous. 7 days ago, you rushed over to the Imperial City, but how did you know that I had come back to Shuiyu?" asked Lin Feng coldly. That person was shaking. "Lin Feng, master, you became the ruler of Shuiyu. Everybody knows that already. Even then, after you left the war, how did you know I was in the lovesickness forest?" asked Lin Feng furiously again. "Huh!" Han Man and Pajun were stupefied. Indeed, Han Man and Pajun hadn't thought about that. Besides, with your cultivation of the Ling Qi layer 7 days wouldn't have been enough to come here from Duanren City. Even though you are soaked in blood, you don't look tired or injured at all. "Do you think that I'm stupid?" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then added, "Who sent you here? What is your purpose?" That person was astonished as he stared at Lin Feng. What a terrifying young man. That person then wiped the blood off his face and slowly stood up. You can believe me or not, said that person. Then a dagger appeared on that person's heart. Lin Feng wasn't ready. That person was smiling in a strange and evil way as he collapsed. Lin Feng couldn't explain why that person had been so calm and why he had killed himself. The most terrifying thing about such people was their attitude towards death, not their strength. Someone who didn't fear death was terrifying. Lin Feng, what should we do? Asked Han Man, slowly walking towards Lin Feng. Han Man had a strange sensation, especially because of that person's evil smile. Han Man wasn't the only one that felt that way. Lin Feng had the same sensation. It seemed like something was happening. Go and find Uncle Rin. They are officers and probably know how to get Duanren news quickly. Check if what he said is true or not, but do so as quickly as possible, said Lin Feng. Han Man nodded and said, all right, let's go. Han Man then immediately left with Pajun. The Yunhai sect wasn't very far from the Lovesickness Forest. Han Man could go there very quickly. After the two of them left, Lin Feng frowned. The wedding date was approaching quickly. He had already planned to go to Duanren City after the wedding to see Uncle Lu, but he hadn't thought that something so strange would happen. Lin Feng hoped that nothing bad would happen in Duanren City, but Ren Qingquang and the others had stopped communication with Duanren City. Besides, it seemed like obtaining news from Duanren City would require at least one night. Lin Feng had planned to go there, but then a group of Xianxia horses arrived in the Imperial City and they had gone to see Ren Qingquang at the Yunhai sect. They knew how terrible the situation was when Ren Qingquang and the others arrived. The leader was actually an officer of Duanren City. General Lin Feng, Officer Ren Qingquang, said the troops, kneeling down. Their eyes were bloodshot and getting redder and redder. Stand up and tell me clearly what happened, said Lin Feng furiously. His voice made people's souls shake. They became clear-headed suddenly. Roger, General, said the troops, standing up. The one who seemed to be their leader said, Duanren City is about to collapse. Mou and Lai Yun have gone insane. Surprisingly, they attacked Duanren City together. In one night, our guards in Duanren border all disappeared and the army abandoned it, heading to Duanren City. Now, they have surrounded Duanren City. Nobody can go out or in. We took a huge risk coming here. We had asked the government for help, but they refused. They don't care about saving us. They don't care about the fact that Duanren City could disappear. Lin Feng and the others were speechless as their hearts kept pounding. It really seemed like the situation was catastrophic for Duanren City. Lin Feng's eyes looked ice-cold. Lin Feng had never counted on Xueyu for anything. Back then, Xueyu already only cared about themselves. A few hundreds of thousands of troops had died away from their hometowns because of Duan Tianlang. And on top of that, Lu Zhonglan had almost gotten killed. Lin Feng had hurried to save Lu Zhonglan, but from that moment on, Lin Feng knew that the king of Xueyu was heartless. So many troops had died, but nobody cared. Those who controlled the country treated people like toys. They were like animals, and if they died, it didn't matter. Uncle Lu also knew that from the beginning to the end. He had always given his best to protect Duanren City. No matter what the situation was, he wanted to protect the country from foreign invaders. The soldiers of Xueyu had sacrificed their lives to protect their country. However, Xueyu had done nothing to protect them. They had treated those human beings as mere objects and had let them die in such tragic conditions. The one who killed himself was surprisingly telling the truth, thought Lin Feng. He didn't understand that person. Why had someone sent him to Lin Feng? Let's go to Duanren City, said Lin Feng, jumping forwards, and began leaving. Lin Feng, said Ren Qingquang, it will be your wedding soon. Everybody knows about it. You can't go. I will go. Indeed, Lin Feng, you cannot go. Let us go, said Feng Yuhan. You're not going either. I'm going alone. I'm taking beasts and Xianxia troops, and that'll be enough. With the current strength of the Xianxia troops and the Shen-level pills we now have, we will easily be able to defeat those people from Mou and Lai Yun, said Ren Qingquang. Feng Yuhan could tell from Ren Qingquang's eyes that he understood what he meant. Duanren City had been surrounded. Someone had sent someone to find Lin Feng. It seemed like someone wanted Lin Feng to leave the Imperial City. There were two possibilities. One was that someone wanted Lin Feng to go to Duanren City where it would be dangerous. The second one was that immediately after leaving the Imperial City, something dangerous could immediately happen. In any case, the situation was dangerous, so Lin Feng couldn't go anywhere. Ren Qingquang was worried, so he had prevented Feng Yuhan from coming with him. He wanted to go alone with some Xianxia brothers. "No, how could I not come?" asked Lei Qingtian. They were all fighting to go. Little Feng has come back with so many monstrously strong, ferocious wild beasts. I can fly with them and the Xianxia troops can follow. That should be enough to fight. A few more people would be useless. Lin Feng's wedding is soon going to be happen. I can go alone," insisted Ren Qingquang. Feng Yutian and Lei Qingtian still wanted to talk, but Ren Qingquang looked at Lin Feng and said, "Little Feng, you give your orders. We will obey your orders. Duanren City is waiting. Uncle Ren can go with the beasts. If there is something wrong, tell the beasts to leave. Otherwise, Uncle Feng go with the Xianxia troops on the ground and surround them," said Lin Feng. He knew that he had to hurry, so he immediately gave the order. At the same time, he asked the beasts to gather around them. The situation was an emergency. There was no time for civilities. Ren Qingquang took some cultivators of the Xianxia layer and jumped on some beasts. Then they all rose up in the air. Feng Yuhan had gathered a part of the Xianxia troops and left with them. They were all galloping on the huge road at full speed. It was astonishing. People were wondering what was happening. "Uncle Lei, you establish a system of special intelligence forces so that we can communicate with Uncle Ren, as well as with Uncle Feng. We need the news from Duanren City in most real time possible," said Lin Feng, after Ren Qingquang and Feng Yuhan left. Of course, Lei Qingtian knew what he had to do. Lin Feng sighed. He hoped that everything was going to be fine. Even though he didn't feel like it, he continued preparing for the wedding. Meng Qing and Xianxia were still waiting for him, no matter what. In the old world, women were the most important things in your life. One couldn't be careless with them. Even though Lin Feng was extremely worried, time passed by slowly and he still hadn't managed to calm down. He had the feeling that anything could happen at any time. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 days left before the wedding and there was no news from Duanren City. Lin Feng was sitting on a bamboo chair in the lovesickness forest. Meng Qing came towards him looking stunning, and sat down on Lin Feng's lap. "Are you still worried about Duanren City?" asked Meng Qing. Lin Feng nodded and stretched his hands. His arms surrounded Meng Qing's waist. He suddenly felt a little bit warmer in his heart. "Don't worry, nothing bad will happen," said Meng Qing, smiling in a gentle way and hugging Lin Feng. She then lied down on Lin Feng with her entire body resting on him. She was extremely attractive and seductive. Lin Feng didn't have any perverted thought with that beautiful woman so close to him. Besides, Meng Qing had to be right. Nothing could happen. Lin Feng was definitely going to get married with Duan Xianxia and Meng Qing. That kind of person was extremely rare. She was always comforting and supporting him. She had always been on his side, silently. Lin Feng could still remember how incredible Meng Qing looked on that night under the moonlight when they had first met. He could still remember the first time they had ridden a horse together. It had felt like a honeymoon. He could still remember how every man found her gorgeous. He could also remember that she had suffered a lot because of him when her body was corroded by ice energy and how she had suffered alone in her room. Now he loved her deeply. She was finally going to become his wife. The ice in her body had finally melted. She was smiling in a resplendent way most of the time. Nothing could stop them from loving each other. Even though they hadn't promised each other anything, they would stay together forever. They would always cherish their relationship. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed Meng Qing, making her turn red. He then firmly hugged the woman he loved. Felt warm and sweet in his heart. Meng Qing looked extremely shy and blushed. Crrr. Crrr. The wind was making the leaves from the bamboo trees flutter. It was a bit cold as Lin Feng had the feeling that there was a stone in his heart. Suddenly, some sounds spread in the air as a few women in white clothes arrived. Only those girls could disturb them. "Master!" shouted the girls. Meng he was there too. Lin Feng's heart was pounding at full speed. "Speak," said Lin Feng. He only said one word. Master, General Lu Zhonglan, has been killed by people from MOU, said a girl in white. Lin Feng's chest was bouncing back and forth extremely violently. Uncle Lu had been killed? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. They felt painful, as if he had been about to cry. That incredibly benevolent and courageous general owed his white hair to Shuiyu, for whom he had fought his entire life. And now he had died by enemies from MOU. He could still remember Lu Zhonglan's voice and face. Such a good person had been killed. What about Uncle Ren and Uncle Feng? Asked Lin Feng. Officer Ren immediately died when he arrived in Duanren City. Officer Feng told his troops to stop to protect them, but he died himself with his brothers, said the woman. Maybe she didn't know the meaning of the word brothers. She was so young. But knowing that those people had died, she felt sad too. They all died. Lin Feng was stupefied. Uncle Lu, Uncle Ren and Uncle Feng had all died. Those incredible people. 2 of the 3 incredible officers. They had died so suddenly with all their brothers. Besides, said the girl in a very low voice, lowering her head. She wanted to say something but words wouldn't come out. What is it again? Said Lin Feng while staring at that girl. They hung the 3 bodies on a wall at the Duanren border and insulted Shuiyu. They said that Shuiyu didn't have any strong cultivators and that nobody could protect the country, said the girl in a low voice. Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and a thread of blood flowed down his cheek. Little Feng, someone wants you to leave the Imperial City and to go to Duanren City, said Yu Menghe. Even though she hadn't exchanged much with Lu Zhonglan in the past, she knew that he was a heroic and incredibly benevolent general. She was also saddened by his death. She still wished that he would be avenged though. I know, said Lin Feng nodding. He obviously knew that someone wanted him to leave the Imperial City. Someone had sent that fake Xianxia soldier to him, and then he had killed himself after having been uncovered. Besides, he had smiled in that evil way. Ren Qingquang had gone to Duanren City with incredibly strong beasts but had still died. In order to do that, a cultivator had to be at least the 8th Xianxia layer. Besides, in such battles there were always extremely strong cultivators to manage. Somebody knew that Lin Feng was close to Lu Zhonglan and understood Lin Feng's temperament. Lin Feng had to go to avenge those who were close to him and had been killed. Perhaps someone from Shuiyu had participated at that battle. Shuiyu, whispered Lin Feng. Everything sounded ridiculous. Lu Zhonglan had always protected Shuiyu and someone in Shuiyu could have plotted against him. Lin Feng, you should go, said Meng Qing smiling. Yu Menghe was astonished. She looked at Meng Qing and said, Meng Qing, the wedding is in a few days. If he goes, everything will maybe be lost. Besides, nobody knows who's really behind all of this. He could die. But if Lin Feng leaves, someone could be here in the Imperial City waiting for him to leave and kill us. Yu Menghe, if Lin Feng doesn't go, he will regret it his entire life. I don't want him to suffer because of our wedding. Besides, it will affect his determination if he doesn't go. Lin Feng has said many times that he wants to break through to the Tianqi layer. He needs to stick to his initial intentions, said Meng Qing in a soft and gentle voice. She was suggesting that Lin Feng had to go to Duanren City. The wedding wasn't the most important thing. She couldn't prevent Lin Feng from listening to his own heart. Lin Feng touched Meng Qing with his hands. She looked so pure, so innocent and so beautiful. I will definitely hurry and come back. Wait for me, said Lin Feng looking at his mother. You can go, said Yu Menghe sighing. She knew that Meng Qing was right. Lin Feng had to go to Duanren City. Thank you, Mom. Lin Feng then rose up in the air and his winged tiger appeared. Let's go, said Lin Feng jumping onto the back of the winged tiger. While moving out of the bamboo forest, he broke some branches and some bamboo leaves flew in the wind. Sad songs were resonating in Lin Feng's head. He wanted to drink the blood of MOU people. The general had died. They had no homeland and no home. Apart from grief, people in Duanren City had no other feelings. In Duanren City on the ramparts there was Lu Fei. She had become a stunning young woman. She was very mature. However, She was in a Xianxia armor and had a white helmet on her head. She was crushed. Her heart was shattered into 1,000 pieces. She was desperately looking at her father's corpse hanging on the walls of Duanren border, and she felt powerless. "Miss, let's go and fight to the death," said an old man behind her. That old man had followed her father for many years. Her incredible general had died in such tragic circumstances. "Yes, let's fight to death, miss. We are not afraid to die," said someone else, but their words couldn't affect Lu Fei's heart. She just shook her head gently and said, "No, nobody can fight." "But, miss." "Shut the hell up," shouted Lu Fei furiously. The old man then stopped talking. Lu Fei had become an adult, but the general had died already. Even though she had the magnificent body of a woman, she had no strength. What could she do? They knew that Lu Fei was crushed. After remaining silent for a moment, the crowd looked at the general's cadaver in Duanren border and then sighed. "I can't stand it anymore," shouted a soldier furiously. He immediately left Duanren city and threw himself in the direction of Duanren border. "Come back!" shouted Lu Fei furiously, but it was too late. In a flash, 1,000 arrow came from Duanren border and impaled him. He died in a flash. The soldier's eyes were still open and staring at the general's body. He then slowly collapsed while looking at the 3 hanging corpses. Blood appeared and flowed down on the ground. That person hadn't even closed his eyes in death. He wasn't resigned to abandon his general. That tragic scene made even more soldiers furious. Their eyes were bloodshot, so much so that it seemed like blood was going to flow out of them. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly some buzzing sounds spread in the air. People in Duanren city were stupefied. They looked at Duanren border and saw some people move. At the foot of the mountain were more people moving. Was MOU making its troops retreat? Horses were galloping and the 3 corpses were taken down. After that the troops left. Lai Yun and MOU were retreating. Why? Everybody was baffled on the ramparts of Duanren city. They didn't understand why the 2 countries had attacked but weren't persevering. They had killed the officers and the general as well as many extremely strong, ferocious wild beasts. The enemies were extremely strong. They could have annihilated anyone in Duanren city. However, they weren't attacking anymore, instead they were retreating. What was their goal? MOU and Lai Yun had fought on the front together. "Why retreat?" asked an officer from Lai Yun in silver armor. To the ones in black armor from MOU. They looked even more cruel than the people from MOU. "How can I know what they're going to do?" said the general from MOU, looking emotionless and indifferent. "Where are we going?" "A few dozens of kilometers away, in the eerie Death Mountain chain." "Fighting is good, but why go so far?" "Besides, in the depths of MOU, said the officer from Lai Yun. He was surprised. "We agreed to destroy Duanren city. I came with a powerful army, so why not kill them? Nobody asked you to stay. If you want to stay here and wreck their city, do it," said the one in the black armor with a cold smile on his face. He looked like he was making fun of people from Lai Yun. "Powerful army? Ridiculous." "All right," groaned that person coldly. The officer waved and people from Lai Yun stopped. The MOU general smiled coldly. His army was divided into 2. At that moment, people from Duanren city invaded Duanren border again. Lu Fei was at the top of Duanren border and gazing into the distance at the 2 armies coldly. "Miss, there are still some people from Lai Yun. Let's fight them," said the old man. "If they didn't break through the barricade created by Lai Yun, they wouldn't be able to grab the corpses. Indeed, let's fight, miss. Otherwise, the corpses will be lost." Lu Fei's eyes were bloodshot. She remained silent for a moment and then said slowly, "All units, let's mourn and then get prepared to fight." There were many troops gathering at the Duanren border. 5 kilometers away, there were people from Lai Yun. They could attack at any moment. They didn't need to take the initiative since Duanren city had decided to attack. They were going to become a bunch of corpses, but Lai Yun had to fight. The hoofs of the horses were emitting loud sounds in the air. The atmosphere was filled with deadly energies. After a short time, the troops of Duanren city had finally gathered. A white light appeared and it was dazzling. especially in the middle of all those red armors. At the very front of the troops of Duanren City was Lu Fei. She was riding a red horse and looked expressionless. She had learnt how to fight with her father. She was used to blood and cruelty. She had become stronger and more determined than ever. Even though her father had died, she could still lead an entire army. If she lost her temper, her troops would lose theirs. She raised her head and gazed into the distance to see a tragic scene. "Father, I will not give up. I wasn't able to protect you and I might not be able to avenge you, so now I will fight to death. I hope that you won't blame me," whispered Lu Fei in a low voice. Lu Fei then bent her body and started shooting arrows which emitted whistling sounds in the air. "Die! Die, die! Die, die, die!" Lu Fei's voice kept resonating in the air. The atmosphere was filled with a deadly energy. The army also threw themselves at the people from Lai Yun. The general of the Lai Yun troops gazed into the distance and smiled coldly. He then unsheathed his long sword which emitted ice-cold lights in the air. "People from Duanren City are so weak. Without the order to withhold our attack, you would have died many times over," whispered the general from Lai Yun. His sword was pointing at the army moving towards him. The sound of the horse hoofs was resonating everywhere in the region. It seemed like the ground was going to break apart. "Die!" The ground kept shaking, the sky too. There were deadly energies everywhere and whistling sounds were growing louder and louder. Some Lai Yun people then rose up in the air and their silhouettes flickered. Their chi was extremely powerful. They were all strong cultivators of the Xianxia layer. For an army, cultivators of the Xianxia layer were already extremely strong. "Die!" shouted an ice-cold voice. Some pure chi rose up in the air and more people died. Xianxia troops were elite, but when facing cultivators of the Xianxia layer, they had no way to resist. "Die, die, die!" That group of strong cultivators of the Xianxia layer from Lai Yun couldn't be stopped. They were annihilating people one after the other. Lu Fei raised her head and looked at the cultivators of the Xianxia layer in the sky. She released her arrow spirit and a terrifying arrow appeared. She put that arrow in a bow and her horse started galloping forwards. She then rose up in the air. Lu Fei had already broken through to the second Xianxia layer. Her arrow landed in someone's hand, making them cry in pain. That person had broken through to the first Xianxia layer. He was staring at Lu Fei in an ice-cold way. "Lu Zonglan's daughter must be taken home so Olive can have fun. She's probably very sweet in bed," said some perverted people staring at her. They were very aroused by Lu Fei's red clothes. They looked as hot as fire. "Pay attention," said one of them looking evil. They had been in the army for such a long time, it was boring. They surrounded Lu Fei again and another arrow appeared in her hand which made them groan coldly. A terrifying physical strength then attacked Lu Fei. The arrow lacerated that physical strength, but at the same time, many other people were attacking her. She groaned in pain as she was projected backwards. Boom, boom, boom. There were galloping horses in the distance and around them was a cloud of dust. The crowd looked at Duanren border and saw several dozens of thousands of troops. Xianxia troops, all of them, thought the crowd surprised. When Feng Yuhan heard that Lu Zonglan had died, he ordered their troops to come with him. Were they going to attack? "Everybody listen to me. Lin Feng is coming from the Imperial City, I heard that. Please persevere," said the officer to his troops who had all broken through to the Xianxia layer. Then they rose up in the air. The army rose up in the air in front Duanren City, but the fact that Lin Feng was coming didn't make them feel better. Even with Lin Feng, what could they do? Lin Feng was too young and couldn't keep such a dangerous situation under control. They didn't know that Lin Feng was very strong. Humph! Some troops groaned coldly and more people rose up in the air. They all had huge blades in their hands. "Die!" said two people moving like the wind. They then attacked two cultivators of the Xianxia layer with their blades. "Miss Lu, we are sorry for General Lu. Now we will take care of you," said the two cultivators. Their chi was extremely powerful. Lu Fei looked ice-cold as she took out a sword. However, her sword was immediately broken by the enemies as an energy wave bombarded her body. Blood gushed out of her mouth. "Miss Lu, you don't need to suffer so much. "We will always love you," said two cultivators moving towards Lu Fei, whose face had turned deathly pale. Strong cultivators from Lai Yun were so much stronger than Duanren City's people. Eee. Roarer. In the distance a beast was roaring. People shivered and raised their heads. Then they saw a red beast. It was a ferocious ancient animal. Its wings were clapping at full speed. General Lin Feng arrived, said some Xianxia troops who had come from the Yunhai sect. Lin Feng then descended from the sky. "Arrow!" shouted Lu Fei loudly. Immediately after, her bow spirit shot an arrow which cut through the sky at full speed. "Die!" Two other people with blades then lacerated her arrow and continued chasing her. "Destroy!" said someone behind Lu Fei coldly. The atmosphere was filled with a monstrous sword energy which could lacerate everything. However, the blade energies had still managed to hurt Lu Fei and sent her backwards. Lu Fei then sensed a gentle energy grab her body and prevent her from falling down. She realized that she landed in someone's arms. She could see some footprints on the ground that were left by an animal. She then turned her head around and was in disbelief. She had seen those eyes already. They looked deep and enigmatic, but as before twinkling. There was some coldness inside of those pupils now. Back then, he looked infantile, but now he had become mature. He looked even smarter. It was the same young man as before, but with a completely different chi. She couldn't even sense that chi clearly. "Stand up," said Lin Feng, putting Lu Fei on the back of the winged tiger. He turned his head around and looked at the two cultivators using blades. He then released an ice-cold energy. It seemed like the ice-cold blade of a sword. That energy immediately penetrated into those people's eyes. They were terrified and their hearts started pounding. That young man was very strong. His terrifying sword energy then rose up in the sky. They were shaking. They couldn't help but shake violently. At that moment, they were bathing in an infinite amount of sword energy and couldn't break free. "Die!" shouted an ice-cold voice. Whistling sounds spread in the air. A terrifying sword light streaked through the sky and those two people started shaking brutally. An infinity of sword lights impaled them. They were fixedly staring at Lin Feng and were terrified. The wind was blowing on their bodies. The sword light covered them once again. Their bodies turned into dust and the wind blew them away. It was astonishing. Many people were looking at that silhouette in the sky. They were so focused on him that they were even forgetting to fight. The young man who had just arrived was terrifying. He was even more terrifying than all the beasts which had come before. That young man didn't look imposing at all, but in front of Lu Fei, he looked like a mountain that was impossible to destroy. She remembered the first time she had seen Lin Feng in the valley where she used to practice cultivation. She had chased Lin Feng to kill him. Lin Feng was extremely weak back then. He was extremely skinny too. Step by step, she had witnessed his rise. Even his father liked Lin Feng a lot and had hoped that his daughter would someday marry Lin Feng. Lin Feng, these days, didn't even need to move, but he could release a terrifying sword light which could cover the entire atmosphere. He had become much stronger than Lu Fei. Lin Feng's sword light was as strong as 10,000 swords together. Could lacerate everything. It was astonishing. Lu Fei couldn't imagine what it was like to be that strong. She had never thought that Lin Feng would become that strong either. She had the feeling that she hadn't seen him for a century. Lin Feng and Lu Fei didn't belong to the same world anymore. At that moment Lin Feng looked ice-cold, despising all the enemies. He then shouted, "Everybody stop!" His terrifying voice rolled in the atmosphere like sound waves, making everybody's brain shake. Some people even started shaking violently. Everybody was forgetting that they were there to fight. They raised their heads and looked up at Lin Feng. "Duanren City troops, move back!" said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way, yet extremely firmly. The Duanren City troops, of course, knew who Lin Feng was. That young man, who at that moment was riding a terrifying, ferocious ancient animal, had, in the past, set the city on fire and saved everybody. Was he going to influence the battle again? Last time, Lin Feng had proved how smart he was. The troops chaotically moved back, moving away from the Lai Yun troops. They were moving very fast. Lin Feng, like a hero, had made the entire troops move back. All the troops were listening to Lin Feng without hesitation. Of course they trusted him. Thanks to what he had done in the past and also thanks to his strength at that moment. Can he really change the course of the battle alone, by himself? Whispered Lu Fei. That was a really peerless cultivator. Being able to affect the course of a war alone just like Mo's teacher, Han Mo, and the principal of the Celestial Academy No. 1, Yan Yu Pingsheng. With their strength, in the past they had been able to affect the course of an entire war. With the strength of one strong cultivator, the course of an entire war could change. Had Lin Feng reached such a strength? Very quickly, the troops of Duanren City and Lai Yun were away from each other. There was a big empty area between them. Both armies raised their heads and looked at Lin Feng. The general of Lai Yun narrowed his eyes. There was no extremely strong cultivators with them. Was that young man extremely strong? Go and kill him, said the general to two strong guards on his side. Those two were guards of Lai Yun. They were some of the strongest cultivators they had. They had both broken through to the 6th Xianxia layer. He didn't believe that Lin Feng was that strong. But those two cultivators looked solemn and serious. They were strong enough to know that Lin Feng was a real threat for them. With his attack a moment before, he had showed them how strong he was. They couldn't afford being careless. The two cultivators jumped into the air. However, Lin Feng didn't even glance at those two people. He put his hand on his back and unsheathed a sword. Buzz! The sword was emitting some buzzing sounds. In Lin Feng's back appeared a blood-like red light which rose up in the air. It seemed like he was attacking the clouds as a terrifying sword energy then invaded the entire atmosphere. The two enemies were stupefied. That sword energy contained sword intent. The red light had appeared and made the earth and sky shake. Whistling sounds were spreading in the air. That sword chi and intent were terrifying. The crowd had the feeling that they were being oppressed. The two enemies in the air suddenly stopped. No, it doesn't look good. The two of them started moving back down, but it was already too late. The crowd saw Lin Feng's sword descend and the bright red light streaked across the sky. The two cultivators were lacerated like minced meat as blood gushed everywhere. However, the blood didn't fall down. It moved back and penetrated into Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword. That sword could drink blood. The two cultivators of the 6th Xianxia layer had been destroyed in a flash. Everybody remained silent. That sword made excitement and ardor invade the hearts of the Duanren City troops. However, the troops of Lai Yun were terrified and shaking. ARRRRGGGGHHHH. After a short moment, the troops of Duanren City shouted furiously, as if they had been trying to evacuate their sadness and fury. Back then, a mythical hero from Mo had appeared and he had been wearing black clothes. He had killed a massive amount of people. Now they were the ones who had a real hero on their side. He was strong enough to be called a hero. That young man had traveled over huge distances to save the princess in the past. He had then tricked the Mou troops into Duanren City and had set the city on fire. Now he had already become a real hero. You will pay with your blood for what you have done. Now you will regret it forever, said Lin Feng slowly. A massive amount of sword intent appeared. People's hearts were pounding even faster. Lin Feng made a step forwards, took a deep breath, and it seemed like his sword intent could annihilate the planet. You will pay with your lives, said Lin Feng. His eyes were bloodshot and looked cruel and ferocious. Die! Die, die! Die, die, die! Lin Feng shouted the word die, which resonated in the atmosphere like waves. The earth and sky were vibrating. The sword chi was emitting loud whistling sounds, and the sword energy turned into a real sword light which moved towards the army of Lai Yun. It was taking their lives one after the other, just like specks of grass. The people from Lai Yun were collapsing one after the other. They looked extremely weak at that moment. The sword light kept moving and nobody could stop it. That oppressive sword light was incredible. After Lin Feng's sword energies streaked across the sky, filled with sword intent, blood started flowing on the ground like a river. Lu Fei and the Duanren City troops were stunned. Lin Feng had really become monstrously strong. He had just killed a few dozens of thousands of troops in a flash. They had heard rumors that some extremely strong cultivators could cut through mountains, kill people as if they had been cutting specks of grass, and could kill millions of people in a flash. However, they were only now understanding what those rumors meant. Those rumors were not groundless. Such strong cultivators existed. Lin Feng was furious and was doing those things. Blood kept flowing like a gigantic river. Under that sword light, everybody had to die. People couldn't breathe under the pressure of that sword light. They raised their heads and saw Lin Feng raise both his hands. The sunlight was shining upon Lin Feng's bright red sword. It was dazzling. The red light then streaked across the sky and lacerated another group of people. Not a single one was left. The other group left was terrified. Their hearts were pounding violently. Dozens of thousands of strong cultivators were like tiny little insects in front of them, just like specks of grass. Those who were still alive lied down on the ground. They were sweating intensively. They regretted so much everything they had done. The general of Lai Yun was also shaking. Now he understood why the general of Mou had left. Staying there would lead them to their death. And the mystical cultivator in black clothes hadn't appeared this time. Die! Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword was pointing in the direction of Mou. Horses started galloping at full speed. His qi had invaded the entire atmosphere. The Xianxia armored horses were moving forwards and galloping on the corpses of the people from Lai Yun and on the bodies of those still alive, killing them on the way. In the end, nobody survived and Lin Feng's sword kept moving towards Mou. The armored horses were still galloping at full speed. A cloud of dust was floating in the air around them as the ground was shaking beneath them. After having destroyed the troops from Lai Yun, the Duanren city troops continued moving forwards into the territory of Mou. People were running away terrified when they saw that army approaching. In the air was a gigantic ferocious wild beast. It was a ferocious ancient animal and it was bright red like fire with gigantic wings. Each time it clapped its wings, it could travel across a kilometer, creating a hurricane all around. Lin Feng and Lu Fei were on the back of that beast and remained silent. Lin Feng looked as cold as before and it seemed like that ice chi could cover an area of hundreds of kilometers. They were gazing into the distance but there were no troops from Mou anymore. They had heard that on the day before. The troops from Mou were still there but now they had disappeared as if they knew Lin Feng was coming. Someone had probably told them that Lin Feng was coming. Lin Feng was convinced that all of that was a conspiracy. Someone had plotted against Lu Zonglan, the Duanren city troops, and someone was still plotting against Lin Feng. Lin Feng firmly believed that those who were plotting were the people from the imperial city. Only people like that could do something that big. Whistling sounds kept spreading in the air at the same tempo as the wings of the winged tiger. They kept moving deeper into the territory of the country of Mou. In front of Lin Feng appeared a gigantic mountain chain. That mountain chain was extremely dangerous and filled with a terrifying death energy. A terrifying black energy rose up in the air. It seemed like that terrifying black energy was filled with demons. Lin Feng looked at the mountain chain. That black fog could easily hide an entire army. Maybe there was an illusion inside. What a terrifying corpse and blood chi. How many people's lives are required to create such an illusion? Thought Lin Feng and then said, I will enter alone, Qi Qiong, and you can stay here. Then, the winged tiger stopped in the air. Lin Feng had immediately jumped into the black energy. His strength of the Haruka started rotating in his body. He was surrounded by a golden light illuminating the world, delivering sentient beings from suffering. Evil energies couldn't compete with that golden light. The black fog even moved aside. Evil was afraid of that pure and holy light. Lu Fei was astonished to see Lin Feng's body turn golden. Lin Feng could turn into a golden Buddha against which evil couldn't do anything. How incredible! Lin Feng's body was surrounded by a magnificent golden light. He was penetrating deeper and deeper into that black fog. He continued chanting some mantras in Sanskrit as golden Sanskrit letters were moving out of his mouth. Golden hands kept bombarding the atmosphere, and then horrible shrieks spread in the air. The black fog had weakened. A terrifying sword light then appeared. Lin Feng transformed into an authentic golden Shakyamuni, and he was releasing monstrous amounts of sword energies. Lin Feng's soul was extremely strong, but Lin Feng was realizing that the black mountain chain was like an endless black hole. He didn't know how deep it was. In any case, if it was an illusion, it couldn't be controlled by a simple soldier of MOU. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. An infinite amount of sword chi lacerated the evil chi. Lin Feng was moving at the speed of sounds, but that evil chi was becoming more and more powerful as he got deeper. Some roaring sounds spread in the air. An evil chi turned into a zombie dragon, which emitted whistling sounds in the air. It opened its gigantic mouth, unveiling its putrid cavity. It wanted to swallow Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't stop chanting his mantras in Sanskrit though, and the golden letters kept crashing onto the zombie dragon, gradually ripping it apart. The body of the dragon was progressively losing its strength. However, with those bones, the dragon didn't have any sensation of pain. Kept moving towards Lin Feng without fault. Lin Feng jumped forwards and into the mouth of the gigantic dragon. His golden body didn't fear evil energies. The dragon swallowed Lin Feng in one bite, but then Lin Feng released a monstrous amount of sword light which cut through everything and destroyed the dragon. Lin Feng didn't stop after having destroyed the dragon. He continued diving into the depths of the mountain chain, bombarding the illusion with his golden body. His sword light also continued lacerating his surroundings until he completely destroyed the illusion. However, in front of him there was still an incredible amount of terrifying chi and many zombie dragons filled with evil chi. The illusion is not so big. It cannot harm me, but it wants to stop me, thought Lin Feng coldly. His golden light then progressively transformed and turned black. It turned into an evil energy. Lin Feng turned into a demon. Yuxia, Azura, an indestructible demon, said the demon as 3 demons appeared. The Azura was opening the way. The Yuxia was releasing killer energy and the indestructible demon kept destroying the illusion in front of them. Lin Feng was moving extremely fast. That illusion was extremely strange. It seemed like it was endless even though Lin Feng kept destroying it. He couldn't see the end. Time? Lin Feng was pulling a long face. He had no time. He then rose in the air and raised his bloodthirsty sword. He released some level 5 sword intent. His sword descended from the sky. The evil chi was cut into 2 and the atmosphere divided itself. I arrived, thought Lin Feng suddenly. He was speechless. He had arrived at the end. He followed the road he had created with his sword. The infinity of corpse chi disappeared and a big road appeared in the mountain chain. There were many corpses on that road. In front of Lin Feng was a hill. In the middle of that hill was a huge crowd. The troops from MOU were all there. The people in the hill were all wearing the clothes of high-ranking military officials actually, and they also had 3 bodies as trophies: Lu Zonglan, Ren Qingquang, and Feng Yuhan. Lin Feng looked emotionless as he released a terrifying ice energy. The troops looked at Lin Feng, how brave. Surprisingly, he had come alone and had managed to destroy the illusion. How strong! Die! Said Lin Feng, raising his bloodthirsty sword in the sky. The terrifying sword could destroy the earth and sky, it seemed. His chi astonished the crowd. They looked terrified. That sword chi was terrifying. Die! His bloodthirsty sword then descended from the sky. It seemed like the atmosphere was cut into 2. An infinite number of small red lights appeared and crashed onto the hill. Blood splashed and gushed out of the mountain. With one sword, Lin Feng had killed a massive number of people. With only one sword, Lin Feng had managed to make the army of MOU panic-stricken. What was going on? That young man was terrifying. How could he kill so many people in one attack? Lin Feng didn't care about them. He raised his sword again as red lights like blood appeared again, and then his sword descended from the sky. An infinite number of horrible shrieks spread in the air at the same tempo as blood was gushing ceaselessly. The troops of MOU were actually scared to death. What was going on? A group of cultivators of the Xianxia layer threw themselves at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng raised his hand and slashed the atmosphere with it. All those people died in a flash. All those cultivators of the Xianxia layer had been unable to withstand a single attack. They were terrified and panic-stricken. How could such a thing happen? Where was the mystical cultivator of MOU? Boom, boom, boom. The ground was shaking as a cloud of dust was flying in the air above the mountain chain. The troops from Shuiyu were also arriving. The illusion had disappeared, so it was easy to come. Lin Feng had wasted too much time because of the illusion. The troops felt even more courageous and full of courage and vitality once they saw Lin Feng hacking away at the enemy troops. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng in a terrifying voice, when the Xianxia troops continued to trample on their enemies' dead bodies as they rode into battle. Lin Feng kept moving forwards while the high-ranking military officials kept moving backwards. "Lin Feng, stop!" said someone on the side of Mou. That voice was familiar. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He raised his head and saw a young man whose face looked hideous. Mo Jie. Lin Feng was stupefied. He had already met that person. It was the crown prince of Mou. He was an incredible genius who was really difficult to defeat. He had only lost in Duanren City against Lin Feng back then. However, even though it was only Mo Jie's silhouette, the voice sounded very similar. "Your Highness the Crown Prince," said those terrified troops from Mou. It seemed like a hero had come to save some insignificant people. Mo Jie made a step forwards and penetrated into the hill. He then looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "Lin Feng, it's me." "Eh?" A subtle sound spread in the air as Mo Jie took off the mask on his face. The crowd was absolutely astonished. Had the crown prince of Mou Mo Jie always been wearing a mask? The high-ranking officials from Mou weren't surprised, though. They had already seen Mo Jie's mask. The young man in front of them was their real prince. However, Lin Feng was even more surprised at that moment. He was staring at that person, Mo Jie. A few words slowly came out of Lin Feng's mouth. "Yun Fei Yang." The crown prince of Mou was surprisingly the one who had gone to Micheng with them and had participated at the great competition of Shuiyu as a genius. Yun Fei Yang. And on top of that, he had become one of Lin Feng's great friends. He was the crown prince of Mou. No wonder nobody knew who he was in Shuiyu. No wonder he had said that he was from Duanren City, and no wonder Lin Feng hadn't recognized him with his real face. "It's me, Lin Feng. I am the crown prince of Mou Mo Jie. But I have another name, Yun Fei Yang," said Yun Fei Yang, looking glum. The people of both countries were astonished, even the high-ranking military officials of Mou. Lin Feng and Mo Jie knew each other. Their crown prince had finished 10th at the great competition of Shuiyu. He was extremely strong. He could definitely protect them. "The general and the two officers can't have died for nothing. You killed them," said Lin Feng while glaring at Yun Fei Yang in an ice-cold way before adding, "They died because of you, so you will die too." Lin Feng had become one of Yun Fei Yang's great friends. However, because of Yun Fei Yang, Lu Zonglan had died. How could they remain friends? "If I did it, I am willing to bear the responsibility and die," said Yun Fei Yang, looking glum. Back then, during the war, he had seen that Lin Feng and Lu Zonglan were good friends, and then his general had killed him. "No need to kill them," said Yun Fei Yang coldly while pointing at the high-ranking military officials. Their hearts were pounding. They had the feeling that Yun Fei Yang was quite weak in front of their prince. It seemed like Yun Fei Yang was sure he was going to die in Lin Feng's hands. "Step, step." Yun Fei Yang jumped forwards and arrived in front of the 3 hanging corpses. He looked at Lu Zonglan and then immediately knelt down onto the ground. Everybody was astonished. Yun Fei Yang was prostrating himself in front of the corpse. His head was frenetically bombarding the ground, emitting bumping sounds. He then raised his head. Blood was flowing on his forehead. "We have been at war for 20 years, and now you died in the hands of the troops of Mou. Please forgive me." Then Yun Fei Yang prostrated himself once again very violently. His head brutally crashed onto the ground. "I am ridiculous. I left the country and told the general to help me. Even though you refused, I still wanted to forget the misery of the last years. And now the result is tragic. Please forgive me." Then Yun Fei Yang was prostrating himself again. "Because of me, the general and 2 officers died. Many troops were killed and injured. It is my fault. Please forgive me." Yun Fei Yang then slowly stood up and cut the ropes on the corpses that were hanging. He then carefully grabbed the corpses and put them down on the ground, flat. Yun Fei Yang then moved in front of Lin Feng again and some letters appeared in his hand. They were all written by different hands. One handwriting was Mo Jie's. The other handwriting style was Lu Zonglan's. Yun Fei Yang and Uncle Lu had been writing to each other just like Yun Fei Yang had said. They had made friends. They had been talking about everything together. Yun Fei Yang had proposed to Lu Zonglan to leave Xueyu and become the general of a big army in MOU. They would have then tried to invade Xueyu together and Lu Zonglan would have been at the top of the operations. Lu Zonglan had refused though without explaining why. Lin Feng, this is the last letter I received. He must have written those words before his death. Unfortunately, I went and hid to practice cultivation. If I hadn't confined myself he might not have died, said Yun Fei Yang handing over a letter to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened it and saw some words written with blood. Mo Jie. No, this time I will call you Yun Fei Yang. This might be the last letter you'll get from me. I made friends with Lin Feng and you are both geniuses. I am happy with what I did in this life. It wasn't in vain. I refused your offer many times. It wasn't because of Xueyu because I have stopped believing in Xueyu a long time ago. However, I have many brothers in Duanren City. They would have hated me if I had betrayed them. They would have been fighting all those years for nothing. The only thing that would change the situation would be if I died. Fei Yang, after reading that letter, if you have the opportunity, talk to Lin Feng for me. If someone can see those letters, it has to be Lin Feng. What I wrote in them is what I want to tell Lin Feng. Little Feng, if you ever see that letter, it means that I am already dead. Don't have doubts about Yun Fei Yang. My death has nothing to do with him. The people who killed me are not from MOU. People from MOU cannot kill me, so don't kill them. Those who killed me are from Xueyu. Little Feng, don't try to avenge me but do your best so that my brothers don't die worthlessly. Please take care of Fei Fei. That is my most important request. Lin Feng was shivering. Xueyu had killed Lu Zonglan. Lin Feng rose up in the air and handed the letter to Lu Fei. Is it Uncle Lu's handwriting? Lu Fei lowered her head and looked at the letter. She started shaking violently. It is my father's handwriting, no doubt, said Lu Fei with a trembling voice. Xueyu had killed her father. Lin Feng, I will explain everything to you, said Yun Fei Yang. He then looked at the troops from MOU. His eyes were twinkling as he said, Where is Mo Feng? They looked left and right and were shaking. The chief commander of MOU. Mo Feng wasn't there. Mo Feng, get your ass over here, said Yun Fei Yang coldly, glancing at the crowd. In a flash, a silhouette rose up in the sky. That person was wearing a normal armor. That person was the incredible chief commander of MOU, Mo Feng. Your Highness, said Mo Feng, landing on the hill and bowing calmly. When did you start betraying MOU? Asked Yun Fei Yang coldly. Mo Feng smiled and shook his head. You have personally come here, Your Highness. I have no way to escape, so I will probably die. I can tell you the truth, about 5 years. For which Xueyu person are you working for? Asked Yun Fei Yang. You've been betraying us for 5 years. Because of you, people from Duanren City, people from MOU and people from Liyun have been dying unceasingly. Who in Xueyu is so cruel and so heartless to make you do such things? Who started such a diabolic plan such a long time ago? Who is able to calculate so far in the future? Incredibly, the crown prince of MOU was Mo Jie, also known as Yun Fei Yang. He had lost in Duanren City in the past, and one reason for all those defeats was Mo Feng had betrayed MOU. When Yun Fei Yang wasn't there, Mo Feng used to be the chief commander of MOU. Mo Feng had been on Yun Fei Yang's side for 5 years. Because of that stratagem, Lu Zonglan and 2 other officers had died. On top of that, many of Lu Zonglan's troops had been injured or killed. However, Xueyu didn't care because they didn't appreciate Lu Zonglan, and in any case Lu Zonglan's army didn't belong to Xueyu. Xueyu wanted Lu Zonglan to die. They had always wanted to eradicate Duanren City from the map. Because of that stratagem, people from Liyun and MOU had also died in huge quantities. The only entity which could be at the origin of such a thing was Xueyu. Xueyu had sent some elite forces which couldn't be blocked by MOU and Liyun, and they had killed people from both countries. In the end, They had killed 2 birds with 1 stone, how wonderful. Lin Feng was fixedly staring at Mo Feng. He had already guessed that someone evil was behind such a plan. What a disgusting person. Speak, said Yun Fei Yang while jumping forwards. He then raised his hands, which immediately landed on Mo Feng's shoulders. Some crackling sounds spread in the air. His shoulders were broken. However, Mo Feng was still smiling. Your Highness, I have no choice but to admit that you are extremely talented and gifted. No matter if we're talking about intelligence or cultivation, you are a genius. You will become a hero, however, compared with him you still have much to do. Even in times of peace and prosperity, he will become an incredible hero. But you are not cruel enough. You don't have enough hatred in your body, said Mo Feng slowly. He then closed his eyes and said, Your Highness, kill me. I deserve it. Yun Fei Yang looked pale and cold. He wanted to kill Mo Feng. He then raised his hand. He was about to kill him. Wait, said Lin Feng. Yun Fei Yang's hand stopped in the air. He then turned his head around and looked at Lin Feng. You think that we will avenge the death of a few hundreds of thousands of troops with your life? You are a worthless dog. You're ridiculous. Die? No, you are too trivial, said Lin Feng coldly. Mo Feng's face changed. He raised his hand. He wanted to kill himself, but Lin Feng appeared in front of him, and his hand crashed onto his body. In a flash, his cultivation was crippled. You wish you had died, said Lin Feng coldly. Immediately after, Mo Feng had the impression he had no strength in his legs anymore. Then Lin Feng grabbed his feet and hung him upside down where the general and the 2 other corpses had been hung. Every member of the Duanren city troops will shoot an arrow at you, but you will not die. Your blood will flow until the final moment, said Lin Feng in an evil way. Mo Feng kept shaking. He was hanging by the feet and arrows kept crashing onto his body. Blood kept flowing. Lin Feng was more cruel than he was. He finally started shaking with fear. It seemed like he was finally releasing how cruel Lin Feng was and how important his offense had been. Yun Fei Yang slowly turned around and looked at the general of MOU. Didn't I tell you not to attack anymore and not to do anything to Duanren City? Asked Yun Fei Yang coldly. They all started shaking. They finally understood what had happened. Mo Feng had betrayed the country and had used them. He had used the national troops to betray the country. They knew that their prince was furious at that moment. Did I not tell you that Lu Tsonglan was the general that I respected the most and that you had to respect him, that you couldn't harm him? Said Yun Fei Yang again. The high-ranking militaries from MOU were shaking and walking backwards. They could feel that their prince's anger. They had thought that Yun Fei Yang would just come and save them. But at that moment, he was blaming them. You forgot everything I said. You even joined hands with Lai Yun to attack Duanren City and caused a massive amount of blood to flow. You disrespected the general and even hung his body. You violated my orders should you be executed or not. Your Highness, we received Mo Feng's orders. Please forgive us, said some people while kneeling down. The prince of MOU, Jia, was as stubborn as a mountain. Nobody dared violate his orders. He was known for his firmness. If anyone violated his orders, they would die. Yun Fei Yang raised his head and sighed. I taught you everything you know. You are all here thanks to me, and now you will die. Yun Fei Yang then started stepping on the ground violently, and a terrifying physical strength oppressed those people. Blood started splashing. That group of high-ranking military officials then groaned together and collapsed. They were all dead. Lin Feng looked at Yun Fei Yang and turned his head around as said to Lu Fei. Lu Fei, read those letters for the troops too, please. Lu Fei looked at Lin Feng and nodded. She then did her best to read the letters as clearly and loudly as possible without crying. When Lu Fei finished reading the letter, no matter who, the troops of MOU or Duanren City, they were all moved. Jia initially wanted to forget everything that had happened all those years, but then Xueyu had plotted against them. The troops of Duanren City raised their heads towards the sky. They looked calm and solemn. Xueyu had killed their general and wanted them to die. How tragic. Help me to take care of them, said Lin Feng to Yun Fei Yang. Those troops couldn't stay in Xueyu. It was an enemy territory for them. Lin Feng wanted to hand over those troops to MOU. What a joke. No, said Yun Fei Yang while shaking his head. He then continued, those are your troops. You must be responsible for them. If Xueyu is against you, you must have them with you. I must hurry back to Xueyu. Their ultimate goal isn't that army, but me, said Lin Feng while shaking his head and sighing. He wasn't strong enough to resist against everybody. Rock! Shouted Yun Fei Yang extremely loudly. The earth and the sky started shaking violently. In the distance, it seemed like the sky was going to cave it. A gigantic silhouette appeared in the sky with enormous wings. It was slowly coming towards them. People had a feeling of oppression. It seemed like that thing was as big as the sky. Is that a beast? Wondered some people while staring at that silhouette in the sky. That silhouette was way too big. It seemed like it was 1 kilometer wide from where they were. Boom, boom, boom. People's hearts were pounding. Their legs were weak. A terrifying hurricane started blowing. They were about to fall. Many people actually fell down on their bottom. Finally, a terrifying beast appeared. Its pupils looked ice cold. It was an ancient beast from primeval times. Its wings were a few kilometers wide when opened. It could blot out the sky and cover up in the earth all by itself. It looked like a gigantic castle. This is the totem of Mou, the rock. People from Mou were astonished. It was the rock, the emblem of their country. There were many rumors about it in Mou, but people didn't know if it existed. Apparently, the rumors were true. Lin Feng was astonished too. He had never seen such a terrifying beast. It is the emblem of my country, Mou. Only in cases of extreme national danger can we use it. Since I came back from the great competition of Xueyu, I recognize the rock as the protector of our country and oldest ancestor. Now, I want to help you for the general, for the blood of the troops, and for you yourself. Yun Fei Yang sounded calm and solemn. He was speaking slowly. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment and nodded. Xueyu was so cruel. He didn't need to care about them anymore. Rock, sorry for getting you involved, said Yun Fei Yang while bowing in front of the rock. The rock shook its wings. It appeared above the ground again. They couldn't see the sky anymore. It looked like a gigantic celestial object. The rock then landed on the sky. 10,000 Xianxia troops could easily stand on its back. Lin Feng, take the Xianxia troops and their horses with you. The rock can bring you back to Xueyu, said Yun Fei Yang. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the troops while saying, soldiers, come with me to the imperial city. We will fly on the back of the rock. If you don't want to, just leave alone. Otherwise we will avenge the general. Of course we want to come. How could we forget our general? Said the Duanren troops. All of them led their horse onto the back of the rock. They all looked cold. Lin Feng, master, what should we do with the corpses? Asked someone. Lin Feng made a step forwards. He looked at Lu Songlan's body and then at Lu Fei without saying anything. But then he spoke because Lu Fei didn't say anything. What do you want to do? Asked Lin Feng to Lu Fei. She was Lu Songlan's daughter. She could, of course, decide. I will bring them back and incinerate them between Duanren border and Duanren city. They were at home there. I will then spread their ashes in the valley. They will always pay attention to that road then, said Lu Fei, looking extremely sad. Her father had always protected Duanren city and Duanren border. Lin Feng had no objection and nodded. All right, I will come back when I'm done and I will pray for their souls. Don't worry about me, Lin Feng. You can leave, said Lu Fei, smiling. She had tears in her eyes. Lin Feng sighed. The beauty she had on her face back then had disappeared. She looked mature yet crushed. Lin Feng slightly nodded and caressed Lu Fei's head. It made her shiver. Lin Feng didn't dare spend too much time there though. He asked a few cultivators of the Xianxia layer to stay there and carry the 3 corpses. Then he jumped onto his winged tiger and landed on the back of the rock. It seemed like that plot was also against him. Besides, his wedding was about to start, so he had to hurry and go back. Even though he didn't feel good, he had to act as if nothing had happened. It wasn't a good feeling. The rock spread its incredible wide wings. They then immediately rose up in the air. They were flying at an altitude of several dozens of thousands of meters. The rock was clapping its gigantic wings and creating hurricanes and whistling sounds all around them. The rock was carrying an army. People would have been astonished if they had seen that. A beast which could carry dozens of thousands of beasts. That was incredible. There were people all over its gigantic body. Yunfei looked at those people leave. His troops then moved back into the depths of Mou. Lu Fei and the few cultivators of the Xianxia layer, whom Lin Feng had left there, went back to Duanren City with the corpses. They were going to carry out the funeral rite for those dead people. Very quickly, the sky became dark. Nothing was left at night in the gigantic mountain chain. Nothing except corpse chi. It didn't know where to go. In the darkness of the night, there were 5 black fingers. There were subtle sounds spreading in the air too. Suddenly, a black silhouette appeared. That black silhouette was almost invisible in the darkness of the night. Apart from 2 dazzling eyes twinkling here and there, nobody would have been able to see anything. That black silhouette was in the sky and released a terrifying and evil physical strength. That person's black clothes moved and a terrifying vortex appeared. In a flash, the corpse chi which was still present in the mountain was sucked in by the vortex. All that was left was some smoke. That mountain still had people a few hours before the corpse chi had disappeared into the sky. The chi of the people who had died unjustly satisfied that person. He was absorbing it like a glutton. "How pleasant," said that person in an evil way. That person looked particularly evil. Corpse chi was really delicious to some. After a while, the integrity of the pure chi disappeared into his body, and he disappeared as if nothing had ever happened. The leaves were rustling in the lovesickness forest. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe raised their heads up to the sky and looked a bit worried. That day was Lin Feng's wedding day. "Little Feng hasn't come back yet. What can we do?" said Yu Menghe in a low voice. Everybody was looking forward to seeing the wedding ceremony. Everybody was ready, but Lin Feng had gone to Duanren City and hadn't come back. Lin Hai frowned. Those days, the city had been quite calm, especially on the side of the imperial palace. Lin Hai felt a bit nervous because of that. The princess was going to get married, so how come the palace had been so calm? "Let's continue to prepare everything. Lin Feng will come back," said Yu Menghe, putting on her favorite Xianxia. She looked incredible beautiful. She had even put on some makeup on which made her look even more beautiful. "Even if he doesn't come back today, Xianxia and I will still be Lin Feng's wives." Yu Menghe turned around and saw Meng Qing's magnificent smile. Even though her son was incredibly outstanding, he was also very lucky to have 2 beautiful wives. That was incredible and wonderful. "Lin Hai, go and prepare everything," said Yu Menghe. Lin Hai nodded and went to the imperial palace. Even though the imperial palace was calm, the imperial city was still filled with activity and noise. People had invaded restaurants and hotels. There were also many people on the roads. There were people everywhere, especially on the road between the lovesickness forest and the imperial palace, as if people had been expecting something. Lin Feng's wedding was going to start. Lin Feng was the champion of the great competition of Xueyu and the new ruler of Xueyu. On top of that, he was going to get married with the princess of Xueyu. They had to stay on that road. Lin Feng would come from there. Lin Feng is so strong and powerful. He won the great competition of Xueyu and is now the ruler of Xueyu, and he's going to get married with the beautiful princess. Lin Feng will definitely become a unique ruler and monarch of the country, said some people on the road. Lin Feng was their idol, they worshipped him. They had hoped that one day, they would become like Lin Feng. Coming from a small town or village didn't mean that they couldn't rise. Lin Feng had proved it to them. He had become the most dazzling young man of the country. You imagine? Lin Feng is the ruler of Xueyu, the patriarch of the strongest sect of the country, the Yunhai sect. And his parents are 2 of the 4 most outstanding cultivators our country had 20 years ago. Besides, he had monstrous natural abilities. Xueyu is already his. Nobody can surpass him. In a few years he will have a terrifying strength, said someone else. At that moment, a young man in black clothes was drinking alcohol in a restaurant. That person could hear what people outside were saying as he interrupted. The Imperial City clan should first let him to do that. Will they allow Lin Feng to become the unique ruler of the country? Many people were surprised when they heard that person. People had never thought about those questions. Did the Imperial City clan agree with Lin Feng's abrupt rise? Dark clouds were rolling in the sky above Shuiyu. They were covering the entire country. Many people in the Imperial City were raising their heads and looking at the dark clouds. What a gloomy chi! Progressively, rays of sunlight were disappearing. The atmosphere was losing its colors. Besides, with those clouds was also an extremely strong wind which contained an ice-cold chi. What a mysterious weather, thought the crowd. It seemed like Lin Feng's wedding date wasn't bringing him luck. He had chosen such a gloomy day. At that moment, the troops of the Yunhai sect which hadn't gone to Duanren City were there ready to welcome Lin Feng. There were also some ferocious wild beasts with them. When people saw them and heard the sound of the steps of that gigantic army, they moved aside on both sides of the road. On Lin Feng's wedding day, his army had to show up. He really deserved to be the ruler of Shuiyu. However, Lin Feng was missing from the picture. Who's that girl? She's so beautiful, thought the crowd while looking at a girl in Cheongsam. She was sitting in palanquin chair. Everyone was staring at her. How beautiful! Too beautiful! She looked pure and holy, like a goddess. However, she was wearing the clothes of a bride, which meant she was taken. Men but also women were looking at that incredibly beautiful woman and couldn't take their eyes off her. Their hearts were pounding. That kind of beautiful woman made the world seem colorless. That kind of girl didn't belong to the mortal world. She belonged to the world of deities. By getting married, she was going to join the world of common women. Many people were dreaming of having her as a wife. If they could have her as a wife for one day, they would agree to die on the second. She must be the girl from the rumors, the one Lin Feng loves the most. She's even more beautiful than the princess. Lin Feng is the ruler of Shuiyu, but he can also be happy with his love situation, sighed the crowd. Their eyes couldn't move away from that beauty. Meng Qing raised her head and looked at the dark clouds. She stopped smiling for a second and then smiled again. She was Lin Feng's wife from that day on. She didn't care about the weather or the sun. She was happy with her situation. The crowd was welcoming her, following them. Step by step, people were following the others. However, Lin Feng was still absent. Many people were surprised. If Lin Feng didn't come, how would the wedding happen? The imperial palace was as calm as before. It was oppressive. The gloomy weather made the atmosphere look even scarier. There were guards at the gate of the imperial city, nothing else. There was nobody in the main fields and public squares of the city either. All the places of the city were extremely calm. Boom, boom, boom. It seemed like the ground was shaking and was going to break. In the distance, something was coming and was breaking the oppressive silence which reigned over the city. However, the crowd in the city didn't care about it. The guards just gazed into the distance indifferently and then looked at their own things again. It seemed like they had seen nothing at all. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was shaking more and more intensely. In the distance, there was an army with a stone ape. It was 3 meters high and looked like a castle. Each of its steps made the ground shake. It was astonishing. Could easily crush several people with its feet. Behind the stone ape was an army which was extremely long. On both sides and behind there were people following them. However, their faces looked unsure when they arrived outside of the imperial palace. The weather was really horrible and cold. It seemed like something was about to happen. What they had in front of their eyes looked strange and scary. It was the princess wedding, though they had to be there. The atmosphere around the imperial palace looked extremely cold. Nobody was welcoming anyone, as if nobody knew what was happening. Nobody that it was a special day. Finally, after some time, some sounds emerged in the atmosphere. It seemed like the atmosphere was resonating. Very quickly, in the palace several silhouettes appeared, and finally the people of the imperial palace could be seen. Those people were wearing dragon robes and looked extraordinary. They were wearing the same clothes Shi Huan and Shi Qiong used to wear. They looked majestic and imposing. It proved that those people had an extremely high social status. They were imperial snow dragon guards. They were all cultivators of the Xianxia layer. Imperial Snow Dragon Guards. Thought the crowd when they saw those people. Lin Feng had risen in the country. He had defeated the high officials. He had killed Shi Huan and Shi Qiong. It wasn't a secret anymore. People in Xueyu knew that there were some incredibly strong cultivators who were called the Imperial Snow Dragons of Xueyu. However, why were they there to welcome the crowd? They were the most mysterious troops of the country. The huge gates of the Imperial Palace opened themselves, and the guards knelt down in front of the Imperial Snow Dragon Guards in an extremely respectful way. They didn't dare say anything. A group of people slowly came out. There were 4 people, 1 in the front and 3 in the back. They were all wearing dragon robes, but they were different from those other people. However, one had to pay attention to notice the difference. There were 9 groups of Snow Dragon Guards, and all of them had a leader wearing a silver badge. At that moment, the 3 people who had come out held golden badges. Those who had silver badges were officers like Shi Huan. Those who had golden badges were commanders. There were 3 commanders, and in front of them, and there was a young man who looked extremely aggressive and violent. That young man was releasing the chi of a warlord. Crown Prince, Duan Wu Dao. The crowd was stupefied looking at the Crown Prince. Duan Wu Dao. If one was good to him, he was merciful. If one offended him, he would kill. Lin Feng had finished first at the great competition of Xueyu, and Duan Wu Dao had finished second. Boom, boom, boom. The ground broke and some long crevices appeared. The stone ape stopped and the crowd behind it as well. Slash, slash, slash. Some silhouettes flickered and some chongpaos fluttered in the wind unceasingly. Everywhere people kept arrived. There was an infinite number of people. Those people were wearing clothes of different colors. Some were even wearing armor. After that crowd appeared, they immediately surrounded everybody else. What's going on? Some people were surprised what was happening. That was supposed to be Lin Feng's wedding day. They had come to assist to the wedding. What was happening? They were suddenly being surrounded, and there was a terrifying qi in the atmosphere. Does Xueyu want to attack Lin Feng? Thought the crowd while shaking. Was Duan Xianxia going to marry Lin Feng? What a huge joke. That was impossible. Duan Xianxia was the most beautiful girl in Xueyu. Duan Wu Dao had finished second at the great competition of Xueyu and Lin Feng first. On top of that, Lin Feng had become the ruler of Xueyu. He had the same status as the king. Could the imperial palace of Xueyu really accept such a thing? The king was a megalomaniac. Could he allow someone to be his equal in his own country? No matter what, even if Dragon Mountain had decided it, they couldn't allow Lin Feng to be as strong as the king. The king had told the entire country that Lin Feng was going to get married with Duan Xianxia because he wanted everybody to assist with their wedding. But actually, it seemed like he wanted to execute Lin Feng in front of everybody. Maybe he wanted to show everybody what it would be like to want too much power. However, the most surprising thing in the crowd's eyes was that nobody was reacting. It seemed like they hadn't anticipated that the situation would be like that. Yu Meng, he didn't look surprised at all. Yu Meng, he wasn't surprised, and nobody else was surprised around her. She was just looking at those people releasing their qi. It seemed like a great war was about to start. What a terrifying army, thought the crowd. However, those people who were in the center were panic-stricken and started running around insanely. Such things had nothing to do with them. They had just come to assist to the wedding. They were guests. It seemed like nobody had planned such a situation. Now there were sharp arrows pointing at them. It seemed like they could die at any moment. All those who have nothing to do with this can piss off, said Duan Wu Dao extremely aggressively. Some silhouettes flickered and people disappeared far away in the distance. The imperial city was going to attack them? Lin Feng had made the Yun Hai sect rise. He had destroyed the Yu clan and the Wan Shou sect. Now the imperial city wanted to destroy the Yun Hai sect. And the Lovesickness Forest? The Yun Hai sect and the Lovesickness Forest had become too influential in the country, even for the imperial city. Destroying those 2 spheres of influence wouldn't be that easy. Otherwise, Duan Wu Dao would have done it alone with his Snow Dragon Guards. Yu Meng, he slowly walked forwards and looked at Duan Wu Dao. She then said coldly, "You really have no integrity. You first accepted to let the princess get married with my son, and now you refused and plot against him. You have no moral values. You don't even care about giving face to the princess. The imperial city didn't care about the princess. They were using her as a toy. You call yourselves kings, but if you were defeated, you would be considered as bandits. You're just a motley crowd. Lin Feng could marry the princess in your dreams only, but you dream too much, said Duan Wu Dao aggressively. He then raised his hand and made a sign meaning that the archers could shoot arrows. Roar! The stone ape roared violently and hit his chest with its gigantic hands. It then started running and the ground started shaking. The other beasts also started moving. The gigantic snake and all the others were moving at full speed. Release, said Duan Wu Dao. All the arrows then crossed the sky and moved towards the group of people of the Yunhai sect. Slash, slash, slash. The atmosphere was shaking. The stone ape was moving towards the arrows, which crashed onto his body, but nothing happened. In a few steps, the stone ape arrived in front of the group of attackers. Some horrible shrieks spread in the air, and those who had just shot the arrows died. Roar! The stone ape then roared violently, and terrifying whistling sounds made them flew away. Blood even splashed out of people's 7 apertures: nose, ears, eyes, mouth. The snake also arrived in front of the crowd, and after avoiding 2 arrows, it hit the crowd with its gigantic tail. A terrifying venom spread in the air, and nobody could stop that venom. Only a few people of the Yunhai sect were killed by those arrows. Those archers weren't strong enough. However, Duan Wu Dao remained expressionless and calm. In a flash, the Imperial Snow Dragon Guards released a terrifying pure chi at the same time. Then they all jumped towards Lin Feng's people. At the same time, behind them appeared some extremely strong cultivators. They were all cultivators of the Xianxia layer and were terrifying. Where are those extremely strong cultivators from? Thought the crowd baffled. They had extremely powerful skills and techniques. The people of the Yunhai sect were ordinary people. They would be easy to kill. What a tragic moment. Go and fight against the beasts, said Duan Wu Dao. Then the 3 commanders of the Snow Dragon Guards flickered at the same time, and they threw themselves at the beasts. The 3 commanders were all cultivators who had at least broken through to the 7th Xianxia layer. The dark clouds were still blotting out the sky and covering up the earth. It was supposed to be Lin Feng and Duan Xianxia's wedding. Now it was turning out to be a terrifying event. Murder and desolation had invaded the atmosphere. Lin Feng still hasn't arrived. What a tragedy for the Lovesickness Forest and the Yunhai sect, thought the crowd. The Imperial City clan was much stronger and had a monstrous amount of cultivators of the Xianxia layer. The strongest cultivators of Shuiyu, the Snow Dragon Guards, were even attacking. The Yunhai sect and the Lovesickness Forest were going to disappear. When is Duan Renhuang coming? Asked Yu Menghe coldly to Duan Wu Dao. He's not needed to fight against you, said Duan Wu Dao indifferently. He then released a terrifying and brutal energy. Make Lin Feng come here for a battle, said Duan Wu Dao, whose battle energy was burning violently all around him. Last time, he had lost against Lin Feng and felt incredibly humiliated. You are a loser. You cannot fight against him. Humph. Duan Renhuang was the first one, and it's been 20 years since. Even if Duan Renhuang doesn't come out, I can still defeat you. You have no geniuses, said Duan Wu Dao while releasing a terrifying chi. He was looking at those people fighting and said, Everybody stop and move back. His terrifying voice rolled in the air and resonated in people's heads. Everybody immediately moved back. There was blood and corpses already where the people of the Yunhai sect and the Lovesickness were. Back then, people called you and your husband geniuses. Now you are pieces of trash. Yu Menghe, I will kill you with my own hands and then kill your son Lin Feng, shouted Duan Wu Dao furiously. Sealed doors appear. In the air, 8 sealed doors appeared. Duan Wu Dao could use the power of his spirit to oppress Yu Menghe. He needed to regain face, and now he had the opportunity to do so. Roar! A celestial fang spirit appeared. Yu Menghe, like Duan Wu Dao, released her dragon spirit. She also had the 9 dragons spirit. Her spirit had 8 heads and looked hideous. You want to fight, all your people will die, said Duan Wu Dao. Doors seal. The 8 doors then turned into beams of light as they moved towards Yu Menghe. Her 8 dragon heads then roared furiously and crashed onto the 8 doors while explosions sounded. The doors were oppressing all those heads, and it seemed like they were going to be sealed. Duan Wu Dao made a step forwards, and a terrifying warlord energy oppressed Yu Menghe. "Warlord punch!" shouted Duan Wu Dao furiously. His warlord fists then dashed to the skies. It seemed like Yu Menghe was too weak and was going to be crushed. Yu Menghe's hands were fluttering. It looked mysterious and fascinating. She looked fragile and sweet. At the same time, the warlord punches seemed like they couldn't break her fists. "Such a vast chi is indestructible. Die!" shouted Duan Wu Dao furiously. Some terrifying whistling sounds spread in the air. Those strident sounds painfully pierced through people's ears. A terrifying warlord chi was bombarding the atmosphere in Yu Menghe's direction. Duan Wu Dao's skills were extremely brutal and violent. Besides, he had joined the Jade Heaven Imperial family and felt more powerful than ever. He despised everybody in the world. "Duan Wu Dao is terrifying," thought the crowd when they saw his warlord punches. He had broken through to the 9th Xianxia layer. With his sealed door spirit and Shingang skills, he had a terrifying power. However, he hadn't ranked first at the great competition of Shuiyu. Lin Feng had finished first. How strong was Lin Feng? Besides, why wasn't Lin Feng appearing at that moment? "Lovesickness, drunkenness, lovesickness punch," said Yu Menghe, looking like an illusion in a dream. Her punches were bombarding the atmosphere. They gave people an impression of lovesickness. The surrounding people suddenly needed love. Those lovesickness punches even contained some intent, and as they could make the warlord punches melt. Love could make aggressiveness melt. The warlord punches were getting weaker and weaker and then disappeared. Love had invaded the entire atmosphere. "Humph!" Duan Wu Dao groaned coldly and jumped forwards while shouting furiously, "Warlord punch!" Some rumbling sounds spread in the air. Terrifying punches invaded the atmosphere. Residual energy turned into hurricanes that were killing people who were behind Yu Menghe. Duan Wu Dao didn't stop after his warlord punches. Some sealed doors intent appeared, and it seemed like it was going to seal Yu Menghe's body. "Jade Sky Burial! Destruction!" shouted Duan Wu Dao, and a gigantic hand appeared. It was pitch black and was moving towards Yu Menghe at full speed. It seemed like that hand could bury her. Some rumbling sounds were spreading in the air. That kind of skill contained intent. It seemed like it was preventing Yu Menghe from moving and wanted to bury her. Yu Menghe could sense how terrifying that attack was. That chi was monstrous. Behind Yu Menghe, a silhouette slowly appeared as a terrifying intent appeared and broke Duan Wu Dao's punch attack, which was oppressing Yu Menghe. Then Duan Wu Dao's punch suddenly disappeared. Duan Wu Dao's face became even angrier. Immediately after, a terrifying physical strength crashed onto Duan Wu Dao's body and projected him backwards. When Duan Wu Dao saw that person, he was astonished. "Tianqi layer. You're Lin Hai," said Duan Wu Dao coldly, while looking at the man next to Yu Menghe. "Indeed," replied Lin Hai indifferently. The crowd was astonished. It was Lin Hai, one of the 4 geniuses from the country 20 years ago. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer. "How amazing!" "Lin Hai," said a voice in the distance. "In the past I had sealed your body and expelled you from the Imperial City. I wouldn't have thought that you would break through to the Tianqi layer, but even now I can still seal your body once again." In the distance, a silhouette appeared. That person was wearing a golden crown and golden clothes. That person wasn't the king, though. It was Duan Renhuang. "Duan Renhuang, just like in the past, you're as shameless as before," said Lin Hai coldly. "Humph," said Duan Renhuang. "It took you more than 10 years to break the sealed doors, and you just broke to the Tianqi layer, nothing more. You came to my imperial palace to see the wedding? Last time I sealed your body, now I will kill you." Indeed, Duan Renhuang had sealed Lin Hai's cultivation in the past. He had been unable to break free from the sealed doors for so many years. But in the end Lin Feng had slowly risen. He had practiced cultivation so hard. Then Lin Feng had finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu. That had made Lin Hai feel so great. He was so proud of his son that his heart had enabled him to break free from the chains of the sealed doors, and then he had broken through to the Xianxia layer. In a short time, Yu Menghe would also be able to break through to the Xianxia layer. Duan Renhuang, what about you? What makes you think you can criticize me? Asked Lin Hai coldly. He then continued slowly. Back then, Yu Menghe and Wu Qing and I were the 4 strongest cultivators of the country. We were also 4 best friends, like brothers. We were doing everything together. I still remember that day when we went to the 9-Dragon Mountain chain and killed some beasts and picked up some grass. You were like a brother, but then when you became stronger you started courting Menghe and wanted to kill us. Do you have a clear conscience? If you did have a clear conscience, you wouldn't be so weak now. Shut the hell up! Shouted Duan Renhuang furiously. His voice made the entire atmosphere shake. The crowd was surprised. The 4 of them used to be best friends. What had happened 20 years before hadn't been transmitted properly to the later generations, and there were so many different rumors. Haha. You're still getting angry because of such things. We all forgot about what happened in the past. You're the only one who cannot get over it. Nobody would have thought that you would still think about it, said Lin Hai mockingly. Duan Renhuang looked cold and glum. He slowly rose up in the air and glanced at the crowd from above. He looked emotionless. Lin Hai, prepare to die, said Duan Renhuang while releasing some terrifying intent. His intent was also sealed door intent, but it was much stronger than that of Duan Wudao's. Of course, he had broken through to the Xianxia layer. At that moment, the crowd was astonished and couldn't move. They had the impression that they couldn't breathe anymore. Duan Renhuang then released the integrity of his sealed door energy. Lin Hai jumped forwards and rose up in the air while releasing a terrifying qi. 2 hurricanes collided and merged. Seal! Shouted Duan Renhuang furiously. A terrifying strength bombarded the atmosphere. Lin Hai's body was covered by it. The sealed door's intent surrounded his entire body. There was a huge difference between them. Yu Menghe rose up in the air and released some energies which moved towards Duan Renhuang. Duan Renhuang glanced at her and shouted coldly, "In the past, you made a mistake and now you are as dull and stupid as before. You will die together now." A terrifying warlord qi emerged in the air, and a gigantic light bombarded them both. Both of them were projected backwards, they even collapsed on the ground. Both of them together couldn't rival with Duan Renhuang. CRRRR. A terrifying sword qi invaded the atmosphere from a distance and moved towards Duan Renhuang. A moment before it was extremely far away, but now it was extremely close. "Die with them too!" shouted Duan Renhuang while bombarding the sword energy with a terrifying punch. In a flash, the sword qi disappeared without leaving trace. The one who had used the sword was also punched and had crashed onto the ground next to Yu Menghe and Lin Hai. Cough, cough. Lin Hai was coughing blood. He looked at the person who had just arrived, smiled wryly and said, "You don't need to. We have been separated for so many years and now we are all reunited," said Zhu Gu Wuqing. He usually looked expressionless, but at that moment he had a smile on his face. "Very good, I also gave you a chance in the past, Zhu Gu Wuqing. Now you are acting as my enemy. You will die with them," said Duan Renhuang in a disdainful way. Back then, they used to be best friends and now Duan Renhuang was fighting against them. Now he wanted to kill the 3 of them. Lin Hai and the 2 others glanced at each other and smiled. "Wu Qing, I got Menghe in the past. I hope you're not angry. I wouldn't have protected your son if I had blamed you," said Zhu Gu Wuqing while shaking his head. Yu Menghe had a resplendent smile on her face. "Any man would have fallen in love with her. I wouldn't have thought that we would die in his hands though," said Yu Menghe, standing up. She turned her head, looked at Meng Qing and said, "Meng Qing, you must leave. Everybody, you must escape from Shuiyu." Lin Hai and Zhu Gu Wuqing looked at Yu Menghe. They understood what she meant. They were going to die. Even if they were going to die, they had to fight. They would die as heroes to keep their honor. Unfortunately, so many people were involved. Even Meng Qing and Lin Feng. "All right, if you want to die, I will kill you," said Duan Renhuang, releasing a terrifying deadly energy. He looked cold. His deadly energy was terrifying. The crowd couldn't breathe anymore. Would the problems which had started 20 years before between the four most outstanding people of Shuiyu stop now? Duan Renhuang was releasing a terrifying amount of energies. There were his three friends and they were surrounded by deadly energies, but remained brave and proud. People admired and respected them. Even though strong cultivators in the continent of the Nine Clouds were respected more than the others, people also had compassion. Especially when good people were maltreated by evil people, Duan Renhuang was detestable. Initially, they were all brothers and sisters, best friends, and now he wanted to kill them. He was detestable. People admired Lin Hai and the two others. They were incredible and brave. Even though they were going to die, they wanted to die as glorious heroes. The threat of death was approaching. Duan Renhuang's energies were getting more and more intense. The three cultivators on the ground had their heads raised and were looking at him. Then they rose up in the air, unafraid of death. Roar! A terrifying roaring sound spread in the air as the ground broke apart. The stone ape also turned into a beam of light and threw itself at Duan Renhuang like a mountain. Die! Shouted Duan Renhuang furiously. A sealed door illusions appeared. They contained some terrifying intent and their energy was terribly oppressive. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the energies collided with the stone ape. It seemed like a mountain had been crushed. Die! Shouted Lin Hai furiously. Several terrifying punches filled with ice-cold energies spread in the air at the same time as Wu Qing's sword energies. But they didn't manage to destroy the sealed doors. They were projected backwards when their energies collided against the sealed door's energies. Especially Yu Meng He, she was particularly affected by the attack and had brutally crashed onto the ground. Those sealed doors were terrifying even though Lin Hai had broken through to the Tianqi layer. Lin Hai felt like he had been crushed by the energies as blood splashed. He was also crushed onto the ground. Die! Said Duan Renhuang looking as cruel as before. Meng Qing stood up. However, a voice spread in the air and it came from the distance. No! Said that voice in the distance. The crowd saw a beautiful woman in a cheongsam in the distance. It was Princess Duan Xianxia. Duan Xianxia's hair was messy and she looked panic-stricken. What was happening? Wasn't she getting married now? What was happening? The guests were all running around wildly. The princess was turning her head and saw them. Her father and her brother looked ice-cold. She was terrified. New! Duan Xianxia couldn't believe what was happening. Yu Meng He and the others were severely injured and they were lying on the ground. She had started crying when she saw them. I am so sorry. I didn't know anything like this would happen, said Duan Xianxia when she saw that Yu Meng He and the others were bleeding. Duan Xianxia suddenly felt guilty. Yu Meng He smiled and touched Duan Xianxia's hair. She said in a warm and gentle way, You silly girl, who could blame you? It has nothing to do with you. But it's because of me, said Duan Xianxia. She felt extremely guilty. She turned her head and looked at the king and her brother. She asked, Why did you lie to me? Why did you use me? Duan Wuya and the king looked at her but remained silent. After a moment, Duan Wuya said, You shouldn't have come. Indeed, I shouldn't have come. But then I learnt what was happening. Should I have stayed away to regret it my entire life? Shouted Duan Xianxia. Everything was fake. You're the one who gave me the poison last time. Only you could have done such a thing. I couldn't believe it in the past, but now I know that it's you. You've always been plotting against Lin Feng. Why? The crowd sighed when they heard Duan Xianxia. Everything had been a plot. Working for the royal government was that way. Everything was about plotting against others in secret. Unfortunately, that pure, innocent, and beautiful girl had been at the center of the plot. Nobody replied to Duan Xianxia. Her voice was just resonating in the air for a few seconds. The crowd was looking at her beautiful, pure, and hopeless-looking face. Duan Xianxia stood up. She was in front of Yu Meng He and the others. She looked at the Duan Renhuang. If you want to kill someone, then kill me first. Duan Renhuang looked at Duan Xianxia. He looked like he didn't care about her at all. He only cared about himself and Duan Wu Dao. He even cared about Yu Meng He and Lin Hai more than Duan Xianxia. However, Duan Renhuang shouted, You are a member of my family. I don't want to kill you, so move away. I won't. If you want to kill them, kill me first, said Xianxia, still obstructing the way while gnashing her teeth. She looked like a determined young girl. Xianxia, don't worry, move away. This has nothing to do with you, said Yu Menghe. That little girl was so stupid. Xianxia kept shaking her head. She wasn't going to move away. Everything was happening because of her. She would regret her entire life if they died and she lived. You want to die, so I will help you, said Duan Renhuang while releasing some deadly energies. The king and Duan Wuya remained silent. They were staring at the scene. Xianxia was just a toy for them. Bzzz. The sound of a zither spread in the air. Immediately after, a silhouette appeared in the crowd, moved out, and sat down cross-legged in the air. Some pure chi became a cloud, and that person had a zither on his lap. A terrifying killer chi appeared and was emerging out of the zither. It was fluttering and moving towards Duan Renhuang. Someone else dares face Duan Renhuang. How reckless, thought the crowd. That person was a calm and serene-looking man. His hands were floating over the strings of the zither. That person didn't even look at Duan Renhuang. Someone else wants to die, said Duan Renhuang coldly. Xianxia was scared. She whispered, Teacher. That man was Yan Yupingshang. Yan Yupingshang raised his head and looked at Xianxia. He looked calm and serene. He even smiled. Teacher, why? Said Xianxia, crying. She knew that Yan Yupingshang couldn't rival Duan Renhuang, so he was planning to die. Xianxia, I've had only 3 students in my entire life. You, Duan Wuya, and Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng doesn't count, maybe only for half. One of my students had become cruel and evil, using his own sister as a toy. He wouldn't even hesitate to kill her. Then that same sister is also one of my students and the wife of my half-student. How could I, Yan Yupingshang, not protect you? Yan Yupingshang kept playing the zither as an infinity of deadly energies were emerging out of it and moving towards Duan Renhuang. However, that energy wasn't injuring him at all. Amongst my students, you are the purest and the most innocent. Wen Ao Shui is also extremely smart. Duan Wuya is evil and likes manipulating people more than anything. The one that makes me the most satisfied is Lin Feng, but he only counts as a half-student. Maybe he isn't as perfect as Wen Ao Shui, but his natural abilities, his love and affection for his loved ones, his ardor, all of those things make me satisfied about Lin Feng. I consider that you, Wen Ao Shui, and Lin Feng are my only real students. Duan Wuya is the one I help the most and the one who wants to betray you today. He doesn't even want to help you and doesn't care about you dying, said Yan Yupingshang. He continued playing the zither while talking. The energies had already enveloped his entire body. Duan Renhuang groaned coldly and a terrifying intent crashed onto the zither, which stopped moving. Duan Renhuang then jumped forwards and roared furiously. A terrifyingly pure killer chi then moved towards Yan Yupingshang, and in a flash, Yan Yupingshang was crushed by the energy, and the melody of the zither stopped. The music stopped and Yan Yupingshang died. Teacher, whispered Xianxia. When she saw Yan Yupingshang disappear from the sky, she burst into tears. Her teacher had died. His music would never again play in Shuiyu. Ever again. Her gaff. The stone ape's eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the ground with its legs. Its eyes seemed to be tearing up. The gigantic animal turned around and looked at Xianxia, Lin Hai, and Yu Menghe. The fact that the stone ape looked extremely sad confused Yu Menghe. Little Feng, whispered Yu Menghe. That stone ape was Lin Feng's. Yu Menghe had almost forgotten about it. Perhaps Lin Feng already knew about everything that was happening. Maybe he could see everything clearly, through the eyes of the stone ape. Don't come, said Yu Meng to the stone ape while shaking her head. However, the stone ape slowly turned its head and roared again. It looked like a mountain soaring to the skies. You are extremely solid and robust. Against all expectations, you haven't died yet, said Duan Renhuang coldly. A hand then appeared in the air and crashed onto the ape's body. The gigantic ape fell down and a gigantic hole appeared. Behind the stone ape appeared the colossal snake. It didn't fear death either as it rose up in the air. Ha! Duan Renhuang was surprised as another gigantic hand crashed out of his body, and the snake whistled in pain. Are the beasts trying to waste time? So many beasts were coming one after the other. It seemed like they were all trying to waste time. Wasting time. The crowd was surprised. Why would the beasts be trying to waste time? Was Lin Feng about to come back? Indeed, Lin Feng would probably arrive soon. He probably wanted those beasts to waste some time. Useless. Die together, said Duan Renhuang, shaking his head. Evil lights were flashing in his eyes. He looked like a violent murderer wanting all those people and beasts to die. Stop, said a voice coldly. The crowd turned around and saw a beautiful and proud-looking woman in a magnificent cheongsam looking pure and holy. She was walking so slowly. Meng Qing was walking slowly in her beautiful ceremonial cheongsam as she released an ice-cold qi. Meng Qing arrived next to Duan Xianxia and smiled resplendently. She looked so pure and holy. Yu Meng he shook her head unceasingly and whispered, Meng Qing, don't, you must leave. Meng Qing smiled back. She looked extremely beautiful. She gently shook her head and said, Yu Meng he, how could I leave? Lin Feng cares about you and them more than anything in the world. I am his wife now. If I left, Lin Feng would hate me forever. Meng Qing, you must understand that Lin Feng loves you more than anybody else here, said Yu Meng he. She didn't want Meng Qing to die. Meng Qing had to leave. I will not leave. If you all died, Lin Feng would be crushed forever. I am happy that I could become Lin Feng's wife today. Without regrets, without remorse, without sadness I will stay here today, said Meng Qing. She looked like a little sunshine. She then walked forwards very slowly. She looked ice-cold and hopeless. She looked at the gloomy sky. The wind was cold and desolate. Her beautiful cheongsam was fluttering in the wind. However, that beautiful woman couldn't make the gloomy atmosphere look any happier. The earth and sky were getting colder and colder, even more gloomy. Some snowflakes started falling. Some pure-looking snowflakes began falling heavily. In just a short time, people were covered with a layer of snow. They were feeling ice-cold, and some people were even shivering. How cold! However, people saw that pure and innocent-looking woman walking forwards, step by step. What a beautiful woman! That gorgeous woman was an ice and snow goddess. She rose up in the air just above the ground. Her long cheongsam was hanging above the ground too. Gradually, she was covered with snow and looked like an authentic snow deity. Meng Qing, thought the crowd watching her. Yu Meng he was astonished and started crying. Lin Feng was so lucky to have such a wonderful life. He really couldn't have any regret in this life. Ha! Duan Renhuang was surprised when he saw Meng Qing and he frowned. That girl looked stunning. She was even more beautiful than Yu Meng he in the past. How come Lin Hai's son was lucky with women? Duan Renhuang felt even more jealous and furious. Besides, that girl's qi was incredible. White snow covered Meng Qing's entire body, to the extent that her hair turned completely white. She had transformed into a snow goddess. She rose up in the air and ice covered the earth. It seemed like the entire world was going to freeze. 5th, 7th, 8th. Xianxia layer. 9th Xianxia layer. Tian Qi layer. Everybody was absolutely astonished, stunned, stupefied. The bride, that holy and pure-looking woman, was releasing an incredible ice which had the strength of the Tian Qi layer. She had broken through to the Tian Qi layer, just like Duan Renhuang. She has the strength of the Tian Qi layer. Everybody was astonished. What was happening? Besides, it seemed like her strength was still increasing. She was a lot stronger than Lin Hai, who also had the strength of the Tian Qi layer. She seemed to be as strong as Duan Renhuang. How astonishing! Nobody dared believe it. It seemed too incredible. Duan Renhuang was astonished too. He couldn't believe his eyes as stared at Meng Qing. He had thought that Lin Hai was the only cultivator of the Tian Qi layer there. And on top of that, it was Lin Feng's wife. Die! Shouted Duan Renhuang furiously. A terrifyingly brutal energy spread in the air. She had broken through to the Xianxia layer, so what? He would still kill her, just like everybody else. Warlord punches. Some rumbling sounds spread in the air. Those punches seemed like they could annihilate everything. They launched out at Meng Qing. Those punches were infinitely more powerful than those from Duan Wudao. The snowflakes condensed together and turned into a piercingly cold ice. They then turned into a snow vortex and froze the punches. Those terrifying punches just fell apart afterwards. Duan Renhuang was astonished but then looked calm and serene again. He jumped forwards and threw himself at Meng Qing. He released the terrifying strength of the sealed doors. He wanted to seal Meng Qing's body. The snowflakes kept falling down from the sky. She looked like a snow goddess in her ice world. Everybody was covered with a layer of snow. The snowflakes kept floating and dancing gracefully in the wind. There was ice intent in that snow. One couldn't see her beautiful silhouette clearly anymore, but the sealed door's intent seemed like it couldn't affect her. "Die!" shouted Meng Qing coldly. Then her ice intent attacked Duan Renhuang. That coldness was piercingly cold. It seemed like Duan Renhuang was going to freeze. That ice seemed like it could freeze the entire world. He couldn't fight for long in that atmosphere filled with ice intent. Otherwise he would lose. "Destruction," said Duan Renhuang, while trying to destroy the ice vortex. He released even more sealed doors qi. In the atmosphere 8 sealed doors now appeared. However, the energy in those doors was even stronger than in his previous attacks. "Seal!" shouted Duan Renhuang furiously. The monstrous sealed doors seemed like they could seal the world. They turned into beams of light as they shot out towards Meng Qing. "Snow," said Meng Qing in a low voice. Snow kept falling as a thick layer of snow surrounded her entire body. The sealed doors bombarded that layer of snow, and then Meng Qing disappeared. A massive amount of snow appeared and surrounded Duan Renhuang's body. A beautiful and graceful hand appeared out of the air and launched towards him. That hand contained a terrifying ice qi. Duan Renhuang groaned coldly as he used his warlord punch again. But when he raised his hand, some ice and snow penetrated into his hand and disappeared into it. A terrifying ice energy appeared from Duan Renhuang's back too. The crowd saw Duan Renhuang surrounded by a terrifying white snow. It seemed like that white snow contained the energy of an ice goddess. Boom! A terrifying ice energy crashed onto Duan Renhuang's body. He was astonished and the crowd was as well. Lin Feng's wife looked like an ice goddess. She was even stronger than Duan Renhuang. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng's wife looked like a snow goddess with strength greater than Duan Renhuang. Ice crashed onto Duan Renhuang's body and almost entirely froze him. "Get lost!" shouted Duan Renhuang furiously. Several terrifying warlord punches launched out. Meng Qing moved her hand though, and then ice penetrated his body. Duan Renhuang was projected a few hundred meters away. Cough, cough. Duan Renhuang coughed. He was still covered by ice and snow from head to foot. A moment before, the ice had penetrated into his body and he had almost froze to death. Snow was still falling unceasingly. Without realizing it, people had become snowmen already. "How cold," said one person, shivering violently. He had been watching the battle for a while and had just realized that it was snowing. Meng Qing's snowflakes became even more powerful. She then jumped again and landed in a massive ball of ice and snow in front of Duan Renhuang. There was no warlord punch. There was only a massive amount of ice qi. "Kill her together," shouted Duan Renhuang. Out of the imperial palace suddenly emerged a terrifying energy which moved towards Meng Qing. Some people appeared that weren't weaker than Duan Renhuang. "All of them are cultivators of the Xianxia layer," thought the crowd astonished. They were all cultivators of the Xianxia layer. Meng Qing was in danger. All those people were of the Xianxia layer and they were releasing a terrifying energy that threatened Meng Qing. "Duan Renhuang, you're so shameless," shouted Yu Meng he furiously. Her face was red and she was enraged. "Humph!" groaned Duan Wudao coldly. He began moving towards Yu Meng he as he said, "Today, you will all die." "Ya!" Another sound emerged in the air and in front of Yu Meng he appeared a silhouette. That person had white hair. He took the punch, causing him to stumble backwards, even closer to Yu Menghe. Yu Menghe looked at that old man. She couldn't believe it. Her mouth was slightly open, but she didn't say anything. She was speechless. Finally, he had arrived. Father! Yu Qingshan turned his head around and smiled at Yu Menghe. This old man's face looked sad and desolate. Little he, I finally heard you call me father. Everything that happened in the past was my fault. Duan Renhuang is no match for you. You deserve much better, said Yu Qingshan. No matter how strong anyone was, Yu Qingshan loved his daughter the most, Yu Menghe. Father, leave, all of this has nothing to do with you, said Yu Menghe smiling. Her father had just admitted that everything was his fault. Could she continue hating her father? No, he was her father, they shared the same blood. Could an old man like me watch as his daughter dies in front of him? Said Yu Qingshan while smiling wryly. Yu Menghe also smiled wryly. If you want to die, you should die together then, said Duan Wu Dao, using his warlord punches to attack Yu Qingshan. In the air were 4 cultivators of the Tianqi layer surrounding Meng Qing. Her ice energies were being oppressed. Those 4 cultivators of the Tianqi layer were Duan Renhuang, De Shu Kong, Yumo's teacher and someone from Jade Heaven. I, Yu Tianhuang, want that girl, said the strong cultivator from Jade Heaven. In a flash, the 3 others nodded as they understood what he meant. Duan Renhuang released some sealed doors intent. 8 doors appeared around her to seal her cultivation. That holy and pure woman looked as cold as before. She looked like a goddess from ancient ages. Meng Qing raised her head and smiled in a terrifyingly strange way. It seemed like something had appeared in her head. Some strange-looking ice things fell from the sky. They were extremely cold, colder than anything which had appeared until now. The temperature continued plummeting. Yu Menghe was shivering as she raised her head and looked at that woman who was an ice goddess. She started crying again. Meng Qing! Ah! A terrifying shout spread in the air. It seemed like the universe could freeze. Meng Qing's beautiful hair was fluttering in the wind. The strong cultivators of the Tianqi layer who were surrounding her were scared. Their facial expressions changed drastically. How cold! It was terrifying. A ferocious wild beast appeared from Meng Qing's back. It was a beautiful, ferocious wild beast. It had snowy white fur. It had beautiful eyes too. It looked like a fox, but it was much more beautiful than any ordinary fox. That's a fairy fox? Whispered the crowd. The cultivator of Jade Heaven was astonished. So that's how it was. That pure and holy-looking girl was surprisingly a fairy fox. Xueling Long. He would have never thought that there could be a celestial beast in Xueyu. He had to capture it. Die! Shouted Meng Qing furiously. She then dived into snow again and disappeared, but then immediately reappeared in front of Duan Renhuang again. Xueling Long, the master of foxes, the ice goddess. Duan Renhuang wanted to move back, but he couldn't. The terrifying ice invaded his body and several explosions sounded. His body was projected away in the air. He was covered by ice and snow from head to foot yet again. Very good, Xuelong Ling appeared, said a voice in the imperial palace. A silhouette had appeared. That person was bathing in a terrifying qi. The crowd started shaking violently. That person's qi made them suffocate. It was really too scary. Xuelong Ling, the most beautiful beast who has the shape of a human being. I wouldn't have thought that you would appear in such a tiny country as Xueyu, said that extremely strong cultivator. A gigantic hand then appeared in the sky and fell in Meng Qing's direction. Those who were initially surrounding Meng Qing moved away. Meng Qing had jumped into the snow, but the terrifying and gigantic hand had already invaded the entire atmosphere. Meng Qing was hit and got buried into the ground. Roarar! The beasts in the surroundings were roaring violently. Meng Qing crawled out of the hole with fresh blood on her beautiful Chong Sam. Her body then merged together with Xueling Long. She raised her head and her eyes looked extremely beautiful. Those were really Meng Qing's eyes. Meng Qing! Meng Qing! Duan Xinyi and Yu Menghe yelled together when they saw Meng Qing turn into Xueling Long roar. Meng Qing rose up in the air as another terrifying punch attack launched out at Meng Qing. She was launched back onto the ground. Her fur was covered with blood. Xueling Long still looked like a celestial being like Meng Qing. The Xueling Long illusion hadn't disappeared yet. Xueling Long, you shouldn't be in Xueyu. I want to bring you to Jade Heaven. I will help you become a human being again, said the strong cultivator from Jade Heaven to Meng Qing. However, Meng Qing looked as cold as before. Meng Qing was getting ready to move up in the sky again. No! Shouted a familiar voice in the horizon. Meng Qing was surprised and her bestial body shook. It seemed like she was scared. Bzzzzz. Bzzzzz. The earth and sky were shaking. There was a hurricane approaching. People turned around and gazed into the distance with astonishment. There was a gigantic beast in the sky and it was flying with incredible speed. Besides, it had an army of people on its back. Its wings looked like castles. On that beast was a person. That person flew off the back of the beast. That person's eyes revealed terror, but you could tell he was not resigned to give up. Lin Feng had come back. What a gigantic, ferocious, wild beast. The crowd was staring at that gigantic beast. It looked like a monumental castle. It was blotting out the sky and covering up the earth. There were dozens of thousands of people on it. What a terrifying beast. Bzzzzz. Bzzzzz. Buzzing sounds were mixing with the sound of the wind. The cultivators of the Tianqi layer were looking at that beast. It was a rock from ancient ages. How astonishing! The beasts which were on the ground couldn't compete with that kind of beast. "Humph, you finally arrived," said Duanwu Dao, who was still fighting against Yu Shan. Duanwu Dao then immediately rose higher up in the air. "Get lost!" shouted Lin Feng furiously, making people shiver. His terrifying voice turned into sword energy and left a sword mark in the sky. It then moved towards Duanwu Dao, who in turn shivered. His silhouette immediately flickered as he moved aside. Lin Feng ignored Duanwu Dao. At that moment, he was only looking at the illusion. Mhhh. That beast which had the eyes of a celestial being moaned when it saw Lin Feng. Xueling Long was crying. She turned around and moved away. She didn't dare look at Lin Feng. "Meng Qing!" shouted Lin Feng, which made Xueling Long turn around. "Meng Qing!" said Lin Feng while jumping towards Meng Qing. He had stretched out his hand. Lin Feng tried to hug Xueling Long, who still looked pure and holy. Xueling Long was crying and shaking. Meng Qing hadn't disappeared. She was staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also looking at that silhouette. He stretched his hand but couldn't touch her. "Lin Feng," said a voice which resonated in Lin Feng's ears. It was a warm and gentle voice which made Lin Feng's heart melt. Meng Qing could still speak. "Sorry, Lin Feng. I always lie to you. I'm actually a beast," said the illusion. Some tears were flowing out of her eyes. The beast moved into Lin Feng's arms. Even though it was just an illusion, it still wanted to be there. "I know, I always knew." Meng Qing's voice was making Lin Feng's heart melt. Lin Feng was able to control so many incredible beasts, but in front of Meng Qing, beast of Tianqi layer, what could he do? He was powerless. He could only watch as those cultivators of the Tianqi layer attack her. Lin Feng had always known that Meng Qing was a beast. She was so pure and holy. How could she have lived in the depths of the Black Wind Mountain where no beast ever attacked her? Back when he had seen the Tian level cat in the Nine Dragons mountain chain, he had understood that Meng Qing was a beast and that she was undergoing the human transformation process. That was why she didn't have the strength of the Tianqi layer as a human being. Her strength was restricted during the transformation process, just like the cat back then. However, during that crucial period, Lin Feng had defeated the cat. However, because of Lin Feng, Meng Qing had used her strength of the Xianxia layer a few times to protect him. She had taken huge risks back then, and she had suffered a lot because of the ice corroding her body. "Lin Feng, do you remember how I like to hear you tell me the story of the white fox? Can you tell me that story again?" asked Meng Qing when she heard Lin Feng say that he knew that she was a beast. The illusion was smiling. She looked warm, gentle, and soft. She loved to hear Lin Feng tell her the story of the white fox. She loved to hear stories that didn't exist in that world. I am a 1,000-year-old fox. I have been a lonely fox for 1,000 years, so who could love me? I love you unconditionally. You are bewitching. I could study cultivation with you forever. Leaving you would be the worst thing in the world. Getting married with you is the most beautiful thing in the world. I could dance with you forever. I am you. Lin Feng was chanting that poem slowly, but Meng Qing was becoming less and less real. However, that disappearing illusion looked as beautiful as before, and she still had a resplendent smile on her face. Who could put an end to her loneliness? Who could make her so happy? Who could make the ice in her heart melt? Who could make her cry and smile at the same time because of love? Who accepted to sacrifice himself for her without regret? For whom was she willing to abandon everything? For whom was she willing to give her best to make him happy? For whom was she willing to suffer without repenting it? Tears started flowing on Lin Feng's cheeks. They were falling down on Meng Qing's illusion. Finally, Meng Qing's illusion disappeared, but Lin Feng kept hugging that lonely fox as if he hadn't noticed it. Xue Linglong was shivering with cold. Yu Meng he walked towards Meng Qing and caressed her white fur while crying. Lin Feng, Meng Qing is not like the other beasts. She is a celestial beast. Xue Linglong can have the body of a human being. If she hadn't had sex with you, she would have become a real person, but because she accepted to do so, she gave you her pure qi and postponed the transformation process. That's what's happening now, said Yu Menghe slowly. Xue Linglong raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She was shivering with cold, but Lin Feng kept hugging her tightly. The dark clouds were still in the sky. Wind was brushing away on Lin Feng's skin, but it seemed like he felt nothing. There was only an endless coldness in his heart. Lin Feng's body was gradually surrounded by a black layer. That black layer was becoming denser and thicker. Yu Menghe looked at that darkness and started shivering. Lin Feng's body was getting darker and darker. Ha! When the crowd heard Lin Feng's chant, they were captivated by him, but then they watched as his body was being enveloped by darkness, pitch black. People's hearts started pounding. Pitch black. The atmosphere was gloomy and Lin Feng's body was turning dark like the atmosphere. His hair was turning pitch black too. His body temperature was turning ice cold, terrifyingly cold. That is the darkness of a demon. The crowd started shivering and shaking. Lin Feng's color was the color of evil. Xue Linglong was still in Lin Feng's arms when she sensed something. She started shivering even more and moaned. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. Lin Feng pet her head when he saw that she was looking at him. Lin Feng's eyes revealed how much he loved her. That was the only hint. The expression in his eyes was warm and gentle. A terrifying coldness invaded the atmosphere. The only creature who could see his smile was Xue Linglong. "Go and kill him," said the strong cultivator from Jade Heaven. In a flash, Duan Wu Dao jumped forwards and arrived in the sky above Lin Feng while releasing a terrifying qi. "Lin Feng, today you will die by my hands," said Duan Wu Dao coldly. However, Lin Feng seemed like he hadn't heard him at all. He was still looking at Xue Linglong and hugging her. "For me, you turned into a beast, not caring about the irreversible without regrets. For you, I am willing to hand in my soul to the demons and become a demon. I am willing to annihilate all those stray dogs," said Lin Feng while releasing a monstrous evil energy which soared the skies. People's hearts started beating violently when they heard him. The blackness became even darker as Lin Feng turned into a demon. Whistling sounds started spreading in the air as a hurricane began sweeping away around him. "Mother, take care of Meng Qing," said Lin Feng while handing over Xue Linglong over to his mother. Yu Meng he couldn't recognize her son anymore. Was he really her son? His qi was ice cold and made her soul tremble. "Little Feng," whispered Yu Meng he. She stretched out her hands and grabbed Xue Linglong, who was still shivering violently. Her beautiful eyes watched Lin Feng with extreme anxiety. Lin Feng smiled one last time when he saw Yu Meng he hug Meng Qing. Then he raised his head and a terrifying black light dashed to the skies. His demonic eyes stared through Duan Wu Dao. Duan Wu Dao started shaking. His soul was even shaking. The dark clouds in the sky were making the atmosphere look even colder. Lin Feng slowly stood up and that pitch-black demon slowly rose up in the air. His black Chong Pao was fluttering in the wind. His entire body was surrounded by evil energies which were bone-piercingly cold. People's souls were trembling. Duan Wu Dao watched as Lin Feng rose up in the air. However, Duan Wu Dao moved back. He was surprisingly scared. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes glanced at Duan Wu Dao darkly. Lin Feng despised him. Duan Wu Dao was shaking. His self-confidence was breaking apart. He initially wanted to kill Lin Feng and regain his prestige. But now, against all expectations, he was moving back. The black color was insanely rolling in the atmosphere and emitting whistling sounds. Lin Feng, with the power of his heart, made the blackness roll in the air like a hurricane. The hurricane made his Chong Pao flutter and his long hair rise up in the air. How terrifying, thought the crowd watching Lin Feng turn into a demon. He was too scary. That handsome young man was turning into a demon with an ice-cold, pitch-black chi. The cultivators of the Tianqi layer were all astonished watching Lin Feng. That guy was turning into a demon, but it was useless in front of them. He couldn't do anything and they could kill him as they wished. Lin Feng was about to die. "Kill him," said the cultivator from Jade Heaven indifferently. Lin Feng was staring at him and the other cultivators of the Tianqi layer coldly. Those cultivators of the Tianqi layer slowly moved towards him. They wanted to kill him. They had to hurry because Lin Feng was already threatening them. "Stop!" shouted someone furiously from above. In the air, some thunders appeared and crossed some of the dark clouds. What a strong energy! Lin Feng raised his head and saw Lei Mang. However, he still looked emotionless. Lin Feng didn't care about anyone else apart from his closest friends and relatives. Other people were insignificant for him. He had to sort out his issues with blood. Apart from Lei Mang, other people appeared in the distance. Silhouettes were flickering. They were all extremely strong and powerful and had all broken through to the Tianqi layer. People from Xingong had surrounded Lin Feng to protect him. People were stupefied. There were extremely strong cultivators who wanted to protect Lin Feng, but they had never seen those people. "Yunfei Yang, bring people and help me exterminate the imperial family of Shuiyu," said Lin Feng while looking at the gigantic rock in the sky. People's hearts were pounding even more violently. Lin Feng wanted to exterminate the imperial family of Shuiyu? Yunfei Yang nodding without saying anything. The rock started clapping its wings, creating a hurricane. People could barely stand fast on their feet. The crowd watched as the rock penetrate into the imperial palace and land on it. Some rumbling sounds spread in the air. Horses started galloping, making the ground vibrate. There were no incredible sounds. There was only the sounds of the hoofs clacking on the ground. There was a gloomy chi in the atmosphere. When really furious words were useless, silence was a real symbol of fury. A few dozens of thousands of armored horses were furious and releasing a terrifying energy. Their hearts were filled with murder. Those dozens of thousands of armored horses were surrounded by terrifying deadly energies. They wanted to exterminate the imperial family of Shuiyu. The people from the imperial family were astonished. They were pulling long faces. The elite troops of the imperial city were outside. No matter how strong the imperial family was, stopping an army of a few dozens of thousands of troops was difficult. It might not even be possible. "Kill them," said the strong cultivator from Jade Heaven. He still sounded indifferent. He himself had jumped forwards and immediately arrived in front of Lei Mang. He then used a colossal punch attack filled with terrifying energy. It seemed like the entire city was going to collapse under that punch. Lei Mang was furious as the entire atmosphere was filled with thunders which shot out at that punch. The ground and the air were vibrating violently. The other cultivators of the Tianqi layer were also fighting. The colors of the sky and the earth were changing gradually. Some terrifying chi was whistling in the air. Duan Wu Dao also looked glum. Xingong knew that he wanted to kill Lin Feng, so they sent some extremely strong cultivators to protect him. Duan Wu Dao was looking at Lin Feng, whose face was filled with murder. But he didn't chase him. Lin Feng didn't move either. He was just standing in the sky. His ice-cold pupils looked like they despised the entire world. At that moment, Lin Feng looked calm and cold at the same time. He looked even scarier. Duan Wuya was standing on the ground with his father. They were looking at those people in the sky. They were both smiling indifferently, in a particularly strange way. Shingong had so many strong cultivators, they obviously knew that. At that moment, there were murky heavens over a dark earth. The region was in a state of chaos and darkness. They might all die. "Kill them," said Duan Wudao, glancing at the Imperial Snow Dragon Guards and the other troops. The Snow Dragon Guards moved towards Yu Menghe and the others to kill them. However, very quickly, he sensed a terrifying coldness surround his body. In Lin Feng's hands appeared some black fire which had turned into a black lotus. Lin Feng started flying incredibly fast. In a flash he had disappeared from the sky. A microsecond later, a black fire lotus streaked across the sky and burnt the atmosphere. It looked like it was the apocalypse. People were scared to death. Lin Feng remained silent. His silence made him look even scarier. With each step he made, someone started burning. The Snow Dragon Guards looked panic-stricken. The 3 commanders and the 9 officers were all going to die by Lin Feng's hands. Each time Lin Feng's Black Lotus touched someone, they had no hope. The troops from the Imperial City were terrified. The troops behind were shaking violently. Lin Feng was standing in front of them and killing their brothers one after the other. Besides, Lin Feng's pitch-black pupils were frightening. Lin Feng was looking like a demonic killer. He finally stopped as he raised his hands. His fire was looking even more intense as he looked at the crowd. "Everyone dies," said Lin Feng indifferently. He opened his hands and the Black Lotus emitted a dazzling black light which was filled with fire intent. It crashed onto the troops and they all started burning. They were unable to put out the fire. Their horrible and blood-curdling shrieks were resonating in the atmosphere. Those people from the Imperial City were dying one after the other. Lin Feng still looked expressionless after killing all of them. He then rose higher up in the air, silently, looking emotionless like a demon. He didn't look affected by anything at all. Rumbling sounds kept spreading in the air. Some terrifying, deadly energies kept rolling all around. "Jade Heaven people, you came here to attack Shingong by surprise. Don't you know what honor and integrity are?" asked Lei Meng loudly, making everybody's eardrums vibrate painfully. "Lin Feng is not a member of Shingong. It has nothing to do with Shingong. So killing him has nothing to do with you," said the strong cultivator from Jade Heaven. Duan Wudao was a genius. They needed to take care of him and make him become stronger. If Lin Feng penetrated into the mysterious world of Shingong, Jade Heaven would suffer in the future. Therefore, they had to kill Lin Feng before it was too late. "Very good. Let's fight," shouted Lei Meng furiously. Thunders invaded the entire atmosphere once again. People were rising higher and higher up in the sky. The crowd could see nothing but thunder in the vault of heaven as the cultivators in the sky were moving farther and farther away from them. One of the strongest cultivators of Jade Heaven and Lei Meng were fighting, and it seemed like they needed a lot of space. "Fight! Spare no efforts. This is your last day," said Duan Wuya, whose smile looked increasingly evil. It wasn't a warm and gentle smile at all. It was an evil and tyrannic smile. Lin Feng looked as cold as before and calmly watched the scene with his evil-looking eyes. Of course, he wasn't going to go and help the cultivators from Shingong. They had come to protect him, not the opposite. Everyone wanted to win. The crowd was sweating profusely. They had come to see the wedding of the ruler of Shuiyu, Lin Feng. But now they were watching a terrifying battle between cultivators of the Tianqi layer. They had never seen cultivators of the Tianqi layer before. With one punch, those cultivators could make the entire sky change. Besides, their energies contained intent and could kill millions of ordinary people. There were terrifying, deadly energies rolling around in the palace. The myriad of people who were on the rock's back got off and penetrated into the palaces. That battle would determine the future of Shuiyu. Lin Feng, who had turned into a demon before, rose up in the air and remained emotionless. His evil energies were rolling around. Nobody knew what he was thinking. The cultivators of the Xianxia layer were becoming more aggressive. Their energies were all insanely rolling in the air. Some silhouettes came out from the imperial palace. Those people were releasing warlord energies. The armored horses flew away, killed instantly as they had been unable to resist. Yunfei was still on the back of the rock. He was speechless when he saw those people. How strong. They were cultivators of the Xianxia layer as well. How come there were so many cultivators of the Xianxia layer in the imperial palace? Where were those cultivators of the Xianxia layer from? Test, boom, boom, boom. A silhouette was attacked and flew away. Those brutal and violent energies were unstoppable. An extremely strong cultivator raised his head and looked at the rock in an indifferent way. That person smiled coldly and continued moving forwards. He was leaving the palace and was followed by some other people. They came out of the palace and saw the battles in the sky. They were smiling indifferently. They jumped and rose up in the air while releasing some terrifying energies. People's hearts started pounding faster and faster again. Several more cultivators of the Xianxia layer. That was insane. What was going on in Xueyu? How come there were so many cultivators of the Xianxia layer? Was it because of the great competition of Xueyu? Was everything happening because Lin Feng had finished first at the great competition of Xueyu? Who are those people? Wondered all the people who were fighting in the sky. They didn't know if those people were their friends or their enemies. We want to kill Lin Feng, said one person indifferently. People from Xingong started shivering as some terrifying energies crashed onto their bodies. The people of Xingong could hardly resist after those terrifying cultivators joined the battle. Some people from Xingong were projected backwards as blood splashed out of their mouths. A Xingong cultivator of the Xianxia layer lowered his head and saw dragon claws on his chest. A disgusting wound had appeared and blood was gushing out of it. He couldn't manage to heal it with his pure qi. People from the East Sea Dragon Palace. The eyes of the Xingong people were bloodshot. They were already fighting against the cultivators from the Jade Heaven Imperial family. And suddenly, some strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace had appeared too. Xingong couldn't stop them. Precisely, said the leader of the group of people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. He was wearing a dragon chongpao and looked cold. Lin Feng refused to join Xingong. He is not a member of Xingong. Therefore, we will kill him now, so you should leave. We, people of the East Sea Dragon Palace, are not the enemies of Xingong, said the leader coldly. The cultivators of Xingong couldn't be fooled though. They clearly knew that those people didn't want Lin Feng to penetrate into the mysterious world. They were trying to use emotions to change their minds. I would have never thought that so many strong cultivators would show up to kill Lin Feng. I am very surprised, said a member of Xingong stupefied. No matter what, Lin Feng is doomed. Xingong cannot protect him anymore. If you don't leave, don't blame the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace for being rude, said the leader in the dragon robe. He then looked at the people from Jade Heaven and said, I think that the Jade Heaven Imperial family shares the same opinion. Of course, said someone else on his side. If people from Xingong left, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. They had come to Xueyu for two reasons. The first one was Duan Wu Dao and the second one was to kill Lin Feng. All the members of Xingong were upset. Could they abandon Lin Feng? However, they were facing people from Jade Heaven and from the East Sea Dragon Palace. If they didn't give up, what could they do? They couldn't protect Lin Feng. It was a dead end for everybody. Of course, they really didn't want Lin Feng to die. It would be one less genius to enter the mysterious world. They were not resigned to leave and give up. However, regardless of everything, they couldn't protect him. The people from Xingong and Jade Heaven were releasing monstrous energies which enveloped the entire atmosphere. People from Xingong were all anxious and glancing at each other. They didn't feel like giving up, but what could they do? If they continued fighting, they might all die. Besides, they wouldn't be able to protect Lin Feng. It seemed worthless to keep fighting. A strong cultivator of Xingong turned around and looked at Lin Feng. I cannot help you. If you had accepted to join Xingong, this might not have happened. That person looked grieved. Lin Feng was going to die. Let's go, said a cultivator from Xingong. His clothes fluttered in the wind and whistling sounds spread in the air. The crowd was worried about Lin Feng. It was over for him. The strong cultivators were leaving, so Lin Feng was doomed. Even with his demon form, Lin Feng couldn't protect himself. The cultivators of the East Sea Dragon Palace looked at Lin Feng coldly. One of them said in an indifferent way, "The Purple Dragon King gave you a chance. He proposed you to join us and gave you time to think, but you refused. You despised him, so this is the consequence. Didn't you know that this would happen?" Lin Feng looked emotionless. He obviously knew that there would be consequences. Those strong cultivators had hidden their cruel and abominable nature, just like Duan Wu Dao. Those people were evil and wanted to kill him. Yu Menghe and the others looked hopeless. Could they break free from such a situation? Surprisingly, so many people wanted to kill Lin Feng. People with incredible natural abilities could hardly survive if they weren't strong enough to protect themselves. So many people were jealous and envied them. Lin Feng understood that principle. The East Sea Dragon Palace people didn't hurry to kill Lin Feng. They were looking at the people from Jade Heaven and Duan Renhuang. Today, we people from the East Sea Dragon Palace came to Xueyu with another goal. The son of the king of Xueyu, the second prince Duan Wuya, is now a member of the East Sea Dragon Palace. We have come here to declare that Duan Wu Dao is not the crown prince anymore. Duan Wuya, our new disciple, must become the crown prince. They wanted Duan Wuya to replace Duan Wu Dao. Everybody was absolutely stunned when they heard that. What a surprise! Duan Wu Dao and Duan Renhuang's faces also changed drastically. The people from the Jade Heaven Imperial family were also astonished but remained cold. That came down to saying that Duan Wu Dao couldn't compete with Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya. Everybody was looking at Duan Wuya suddenly, the warm and gentle second prince. He was smiling in an indifferent way. He didn't look surprised at all. He looked calm and serene, as if everything was happening how he had predicted. He had planned everything. The situation was perfectly under his control, and he hadn't allowed luck to play any role in this story. The defeat in Duanren City, the massacre of the troops, the war against Mou, Duan Xianxia's kidnapping, and so on. All of those things had nothing to do with Duan Wu Dao. Now, the gathering of the strong cultivators of Shingong, Jade Heaven, and the East Sea Dragon Palace. Everything had been planned by Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya refused to be a mere second prince. Wasn't he as strong and capable as Duan Wu Dao? He was going to prove to everyone that he is even stronger. Duan Renhuang was speechless, looking at the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. He frowned and said, "The Crown Prince Duan Wu Dao is a peerless cultivator. He is extremely strong. Duan Wuya is a ridiculous cultivator. How could he compete with Duan Wu Dao? Reigning over Xueyu is not a game. Unless Duan Wu Dao resigns, Duan Wuya will never be at the peak of Xueyu and will never manage to carry out a coup d'état." The strong cultivator of the East Sea Dragon Palace looked at Duan Renhuang indifferently and asked, "Who is the king of Xueyu?" He then turned to Duan Wuya, smiled and said, "Wuya, Duan Renhuang wants to see how strong you are. Show him." "All right," said Duan Wuya, nodding. Duan Wu Dao slowly walked forwards and released a terrifying energy. It was bestial and ice-cold. His entire body was surrounded by evil moon qi. The dark clouds in the sky started rolling insanely. A vortex appeared above Duan Wuya. That vortex was getting deeper. The qi in that vortex was also terrifying. Duan Wuya was precisely under that vortex. "On the day of the great sun and moon, my evil moon skill works even better, swallow," said Duan Wuya. His qi was becoming more terrifying. It contained an infinite amount of evil qi. High up in the sky was a terrifying vortex, and the dark clouds were being swallowed by that vortex. Duan Wuya was swallowing the strength of the great moon. What kind of skill was that? Duan Wuya's energies were becoming stronger. Many people were astonished. Duan Wuya had been hiding many things. Arf! The crowd heard Duan Wuya roar aggressively. His spirit then appeared. It was a terrifying and hideous evil spirit. "Oh! Surprisingly, you dared make me come out. I will tear your body apart," said that spirit aggressively, but Duan Wuya was still smiling coldly. which surprised the spirit. What was Duan Wuya thinking? The evil spirit raised his head confused. "Great moon day, bastard. What do you want to do?" said the spirit in an extremely aggressive manner. It seemed scared. That was the spirit of a cultivator of the Tianqi layer which Duan Wuya had sealed in Celestial River. "I didn't use you for such a long time. You were going to die and become my cauldron," said Duan Wuya while smiling coldly. He then shouted furiously, "Swallow!" A terrifying gravitational force then swallowed that spirit as it moved into his mouth. That spirit was roaring violently, but the vortex above Duan Wuya kept absorbing it into Duan Wuya's mouth. "Bastard! The Tianxia sect will never let you off," shouted the spirit one last time. The crowd watched as Duan Wuya absorbed the spirit. Duan Wuya's body started shaking violently. His qi suddenly increased and he reached the very top of the 9th Xianxia layer. He looked particularly ferocious at that moment. The cultivator of the East Sea Dragon Palace smiled when he saw that. He was very pleased with Duan Wuya. What cruel methods! Reaching that level wasn't easy. The East Sea Dragon Palace just needed to help him become a little bit stronger, and he would become even stronger than Duan Wu Dao. Even though Duan Wuya was evil, he was somebody with remarkable abilities. He could obtain what he wanted. He was very determined and patient. Some great things could happen if he managed to penetrate into the mysterious world. The crowd was staring at Duan Wuya, the second prince who had always appeared as a benevolent, kind-hearted and warm person. But now he looked extremely evil. He was a master manipulator. People couldn't recognize this Duan Wuya anymore. They would have never thought that he could be so terrifying. The cultivator of the East Sea Dragon Palace looked at Duan Renhuang and said indifferently, "Now, dismiss Duan Wu Dao from his function and confer Duan Wuya the title of Crown Prince. Or are you still going to refuse? Of course, Duan Wu Dao is older, he should be the Crown Prince," said Duan Renhuang coldly. "You want to die!" shouted the cultivator of the East Sea Dragon Palace. He was enraged. He jumped forwards and grabbed Duan Renhuang's neck. His hand looked like a dragon claw. He had remarkable strength. The chant of the dragons started resonating in the air. Duan Renhuang was caught off guard as he used his warlord punches. Even though the warlord punch was extremely strong, it immediately vanished when it collided with the dragon claws. "Roar!" The dragon roared furiously and more dragon claws grabbed Duan Renhuang's chest. A bloody wound appeared. Duan Renhuang groaned with pain. Blood started gushing. "How strong!" sighed the crowd. Duan Renhuang had broken through to the Tianqi layer and was monstrously strong. In Xueyu, he was an overlord, but in the continent of the Nine Clouds, the East Sea Dragon Palace was a group of monstrously strong people. Their members could easily kill Duan Renhuang. "Don't get involved in their national affairs. Don't you think that you people from the East Sea Dragon Palace are exaggerating?" said a cultivator of the Jade Heaven Imperial family. They were already fighting against Lei Meng, so they couldn't take care of the man in the dragon robe. They could only watch in silence. "Who said that Duan Wuya had to be the second prince of Xueyu?" shouted the man in the dragon robe aggressively. The crowd remained silent. Those who were strong enough could say whatever they wanted. Since the beginning, Duan Wuya was supposed to become the crown prince. "That is an offense for the East Sea Dragon Palace," said the man in the dragon robe. Duan Wu Dao was also pulling a long face. He hadn't thought that Duan Wuya would be the final winner. "Now, kill Lin Feng and his people," said that person, looking at Lin Feng. Duan Wuya jumped towards Lin Feng with an evil smile on his face. "Thank you for having killed so many people in MOU. You gave me lots of corpse chi to absorb," said Duan Wuya smiling at Lin Feng. "You were there too?" Lin Feng looked cold as his evil energies were still rolling around his body. "I went there a short time after you left. The Dragon Palace gave me a Tian-level beast. Luckily the beast was faster than your rock," said Duan Wuya smiling. "Lin Feng, I admit that you have remarkable natural abilities. I wouldn't have thought that you would be able to defeat my brother at the great competition of Xueyu. But now you will die as well as your family. They will all die. Concerning Xue Linglong, she belongs to the Dragon Palace now. They will all die?" The crowd was shaking. Who could save all those people? The Jade Heaven Imperial family, the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Deshu clan, Duan Renhuang, Duan Wu Dao, Duan Wu Ya, Yumo's teacher. Lin Feng glanced at them coldly. He still looked calm and serene, absolutely unperturbed. He just looked extremely evil. Even if I lose my soul and become a demon, I will destroy you. I will not only destroy you, but I will annihilate you, said Lin Feng while transforming into a terrifying pitch-black demon. He started dancing in the atmosphere at the same rhythm as the clouds. The dark clouds were moving even faster at that moment as a terrifying evil hurricane invaded the atmosphere. A vortex appeared above Lin Feng. That vortex was even more terrifying than the one which had just appeared above Duan Wuya's head a moment before. The black clouds were emitting whistling sounds and were rolling chaotically. It seemed like some demons were going to come out from hell. Some terrifying and ice-cold evil energies were whistling in the air. The coldness was piercing to the bones. What is going on? The crowd looked at the sky. They were scared to death. Was something new going to happen? Those terrifying evil clouds seemed like they came from hell. How scary. Meng Qing, even if I have to become a demon, I will make them suffer for what they did, said Lin Feng in darkly. Some chants resonated in the atmosphere as if a demonic seal had been opened. From Lin Feng's back appeared a sword. It was a black sword. Ha! The crowd was surprised. A sword was coming out of Lin Feng's body. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere started vibrating violently. The dark clouds looked even more insane than before. They were turning into evil clouds. Some metallic sounds were spreading in the air. From Lin Feng's back appeared 2 swords, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and finally 9 swords. 9 black swords had emerged from Lin Feng's body. Boom, boom, boom. Those 9 swords dashed to the skies. The vault of heaven was emitting terrifying whistling sounds, and the atmosphere was darker than what it had been up to that moment. The entire region was filled with a hellish darkness. Those 9 evil swords made people crouch down and even crawl. They had the impression that they were going to die of suffocation. People were collapsing. They couldn't breathe. They felt like they were aspirating. It seemed like their souls were being torn apart. However, everybody's eyes were wide open and their pupils were so wide and round that they seemed like they were going to explode. They had the impression that they were going to die. The evil energy in the atmosphere was terrifying. The cultivators of the Xianxia layer were all staring at that move and shaking. Those evil swords were terrifying. They didn't have such weapons. Those evil swords had their own lives and were incredibly evil, extremely evil. Those 9 evil swords were like 9 demons. The evil swords from the mountains of the 9 swords. Lin Feng was actually the one who had obtained them, thought people from Shuiyu. Back then, the 9 sword mountains had been destroyed and had disappeared, changing the landscape of the entire region of the 9 Dragons mountain chain. The entire imperial city had been covered by the evil energies of those swords back then, but had suddenly disappeared. Nobody had guessed that Lin Feng was the one who had obtained them. However, Lin Feng was unable to control that terrifying evil qi. The cultivators of the Xianxia layer were astonished. Those evil swords were dangerous for them even. Kill him before he starts using the swords, said the cultivators of the Xianxia layer. They obviously knew that Lin Feng's swords were monstrous. They might have the chance to obtain them even. Their silhouettes all flickered and they threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng then shouted in an ice-cold way, "Come back!" Some terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air. The 9 evil swords turned into black beams of light and appeared in front of Lin Feng. The cultivators of the Xianxia layer attacked the 9 evil swords but didn't manage to make them move. They had just protected Lin Feng's body. 9 swords together, said Lin Feng. The 9 evil swords were roaring violently and emitting buzzing sounds. They immediately dashed to the skies. The entire atmosphere was pitch black as the sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Lin Feng stretched his hand out and grabbed a sword. A terrifying evil sword intent merged with the energies in his body, merging with his own sword intent. Lin Feng closed his eyes. This time he didn't resist and submitted himself to the swords. He even visualized those evil swords as his body turned entirely black. His mouth turned black, his eyes were entirely black, not only his pupils. There was absolutely no white in his eyes anymore. Lin Feng was a demon that had submitted himself to the demonic energies. A terrifying demoniac qi was flowing in his body. Lin Feng opened his eyes and black beams of light shot out from his eyes, illuminating the atmosphere. Lin Feng looked like a murderer. He had submitted himself. He wanted to kill all the creatures of the world. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The evil sword descended from the sky and some terrifying black lights descended from the sky, lacerating the atmosphere. The cultivators in front of Lin Feng started running away. Their silhouettes were flickering. Boom, boom, boom. The guards who were at the big gate of the imperial palace were instantly absorbed by the black lights. A gigantic black fissure appeared from the ground. Those swords seemed like they had just penetrated into the abysses of the world. How frightening, thought the crowd watching those evil lights. They were shaking from head to foot. They would die if that sword had touched them. Let's act together and kill him, shouted Duan Renhuang furiously. How could it happen? Duan Wuya had already surprised him. He was much stronger than what he had expected. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng had the evil swords. He had submitted himself to the demons. He looked like an evil spirit with his eyes filled with evil energies. It wasn't the Lin Feng they knew. This Lin Feng could destroy the world. Lin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at Duan Renhuang. His pitch-black eyes looked ice-cold. He was slowly fusing together with some demon. However, he still remembered that some people had to die no matter what. Arg! Kill! Shouted Lin Feng. He deployed the full strength of the evil swords. The sword he had been holding turned into 9 swords again. The 9 swords all moved towards Duan Renhuang suddenly. Boom, boom, boom. There was an earthquake. Duan Renhuang looked at the 9 pitch-black beams of light move towards him. Nobody paid attention to him or thought about helping him. All they thought about was moving away, as far away as possible from those 9 pitch-black lights. It was too late. Seal! Shouted Duan Renhuang. 8 sealed doors appeared at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 evil swords collided with the sealed doors. But the sealed doors couldn't block those evil swords at all. They continued moving towards Duan Renhuang. Warlord punch! Shouted Duan Renhuang furiously. A terrifying physical strength filled with sealed doors intent emerged. However, Duan Renhuang looked depressed. The pitch-black lights were still moving towards him. A voice spread in the air. Die! Sirrrr. The evil swords were lacerating the entire atmosphere. Nothing could prevent them from moving forwards. The black lights twinkled. Duan Renhuang suddenly looked hopeless and desperate. The evil swords were moving towards his throat. "No!" shouted Duan Renhuang. His pupils were wide open. Was he going to die? Duan Renhuang was a member of the imperial family of Shuiyu. How could he die? Everybody admired him for his strength. However, even if he wasn't resigned to die, the evil swords kept moving forwards. Then they pierced his throat. The crowd only saw jet-black beams of light and a head fall down to the ground. Duan Renhuang had been decapitated by the evil swords. Gulp! The crowd gulped down and their hearts were beating frantically. The strongest person of the imperial family of Shuiyu, a cultivator of the Tianqi layer, had been killed by the evil swords. Die! Shouted the strong cultivator of the East Sea Dragon Palace while throwing himself at Lin Feng. The chant of the dragons was resonating in the air. Some golden dragon claws appeared and moved towards Lin Feng's chest. It seemed like Lin Feng was about to be impaled. Lin Feng moved backwards, but those dragon claws were extremely fast. He couldn't dodge them. Boom! The dragon claws crashed onto Lin Feng's body and his skin was torn apart. Bloody flesh appeared. However, Lin Feng still looked expressionless. 3 huge demons appeared. There were 8 hands that grabbed the dragon claws. Huh? The cultivator in the dragon robe was astonished. He could sense the terrifyingly sharp evil energies. How insane! Lin Feng had turned into an insanely powerful demon. Fuck off! His dragon claws got pushed backwards. Lin Feng moved backwards as a furious roar resonated in the air. A dragon appeared and it bared fangs and flashed its claws. It launched out at the evil swords with incredible speed. Boom boom! The evil swords and the dragon collided. The dragon then disappeared without leaving trace. The cultivator in the dragon robe shivered. He wanted to dodge and move away, but it seemed too late. For demons were moving towards him and had grabbed him. He was constricted. "Fuck off!" shouted the cultivator in the dragon robe. The chant of the dragon spread in the air again, creating a hurricane. The 4 demons were projected backwards. However, the evil swords became even more dazzling. The cultivator in the dragon robe was frightened. He wanted to move back, but some sounds spread in the air and blood splashed about. His arms had been cut off. Roar! The evil swords lacerated his body. He was going insane. His arm had been lacerated. However, he had no time to heal his wound as more rumbling sounds spread in the air. The evil swords were whistling in the air. The entire atmosphere was filled with their evil energies. "Die!" shouted someone behind the evil sword lights. The cultivator in the dragon robe was in a frenzy. Another dragon appeared but was immediately lacerated again. While he was moving aside to dodge, the black sword lights were approaching. His body was soaked with cold sweat. Lin Feng possessed incredible natural abilities. Even though he had only broken through to the 8th Xianxia layer and with his level 5 sword intent, he could control those terrifying evil swords. He could turn into a demon and merge with them. He was extremely dangerous with that new form. The cultivator in the dragon robe moved back, turned his head and saw Lin Feng jump towards him. There were evil black clouds circling Lin Feng's body. He was holding an evil sword. Lin Feng wasn't thinking about anything else but kill. "We cannot kill him today. Let's go!" shouted the cultivator in the dragon robe. He had lost an arm, and because of the evil swords, they couldn't kill Lin Feng. They had no choice but to escape. Besides, Lin Feng had turned into a demon, and his heart was filled with murderous intentions. Maybe he would die or turn into the slaves of those evil swords. He would never be able to go to the mysterious world in such a state. He started flying away as fast as he could, catching Duan Wuya on the way and ran off into the distance. Lin Feng could die alone. He was going to turn into a slave of the evil spirit of those swords, so it was worthless to risk one's life to kill him. Someone fell down from the sky. It was the strong cultivator of the Jade Heaven Imperial family. He was astonished when saw the man in the dragon robe. Lin Feng had turned into an authentic demon. The people of the East Sea Dragon Palace had to escape. They couldn't fight against Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he saw all those people escaping. His evil swords rose up in the air and the evil energies kept emitting whistling sounds. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Terrifying pitch-black beams of light descended from the sky. Those black lights could reach people over huge distances. A gigantic crevice appeared in the ground again. "Let's stop him together," said the man in the dragon robes. That sword was terrifying and its chi was unavoidable. It was omnipresent. Roar! A few terrifying dragons appeared around the cultivator in the dragon robe. They dashed to the skies and their claws all attacked the evil swords. CRRRR. Way up in the sky, the dragons were colliding with the pitch-black lights. Some of those black lights had even disappeared. Aha! A cultivator of the Tianqi layer was touched by one of those evil light's beams though, and he died suddenly. The jet-black beams of light hadn't entirely disappeared. There were still some left. "Let's go," said the cultivator in the dragon robe. He didn't care about anything else, he just wanted to escape. He started running at full speed again. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killer energies. The dark clouds were still rolling in the sky. He turned around and looked at the others, especially at one cultivator from Jade Heaven and at Yumo's teacher, as well as Duan Wu Dao and their allies. "Oh no," said the cultivator from the Jade Heaven Imperial family. In a flash he had arrived next to Duan Wu Dao. He had to bring Duan Wu Dao back with him, no matter what. Duan Wu Dao had to penetrate into the mysterious world of the Jade Heaven Imperial family. He couldn't die. With such amazing natural abilities, Duan Wu Dao would become one of their best cultivators. However, Lin Feng was still holding the evil sword and shot out towards Duan Wu Dao. His evil sword was filled with an incredible sword intent. "Let's leave!" shouted the cultivator of the Jade Heaven Imperial family furiously. He released some terrifying qi, joined his hands, and a gigantic imperial hand qi appeared. Boom! The black light beam and the hand collided, and then they disappeared together. The cultivator of the Jade Heaven Imperial family didn't stop as he grabbed Duan Wu Dao and continued escaping. De Shu Kong and Yumo's teacher turned their heads around and attacked Lin Feng at the same time. They were trying to block Lin Feng. Some pitch-black lights were emerging out of Lin Feng's eyes again. He was staring at those two people, making their hearts palpitate. It seemed like a demon was strangling them. Idiot! The two of them were seemingly just realizing that Lin Feng was stronger than them. They surprisingly wanted to help the people from Jade Heaven but had forgotten to care for themselves. They moved aside in two different directions. They were panicking and hoping that Lin Feng wasn't going to choose them. Lin Feng turned around and jumped forwards towards Yumo's teacher. He decided to chase him. Yumo's teacher looked frightened. He was scared. He had never thought that Lin Feng would chase him. He had thought that he would be the one chasing and killing Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. Yumo's teacher sensed the pitch-black lights approaching him. He was shaking from head to foot. Those black beams of light were descending from the sky. Yumo's teacher cried out in alarm, but he couldn't escape them as they crashed onto his body. He had died. Another cultivator of the Tianqi layer had just died. All those strong cultivators had incredible natural abilities and possessed the power to destroy Xueyu in the blink of an eye. They could easily exterminate the cultivators of the Tianqi layer from Xueyu, but at that moment, their lives were being threatened. Lin Feng immediately moved towards De Shu Kong. De Shu Kong was still running away, but he wasn't very far. Cultivators of the Tianqi layer were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Lin Feng looked at that silhouette coldly. He knew that he couldn't chase him. He wasn't fast enough. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He made the evil swords fuse together with his heart even further. And then he shouted furiously, "Die!" A terrifying roaring sound spread in the air. The dark clouds were rolling. The sword in Lin Feng's hand turned into a pitch-black beam of light again and shot towards De Shu Kong in the horizon. The evil sword was filled with vitality and intent. It was extremely fast. Ah! The terrifying sound of the sword moved far away in the distance. Then the crowd saw the black light swallow the silhouette. The evil sword killed De Shu Kong. De Shu Kong had died too. Boom, boom, boom. The evil clouds were emitting rumbling sounds. The evil sword moved back to Lin Feng and landed in his hand again. Lin Feng was standing in the air and looked like a real death god. There was only death in Lin Feng's eyes. He was a killer. He was filled with infinite murderous intentions and coldness. Nobody could get close to him without dying. Little Feng? Lin Feng! Yu Menghe and Lin Hai were astonished and staring at their son. Lin Feng turned his head around and looked at them. But in his eyes, there was only coldness and evilness. He wasn't Lin Feng anymore, he was a demon. He couldn't recognize them. Lin Feng moved his eyelids and looked somewhere else. He landed on the ground and looked at the king of Xueyu. The cultivator of the East Sea Dragon Palace wanted Duan Wuya to come with him. Duan Wuya didn't care about the king. The king held no value. When facing danger, he couldn't abandon him. Lin Feng had become a demon and everybody was terrified. They were suffocating. At the moment when I was about to win against Duan Renhuang, something else happened. I had been preparing that for such a long time. But that's life, sighed the king of Xueyu while shaking his head. I wouldn't have thought that you would be able to control the evil swords and then turn into a demon. From now on, I wonder how many people will die by your hands. The king slowly closed his eyes. He couldn't escape and he couldn't fight against Lin Feng. He couldn't do anything, so he was hopeless. Lin Feng's eyes were still ice cold. Evil lights were twinkling in his eyes, filled with murder. His sword descended from the sky and killed the king of Xueyu. The king of Xueyu had always been under Duan Renhuang's control. He had died. Then Duan Wu Dao and Duan Wuya had escaped with extremely powerful and influential groups. The elite troops of Xueyu, the Imperial Snow Dragon Guards, had also died. Then Yun Fei Yang had invaded the palace of Xueyu. It seemed like Xueyu was lost. From that day on, Xueyu would belong to Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng had turned into a demon, and that was a big problem. Lin Feng, said a voice at that moment. Lin Feng raised his head and saw someone in the sky. It was Lei Mang. You are still alive. If you manage to come back to your normal self, don't forget about the appointment in Shingon. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences, said Lei Mang coldly, looking at Lin Feng's pitch-black pupils. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with murder. He moved forwards and rose up in the air. Lei Mang was astonished. Then Lin Feng raised his evil sword, and a terrifying black beam of light shot out towards Lei Mang. What are you doing? How dare you? Shouted Lei Mang furiously. A terrifying thunder emerged out of Lei Mang's body and moved towards the evil sword. But Lin Feng had really turned into a demon and couldn't control anything. There was nothing impossible or forbidden to him. He would dare anything, he just wanted to kill people. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He was covered by evil energies from head to foot. His sword descended from the sky once again. His terrifying evil energies made Lei Mang feel more awake than ever before. Lin Feng had already become a demon, and nothing couldn't prevent him from killing. You're insane! Shouted Lei Mang. His terrifying thunders kept bombarding the evil sword. He then turned around and tried to escape. Who could fight against an insane demon? Lin Feng's sword moved towards Lei Mang again. Purple thunders were roaring in the atmosphere, and Lei Mang continued flying faster and faster. In the distance, two people suddenly appeared riding ferocious wild beasts. There was a boy and girl, and they were frightened. What had happened? How come? Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Those two people shouted Lin Feng's name at the same time. They had heard that it was Lin Feng's wedding day and had rushed over to Xueyu from Dragon Mountain. It was Jun Mo Shi and Tang Yu Yu. However, all they could see was that Lin Feng had turned into a demon. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Jun Mo Shi and Tang Yu Yu. His eyes were cold. He didn't look like the handsome and outstanding young man they knew. Lin Feng's eyes were entirely black, filled with murder and evilness. Lin Feng jumped towards Tang Yu Yu and Jun Mo Shi. His evil sword energy were rolling in the atmosphere. Oh no! Lin Feng will kill them, thought some people. They were worried for Jun Mo Shi and Tang Yu Yu. They were Lin Feng's friends. The boy looked outstanding, handsome, and delicate. His chi was a pure chi of righteousness. The girl looked elegant and beautiful. It would be a pity if Lin Feng killed them with his evil sword. Jun Mo Shi frowned and found out that Lin Feng was dangerous at that moment. His evil energy was terrifying. It seemed like he wanted to kill all living creatures. Jun Mo Shi made his pure chi of righteousness roll in his body but didn't release it. Tang Yu Yu was staring at Lin Feng. Why had he turned into a demon? What had happened? Why did he have evil lights in his eyes? Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to them. His cold evil energy was becoming more intense. It seemed like his energies were going to swallow those two people. Lin Feng! Shouted Jun Mo Shi extremely loudly. His voice spread in the air, filled with a pure chi of righteousness. Jun Mo Shi ignored the evil energies assaulting him. His pure chi of righteousness crashed onto Lin Feng's body and enveloped him. It wasn't an attack. It was just pure chi of righteousness, and the aim wasn't to hurt Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed the pure chi of righteousness, which created a horrible and unpleasant feeling. The evil lights around his body became even more intense. He slowly raised the evil sword in the air, and some killer chi invaded the atmosphere as if it had been about to engulf Tang Yu Yu and Jun Mo Shi. Lin Feng, look at us! Shouted Jun Mo Shi extremely loudly. They weren't moving back. Some golden chi of righteousness enveloped them and Lin Feng together. There was a massive amount of golden chi astonishing the crowd. They were sweating. Wasn't Jun Mo Shi insane? He dared confront Lin Feng, who had already turned into a demon that might kill him. Tang Yu Yu was anxious and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She looked at Lin Feng and shouted, "Wake up! Come back to reality." The pure chi of righteousness made Lin Feng wake up a little bit. The evil lights dispersed a little bit, and the hand which was holding the evil sword started shaking. Go! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His terrifying evil qi moved towards them and swallowed the vital qi of righteousness, which immediately disappeared. Junemo Shi and Tang Yu were shaking. With one shout, Lin Feng had made the evil qi crash onto them, which threw them backwards. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling with killer energy. The crowd on the ground was suffocating. Lin Feng had slowly glanced down at them, giving them the feeling of being strangled. They were unable to move. They had the impression that two hands were on their throat and were strangling them when they looked at him. It seemed like he could kill them at any moment. Lin Feng was surrounded by evil, killer energies. He was possessed by a demon, by the evil swords. It seemed like the evil intent of the swords had replaced his own. How scary! Even though Lin Feng killed those cultivators and made the others run away, it seems like he has become a demon for the eternity. He wouldn't have been able to kill those people without it, thought the crowd. They didn't dare look Lin Feng in the eyes, he might kill them then. Lin Feng could kill monstrously strong cultivators of the Tianqi layer now. If anyone talked or looked at him, he tried to kill them. There was nobody in Xueyu who could control Lin Feng anymore. If Lin Feng went insane, Xueyu would turn into a gigantic lake of blood and everybody would die. Erfrg! Lin Feng roared violently. The dark clouds kept rolling. All he wanted was to kill people right now. However, in his heart, very deep in his heart, there was a voice telling him to stop. Lin Feng nibbled his lips, which started bleeding. Amongst those people, there were his relatives and his friends. He couldn't kill them. Little Feng! Shouted Yu Menghe. His mother, his father and his friends were looking at him hopelessly. How could he turn into a demon? Patriarch! Shouted the people of the Yunhai sect while looking up at their patriarch, shivering. It seemed like he was slightly becoming clear-headed again. However, the evil sword looked as cold as before. It seemed like it could kill them all at any moment. Boom, boom, boom. Rolling sounds spread in the air on the side of the imperial palace. Many armored horses galloped out of the palace. They had already taken over the imperial palace. However, Lin Feng was still a problem. All the horses were galloping in a perfect formation. They looked at Lin Feng raise his evil sword slowly. The troops jumped off their horses, knelt down and shouted, "General!" The atmosphere turned absolutely silent. There was only the evil qi rolling in the air. The troops were looking at their general respectfully, while releasing some qi which penetrated into Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng started shaking violently. "Patriarch!" shouted the people of the Yunhai sect again when they saw that Lin Feng wasn't replying. They then all knelt down again. Their voices were shouting the word, "Patriarch," in unison. At the same time, those voices also turned into a qi which covered Lin Feng's body. Even though that qi was weak, there were dozens and dozens of thousands of people which could influence Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's evil energy gradually dispersed. His evil sword started shaking insanely. Had he really turned into an authentic demon? Couldn't he regain his consciousness? How would he be able to get his revenge on other people? How would he be able to destroy the Deshu clan? And the East Sea Dragon Mountain? And the Jade Heaven Imperial family? All those people had to die. Meng Qing. Tears appeared in Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes and slowly started rolling down his cheeks. His hand was shaking more and more violently. "Ah!" Lin Feng roared as the sword moved back into his body. His body was shaking insanely, as if he had been in a demonic trance. He suddenly shot off into the distance. Whoa! A subtle sound spread in the air. A white silhouette streaked across the sky and moved far away into the distance as well. Lin Feng was shaking even more violently. He was astonished to find Xue Linglong had landed in his arms. Those two beautiful eyes were looking into his. Tears kept flowing down Xue Linglong's face. Xue Linglong's fur kept shaking. She didn't want to move away from Lin Feng's arms. Meng Qing. Lin Feng seemed like he was regaining his consciousness. He was crying. He firmly hugged Xue Linglong and made a step forwards. He then moved away into the distance and disappeared into the horizon. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the atmosphere became normal again. Very quickly, the evil qi also started dispersing. However, people's hearts couldn't slow down for a very long time. So many people had died. The ground was filled with an incredible number of corpses. The troops from Duanren City had killed so many people in the Imperial Palace as well. They had conquered Xueyu. Amongst the people from the Yunhai sect, many people had died. The Snow Dragon Guards had also died. The king of Xueyu, Duanren Huang, and a few cultivators of the Tianqi layer had all died. Lin Feng had used his evil sword and the world around them had changed. Lin Feng had killed everyone in his way. But then Meng Qing had jumped into his arms and his eyes had become warm and gentle again. Who was at the head of Xueyu now? The future of Xueyu was in Lin Feng's hands. However, Lin Feng had turned into a demon and his determination had been polluted by the intent of the evil swords. He had left because he didn't want to kill people anymore. Therefore, the Yunhai sect was at the head of Xueyu. Lin Feng! Shouted so many people when they saw him leave. Lin Feng had saved them. He had turned into a demon for them. Junimo Shi and Tang Yu were astonished but remained silent for a very long time. Suddenly, Tang Yu ran after Lin Feng, surprising Junimo Shi. "It's dangerous," shouted Junimo Shi. "He cannot turn into an eternal demon," said Tang Yu determined. She continued running after Lin Feng. Junimo Shi was stupefied. He gnashed his teeth and said, "I'm going back to Dragon Mountain to see if there is a way to cancel the transformation." Then, his silhouette flickered abruptly, and he left Xueyu back to Dragon Mountain. Tang Yu was anxious while flying through the sky. "Lin Feng, you cannot turn into a demon." Tang Yu was gnashing her teeth. She remembered how handsome and friendly Lin Feng was. He was a genius. How come he had turned into a demon? That was unfair. How many people had died? Cultivators who had a strong soul and high learning abilities could unceasingly progress on the path of cultivation. With their willpower and determination, they could control their destiny. The most important thing for a cultivator was his heart and his determination. Those who weren't determined and didn't persevere couldn't succeed. They couldn't become extremely strong cultivators. With his willpower and determination, Lin Feng could probably break free from the demon possessing his body. When Lin Feng saw Xueling Long, he almost became completely normal again. His soul was telling him that she was his wife, he loved her. It wasn't difficult for Tang Yu to follow Lin Feng, with the terrifying evil energy emerging out of his body. She didn't know where he had gone, but she could track him thanks to the evil energy he left in the atmosphere. Tang Yu flew in the sky for a long time. Whistling sounds spread in the air around her. She didn't know how long she had been chasing, but she didn't stop. There was a mountain chain in front of her. It was the 9 Dragons mountain chain. The evil qi had penetrated into the mountain chain, which meant that Lin Feng was in there. Without hesitating, Tang Yu flew into the mountain chain as well and continued following the evil qi. She continued flying for a very long time, a few dozen kilometers, but she didn't see any ferocious wild beast. Lin Feng's evil qi had probably killed all of them on the way. Those who hadn't been killed had just run away. The evil qi is getting denser, thought Tang Yu, slowing down. She could sense the evil qi, which meant that she was getting close to Lin Feng. Blood? Tang Yu saw some blood in the distance. A gigantic, ferocious wild beast had died there, and it had been cut by a sword. There was some evil qi on the beast. Tang Yu didn't need anyone to explain to her what had happened. She knew that Lin Feng was the author of the crime. There wasn't just one beast. There were many beasts. There were no exceptions. They had all been killed by one sword attack. No matter how strong the beasts were, they couldn't escape from him and his evil sword. Almost. Tang Yu noticed that the evil cold qi getting thicker in the air. She was walking neither too slow nor too quick in the direction of the energy. She didn't dare run too quickly. Lin Feng could kill her in one attack if he didn't recognize her. It would be a pity if she died. "I'm very close," thought Tang Yu anxiously. She was extremely nervous in the distance. On a hill, there was a gigantic stone. Someone in a black Chong Pao was sitting on that huge stone. There was also the qi of a lonely fox there. The coldness of the evil energy was so scary that nobody would have wished to get close to it. Lin Feng was holding a snow-white fox in his arms. It was Xueling Long. They were both gazing into the distance as if they had been remembering something. Xueling Long was cuddling the demon as if the evil energy had been unable to affect her. She was almost immobile in his arm. Only her tummy was moving now as she was breathing. Xueling Long had a snowy white fur and small claws. Her small claws were leaving some small marks on Lin Feng's body. They were little and gentle marks, as if she had been massaging her lover. Lin Feng could feel that those claws were caressing his body. He lowered his head and looked at Xueling Long. It seemed like he had become gentle and normal again. He looked friendly. Xueling Long smiled at Lin Feng and moaned in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes could show that she was smiling. She was happy to see that Lin Feng almost seemed normal again. Lin Feng grabbed Xueling Long's body, raised her and put her head against his face. He looked less cold than before. His eyes held the impression that he was smiling. Tang Yu felt sad when she saw that. Her face turned red. What was love? How come a beast could make a demon look like a loving creature? Besides, Tang Yu was jealous of that small white beast with beautiful eyes. She envied her. Tang Yu didn't know what Lin Feng and Meng Qing had gone through together. She couldn't know what was going on between that demon and that beast. She didn't know how Lin Feng had met Meng Qing, how he had taught her how to ride a horse, how they had always been together until the moment she had turned into a beast. In that world, nobody had spent more time with Lin Feng than Meng Qing and vice versa. Meng Qing had always been following Lin Feng. She had seen him sad, discouraged, dispirited, happy. She had seen him show his amazing strength. She had always been calmly and silent watching him. She was still on his side now that he had transformed into a demon. Together they could abandon everything. They could forget the rest of the world. Tang Yu walked closer very gently. She didn't want to surprise Lin Feng or scare him. Lin Feng turned his head and he looked at Tang Yu in an evil and ice-cold way, which made her stop. She remained motionless. Evil lights started twinkling in Lin Feng's eyes, out of which deadly energies emerged and enveloped her body. She was suffocating. Tang Yu was staring at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng," said Tang Yu gently. She was convinced that she could help him and that he wouldn't kill her. "Go away," said Lin Feng in a deep voice. Tang Yu shook her head. "Get the hell out of here," shouted Lin Feng furiously, while releasing some terrifying and piercingly cold killer energy which enveloped her body. Lin Feng didn't know what could happen. He might become extremely evil again and kill her. He didn't know how much he could control himself. "I'm not leaving," said Tang Yu loudly. She looked determined as she said, "Lin Feng, you can control yourself. You can remain clear-headed. It means that you can win against the evil energy. You have to believe in yourself and you will do it. You cannot turn into a demon, otherwise you will kill people you love. With your soul and your determination, I know that you can do anything." Lin Feng shivered. He looked puzzled. His chi was moving. Could he control himself? The intent left by the evil swords was terrifying, kept polluting his own determination. He would definitely turn into a demon and a death god. "Lin Feng, you cannot tell yourself that you can't. Use your heart, use your determination, fight against your inner demon," said Tang Yu. It seemed like her words were really helping him. She was shouting loudly. According to her, Lin Feng could really succeed. Lin Feng had to come back to consciousness and could fight against the evil intent. "Defeat the evil intent," whispered Lin Feng. He clenched his fists, which emitted crackling sounds. Xueling Long emitted some small cute sounds. She moved and caressed Lin Feng's face with her claws. She was showing Lin Feng that she loved him with her beautiful and resplendent smile. She was trying to make Lin Feng's heart melt. Her beautiful eyes were staring at Lin Feng. Those eyes belonged to Meng Qing. The evil qi started dispersing even more. Lin Feng lowered his head. He looked almost normal but still very cold. Tang Yu continued talking to Lin Feng. She felt a little bit more relaxed now. She had already seen Lin Feng fight and knew how determined he was. With his determination and willpower, he could definitely win against the demon, even if it was monstrously powerful. She didn't get too close to Lin Feng. She was 10 meters away from him when she sat down calmly. Lin Feng also calmed down. He still looked like an evil demon. He was just hugging Xueling Long. Both of them were like one. The sun set and the night befell the earth. It looked like a world of demons. The ice-cold and dreary moon rose up in the sky. The wind was so cold. Even though the moon was cold, it was illuminating the earth, and Lin Feng raised his head to gaze up at it. He embraced the moonlight just like he was embracing Xueling Long. They both raised their heads and looked at the beautiful moon. At that moment, Lin Feng and Meng Qing were recalling the first time they had met. On that night, Lin Feng was extremely depressed. In order to protect him, the people of the Yunhai sect had almost all died. Protector Bei had helped him escape. He had brought him to the Black Wind Mountain where he had met Meng Qing. Now, there was the full moon, and they were in the depths of a mountain chain again. However, that pure and holy celestial being was in Lin Feng's arms, and because of those bastards, she had turned into a beast again. When Lin Feng thought about those people, he released more terrifying killer chi and ice-cold energies. Lin Feng had to kill the people of East Sea Dragon Palace and of the Jade Heaven Imperial family. They had to pay with their blood, with their lives. Lin Feng had to get his revenge. Luckily, this time he had managed to exterminate the imperial family of Xueyu. Otherwise, his family and loved ones would have died. Everything happened because he had refused to join the East Sea Dragon Palace and because his existence was a threat for the Jade Heaven Imperial family. He had to kill those people because they wouldn't let him off. In their eyes, a human life was nothing. The only principle they knew was to kill those who were weak before they became stronger. Lin Feng wouldn't forget them. Even if he had turned into a demon, the evil lights were rolling in his eyes. They were filled with killer chi. Not far from Lin Feng, a fire appeared. Tang Yu was sitting next to the fire. Her face felt hot. She was holding a stick with some meat on it, which she started grilling. The fire was making her feel warmer. Near Lin Feng, with the ice-cold moon in the sky, Tang Yu didn't feel that comfortable. Surprisingly, despite her terrific cultivation abilities, she felt cold. The meat was emitting some subtle sounds while grilling. The smell of the grilled meat spread in the air. It was appealing. Tang Yu cut the meat into two. She walked towards Lin Feng and gave some to him. Lin Feng raised his head and he looked less cold. He stretched his hand, accepted the meat Tang Yu offered him. He then said, "You should leave, Yu. I don't want to hurt you. I don't know how much longer I can control myself." "You still recognize me?" whispered Tang Yu. She was looking at Lin Feng and seemed to be blaming him. "The strength of the evil swords is devouring my determination. My own determination has taken over my body for the time being, but it could change any time. It could be swallowed again, so I don't want to harm you. I will not leave until you defeated the demon in your body. At that moment, if you ask me to leave, I will," said Tang Yu indifferently. She sounded firm. She then moved back to where she was sitting and sat down. She began eating some meat piece by piece, slowly. She was enjoying her meal. Tang Yu looked like a real lady. She was very beautiful in the moonlight. However, Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to appreciate her beauty. Defeating the demon in his body was extremely difficult. He had unsheathed the 9 swords. That was extremely painful. He couldn't control the swords anymore. Their determination was incredible. It kept burning his own determination. During the battle, Lin Feng had almost entirely submitted himself to the evil swords. But then all the troops and members of the Yunhai sect had knelt down in front of him. They had called him General and Patriarch. He had managed to control himself a little bit and had left with Meng Qing. All those people had helped him. The problem now was that he probably couldn't call back the swords into his body like before. He wasn't strong enough to do it now that he had already unsheathed all of them. Everything was calm at dusk in the imperial city of Xueyu. However, there was still a sea of corpses which didn't make people feel comfortable. Everybody in the country knew what had happened the day before. Those who had assisted to the events and had seen everything with their own eyes were still shocked. Those from the Lovesickness Forest and the Yunhai sect had gone there to congratulate the newly married couple, but in the end were ambushed. Duan Renhuang had come out in person and tried to kill them all. After that, the crowd had learnt more about the events which had taken place 20 years ago in the country. The four geniuses of the country used to be best friends, and then Duanren Huang had started hating them. It was then that he had reached the highest step in the hierarchy of the country. After that, Lin Feng's wife had turned into a Tian-level beast. The strong cultivators of Jade Heaven had appeared. Then the cultivators of Shingong had appeared. Duan Wuya had shown how strong he really was, and then the cultivators of the East Sea Dragon Palace had appeared. Everything was still appearing and looping in people's heads. Finally, Lin Feng had used his evil swords to annihilate everything and everyone. However, Lin Feng had turned into a demon, which was the price for using the evil swords. There were people from the Yunhai sect and from Duanren City residing in the Imperial Palace. Those who used to be people of the Imperial Palace were all dead. It had been a bloodbath the day before. From that day on, Xueyu didn't belong to the Duan clan anymore. Xueyu was now Lin Feng's. Even if Lin Feng wasn't there at that moment, he was still the new king of Xueyu. Lin Feng just had to come back, and he would be called Your Majesty by the people of his country. He could also choose to give that title to someone else. However, he would probably still be the one reigning over Xueyu. Nobody would dare oppose him. There was the gigantic rock still in the sky. Lin Hai, Yu Menghe, and Yun Fei Yang were on its back. Yun Fei Yang, thank you so much for coming and helping, said Lin Hai, who already knew everything. Lin Feng is one of my best friends, so don't thank me. Now Xueyu is yours. I hope that Mou and Xueyu will be friends forever. Yes, said Lin Hai, nodding. Yun Fei Yang had helped them take over Xueyu. Besides, Lin Feng and him were good friends. Xueyu and Mou would be allies from then on. There would be no more wars between them. What do you intend to do? Asked Lin Hai to Yun Fei Yang. Go back to Mou, practice cultivating for some days, and then prepare to traverse into the mysterious world. Don't worry about Lin Feng. I am sure that he is strong enough to avoid danger. I have the feeling that I will see him soon and that we will enter the mysterious world together. I hope so, sighed Lin Hai. Lin Feng had become a demon and nobody knew where he had gone. Besides, Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were powerless. They couldn't go and look for Lin Feng. Considering Lin Feng's state, nobody could predict what was going to happen in the future. I trust Lin Feng, you should trust him too, said Yun Fei Yang while smiling. All right, I'm off. Okay, said Lin Hai and the others while waving at him. Then the winged tiger flew off the back of the rock. The rock spread its wings and started flying off into the distance. When the rock disappeared in the horizon, Lin Hai and Yu Menghe looked at the Imperial Palace. Xueyu was theirs. Nobody would be able to put pressure on them. The price had been terrible, though. They wished things hadn't happened that way. I am worried for little Feng, said Yu Menghe. Lin Hai sighed and said, Little Feng is always lucky. I hope that this time luck bring him back. Besides, little Feng is different from us. He will become much stronger in the future. A demon was wandering around the depths of a mountain chain. That demon was releasing some terrifying evil and killer energies. On his shoulders was a little white fox. Her small claws were scratching the demon's face. The demon, now and then, released some even more terrifying ice-cold and killer energies. He looked ferocious and cruel. His killer chi was particularly thick and dense. However, each time he looked at Xue Linglong and her beautiful eyes, the chi got weaker and he looked less cold. His own determination burned stronger. Lin Feng had turned into a demon for Mengqing and could control himself for Mengqing. For Mengqing, he could control the evil swords and not turn into their slave. Behind Lin Feng was a silhouette slowly following him. It had been 3 days since Tang Yu started following Lin Feng. She had seen him in all sorts of states. Sometimes she could sense that the evil chi was getting weaker, and sometimes she could sense that it was becoming stronger. Xue Linglong was probably someone very important to Lin Feng. She could glance once at him, and it sufficed to make the evil energies weaken significantly. Tang Yu had many reasons to think that Lin Feng would have entirely turned into a demon if he hadn't Xue Linglong on his side. Then he would have had no way of coming back to his senses. In such a battle, your determination becomes much stronger as the evil determination becomes weaker. Finally, one day you win over the evil determination, thought Tang Yu. She firmly believed that Lin Feng could succeed. Even though Lin Feng remained silent and looked ice-cold, it was clear to Tang Yuyu that Lin Feng was carrying out an inner battle against the evil determination. He had gone to the mountain chain alone because he wanted to fight against the evil determination alone and didn't want to harm other people. In front of them was a huge mountain at the bottom of which there was a cave. Some bestial qi was emerging out of the cave. It was probably a cave inhabited by ferocious wild beasts. However, Lin Feng didn't see the cave in the same way. Without stopping, he walked towards that cave. Lin Feng got closer to the entrance and the cave became clearer. Outside of the cave, surprisingly, there were several people guarding the entrance. Tang Yuyu was stupefied. Surprisingly, there were people. Those people weren't emitting a bestial qi, or maybe that it was some Tian-level qi. Otherwise, they had to be real people. Those people saw Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu come. They were surprised, but they started smiling in an evil way. Lin Feng glanced at them indifferently and walked in another direction. However, those people didn't intend to let him leave so easily. Their silhouettes flickered and they appeared in front of him, blocking the way. Lin Feng frowned and released a terrifying killer energy. It was ice-cold and evil. Those people suddenly looked scared and started shaking. What a terrifying and thick evil energy, thought those people. Lin Feng didn't seem to be the right person to attack. Ha! Somebody groaned coldly and those people stopped moving. Kidnap them, said an evil voice slowly. It came from inside the cave. That voice sounded like that of a demon. Those people didn't dare move back. Instead they moved towards Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu. Ha! Tang Yuyu frowned when she saw those people. One voice had sufficed to make them suddenly look evil. How scary. Who was living in that cave? An ice-cold qi emerged out of those people's bodies while they slowly walked towards Lin Feng. The expression in their eyes looked cold. Lin Feng slowly put his hand on his back and a terrifying evil energy started emerging out of his body and rolling in the atmosphere. A terrifying and brutal sword qi emerged in the atmosphere. It seemed like he was about to unsheath a terrifying sword. Lin Feng, don't, said Tang Yuyu. You cannot use it again, otherwise, you will kill me and Xueling Long. As expected, when Lin Feng heard Tang Yuyu, he didn't try to take out his evil sword. It seemed like a distant voice was calling him inside his head. He looked at Meng Qing and looked touched. Then, he lowered his hand again but his ice-cold qi didn't disperse. He was staring at those people. Die, said Lin Feng while releasing a terrifying killer energy. A gigantic black hand attacked those people and they were all enveloped by it. Boom boom. Some cracking sounds spread in the air. The evil hand crashed on those people's bodies and one of them died. However, the three others continued moving towards him, as if they hadn't seen anything. Besides, their heads were turning into claws and moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's evil qi kept rolling in the air and turned into a cross. The Yuxia demon used that cross. It then penetrated into someone's body and made him fly away, very far away in the distance. The other two attacked Lin Feng but he didn't move at all. He kept releasing a terrifying evil energy which surrounded the two people. And then Lin Feng's hands both crashed on their heads. Both of them were crushed and collapsed lifeless. In a flash, 4 people had died in Lin Feng's hands and none of them remained. Tang Yuyu was calmly looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was terrifying now. He could kill people in one strike. Those 4 people weren't weak, they had all broken through to the 7th and 8th Xianxia layer. But in front of Lin Feng they were like insects, he could crush them with a single swat. Besides, Tang Yuyu was even more surprised by how those people reacted to death and to Lin Feng's strength. They hadn't been afraid at all. They continued moving forwards to kill him even though they had known that they were going to die. She kept staring at the entrance of the cave. Lin Feng's eyes looked ice-cold staring at the cave. His cold eyes were twinkling. Useless human beings, they're all trash, said a bestial voice inside the cave. At the same time, some wind started blowing and it contained some bestial qi. It's a ferocious wild beast. Tang Yuyu was stupefied. There was a beast in the cave, and that beast had been controlling the people who Lin Feng had just killed. Besides, that beast could talk, which meant that it was a Tian-level beast. The bestial chi was becoming more intense and emanating out of the cave. A vortex appeared and turned into a whistling hurricane outside of the cave. Some dust was rising in the air. Tian-level beast, such a strong chi. Thought Tang Yu stupefied. There was a Tian-level beast in the cave. A strong wind was blowing and turning into a vortex. A black silhouette then came out of the cave in a flash. The bestial chi dashed to the skies. Beasts in a periphery of 50 kilometers could probably sense it, and were probably running away. A few useless human beings died. 2 more have come. No problem. They will become my new slaves. It's not bad either. The bestial chi was becoming more and more intense. The vortex became weaker, and under the bestial qi appeared a silhouette. It was a beast. That beast was extremely thin, and it looked like an illusion. However, its hands were on its waist as if that beast had been trying to look like a human. However, Lin Feng and Tang Yu's reaction wasn't what the beast had expected. Both of them remained immobile, which made the beast groan coldly. Evil lights twinkled in the eyes of the beast. It then slowly turned around and saw 2 uninvited human beings. However, when the beast saw Lin Feng, it was stupefied and started shaking. Lin Feng looked at that beast in an ice-cold way. He was stupefied too. His heart even started pounding. Meow! What a handsome young man, but his face looked evil. His face was filled with bestial energies. That beast was turning into a human being, but was meowing like a cat. How strange. It's you, said Lin Feng while releasing a terrifying evil energy. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling with evil lights. It was frightening. His black hair and black Chong Pao started fluttering in the wind. A cat had just appeared in front of him. Back in the 9 Dragons mountain chain, he had already seen that cat, and he had managed to make him run away. He had even used his evil sword. That beast was a Tian-level beast. Lin Feng had then defeated it, making it turn into a cat again. However, the cat had a human appearance again, and its chi was extremely bestial. Lin Feng understood something. It meant that even if the transformation process had been interrupted once, it could be restarted at some point, just like the cat had done. When Lin Feng saw the cat, he then looked at Xue Linglong, and hope suddenly regained his heart. The cat had managed to start the transformation process again. It meant that Meng Qing could also start it again. Meng Qing and Tang Yu obviously didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking at that moment. When they heard Lin Feng say, "It's you," they just guessed that the Tian-level beast and Lin Feng knew each other. The cat didn't know why Lin Feng had been acting so bravely. The cat should have been the one acting bravely and fearlessly. The cat looked ice-cold. This time he didn't attack. Lin Feng's evil chi was telling him that Lin Feng had used the evil swords again. That terrifying evil chi was extremely powerful. That's fate. I wouldn't have thought that we would meet again, said the cat while staring back at Lin Feng. Some ominous glints were twinkling in his eyes. It seemed like he could attack Lin Feng at any time. It seems like you turned into a demon. You probably can't control the evil energies anymore and became the slave of your swords, right? Said the cat, as if he had been saying something deep and profound, but Lin Feng showed no reaction. He ignored him. He just made some heavy steps forwards. In a flash, a terrifying killer chi spread in the air and moved towards the cat. The evil chi kept rolling in the atmosphere. A terrifying sword energy kept whistling in the air. The evil sword immediately emerged out of Lin Feng's body again. He hadn't hesitated at all. He had already forgotten everything Tang Yu had told him. The evil sword streaked across the sky, leaving an arch-shaped trail. Some dark clouds were roaring and rolling in the sky. The atmosphere became particularly gloomy. Some evil whistling sounds spread in the air as the sword landed in Lin Feng's hands. Tell me how you started the human transformation process again. There were evil lights as well as normal lights appearing in his eyes, which was why he could ask the cat that question so sanely. The cat's eyes were twinkling. He felt scared when he sensed Lin Feng's terrifying evil chi. As expected, Lin Feng had turned into a demon and was using that terrifying evil sword. However, he couldn't control it properly, and he had already started turning into a proper demon. Xue Linglong. When the cat looked at the beast on Lin Feng's shoulders, he smiled in a hideous and strange way. It seemed like he understood Lin Feng's question. Haha, you've been punished. That Shui Long is really beautiful. Unfortunately, just like me in the past, her transformation process was interrupted. Are you the one who did it too? Said the cat in a husky voice. It seemed like he was trying to provoke Lin Feng. Tang Yu understood what had happened. Lin Feng had interrupted the cat's transformation process previously. However, the cat had managed to start it again. Therefore, Lin Feng was asking the cat that question because he had hoped for Meng Qing again. Unfortunately, I will not tell you, said the cat in a husky voice while smiling in an evil and cruel way. Die! A terrifying evil chi started rolling in the air again. Lin Feng's sword immediately streaked across the sky, leaving a black trail behind. Meow! The cat meowed in a sharp and strident way. He bent his entire body and moved away at the speed of light. Some rumbling sounds spread in the air and Lin Feng's evil sword crashed on the top of the hill, cutting it into two. However, Lin Feng didn't see that. He had continued chasing the cat in the sky, which was immediately invaded by evil energies and evil intent. CRRRR. RRRRR. A terrifying evil sword light illuminated the atmosphere and the cat groaned. He continued escaping and was avoiding Lin Feng's attack. His body then slowly transformed into a cat. Evil lights were moving towards the cat, but he kept avoiding them. Some rumbling sounds were spreading in the atmosphere and mountains were being destroyed. The mountain chain looked like a battlefield at that moment. Lin Feng was terrifying. He looked like a demon again. If the cat hadn't transformed into a cat again, he would have already died by that sword. Die! Shouted Lin Feng again. That sword was magnificent and dazzling. An evil light illuminated the entire atmosphere. The cat saw two sword lights on both sides and another sword was already attacking. He hadn't prepared for that. Meow! The cat raised his claws and his body became much bigger. His claws looked ice-cold and dangerous. Boom! A bestial chi spread in the air and moved towards the sword light. The loud evil chi kept rolling in the air and crashed into the bestial chi. The bestial chi was annihilated and disappeared. Some metallic sounds then spread in the air as the claws of the cat and the sword collided. He had managed to stop the sword. Eee! The cat shouted in pain and transformed into a human being again. Some more rumbling sounds spread around them. Surprisingly, he moved away and crashed into a mountain. He didn't dare fight against Lin Feng. The sword had already damaged his internal organs with that last strike. He might die if he continued fighting against Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng's sword crashed on a huge stone. The evil energy kept rolling in the air. The stones Lin Feng was hitting were turning into powder. Then Lin Feng entered the abdomen of the mountain without hesitation. Tang Yu gnashed her teeth when she saw Lin Feng disappear inside. She followed him into the newly created cave as well. Lin Feng knew that the cat was blocked in the mountain. The cat would try to reach the other end. In that cave, there was only bestial chi. The cat tried to dig in the depths of the mountain to go back to the cave where he had created his own palace. Boom, boom, boom. The evil energies kept bombarding the walls of the tunnel. Lin Feng was still following the cat. He didn't intend to let him off. He had to know how to turn into a human being again. Lin Feng discovered a palace in the mountain. It was only a small part of the cave. They even ran on a bridge over a lake and reached the depths of the palace. They were moving deeper and deeper, but Lin Feng kept releasing evil energies without stopping. Finally, they reached the other end of the palace. It seemed to be the main hall of the palace. There were pearls and mosaics everywhere, making the palace look particularly beautiful and well lit. Those beautiful precious stones were illuminating Lin Feng's body. There was a beautiful throne decorated with incredibly beautiful, precious stones there. Surprisingly, there was a man sitting on it and he was wearing a beautiful chong pao. His eyes were closed. The cat then jumped into the arms of that man and purred. At that moment, the evil cat looked like a docile and gentle pet. Lin Feng was looking at the man who was wearing a blue chong pao. Lin Feng's eyes looked as evil as before. The cat was just rubbing his head against the man's chest. From his eyes, one could guess that he was smiling in an evil way as if Lin Feng was about to die. Tang Yu finally arrived too. When she saw the cat calmly sitting on the man's laps, she started shivering. The cat was a Tian-level beast. However, it looked like a docile pet to that man. What did it mean? It meant that the man was probably infinitely stronger than the cat. Maybe he was a cultivator who had broken through to the very top of the Tian Qi layer. The situation was extremely dangerous for Lin Feng at that moment. "What a thick and heavy evil qi," said a deep voice at that moment. The man slowly opened his eyes in which blue lights were twinkling. Lin Feng immediately released some evil energies as if he hadn't cared about anything. From head to foot, he was covered with evil energies and wasn't reacting at all. "Oh, there's Xueling Long as well," said the man with a resplendent smile. He looked greedy. "What a terrifying evil sword. And Xueling Long as well, very good." "Little cat, you're a good cat," said the man while petting the cat. "Meow." The cat purred. He was happy to be complimented. It rubbed its head against the man's hands and chest again. "Don't worry. If you're good, I will make you become a terrifying, strong, ferocious wild beast," said the man, as if he had understood what the cat meant. The man slowly stood up, and in a flash a terrifying qi invaded the entire palace. Tang Yuyu was astonished. She had the impression that she was in a swamp and that she couldn't move. She looked terrified as she stared at the man. Words wouldn't come out of her mouth. Was that only intent? She had the impression that that person was the monstrously strong cultivator they had seen in Xingong the other time. "The Zun cultivator," whispered Tang Yuyu. Her chest was bouncing back and forth at full speed. If it was the Zun cultivator, could he save Lin Feng? "You're good, you have good eyes," said the man indifferently, glancing at Tang Yuyu. It was really the Zun cultivator. "Mister, we didn't want to offend you. I hope you can forgive us," said Tang Yuyu nodding. Nobody wanted to offend such a strong cultivator. "You can go. You don't need to get involved, little girl," said the strong cultivator. However, Tang Yuyu didn't move and pointed her finger at Lin Feng. "What about him? His evil intent is too thick. The demon transformation process is too advanced already. I must kill him. Imagine if he hurt you," said the man smiling. He was a Zun cultivator. He obviously understood that Lin Feng was possessed by the evil sword and how dangerous it was. Besides, the one who used to control that evil sword was even stronger than himself. Lin Feng couldn't control them. Maybe the Zun cultivator could control it though. Xueling Long was also an extremely precious, ferocious wild beast. He didn't want to let her off. He wanted to obtain her. His life would be even better. "Mr. He," said Tang Yuyu, who wanted to add something, but Lin Feng turned his head around and looked at her in an ice-cold way. He then shouted furiously, "Get the hell out of here!" Tang Yuyu looked at Lin Feng and saw him jump towards her. A terrifying physical strength surrounded her body. A terrifying fist filled with evil energies then crashed onto her body, and she was projected outside of the cave. Blood splashed out of her mouth too. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the man in the blue Chong Pao. His evil energies were more and more intense. "You haven't entirely turned into a demon. It seems you still have some human characteristics," said the man indifferently. Lin Feng obviously understood what it meant. Lin Feng ignored him and lowered his head. He just looked at Xueling Long and said, "Meng Qing, if I turn into a real demon, you must leave." "Whoa!" Xueling Long kept shaking her head and put her head in Lin Feng's neck. She was so scared. She didn't want Lin Feng to hit her like he had done with Tang Yuyu though. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the man. He released a terrifying evil light and stopped using his own intent to resist to the evil intent. A terrifying evil rolling qi started swallowing his own determination. His evil sword started shaking intensely. That terrifying evil qi invaded the entire palace and made the walls shake. It seemed like the palace was going to cave in. "Ha!" The man was stupefied while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes were entirely black at that moment and filled with evil intent. Lin Feng's entire body looked like a sword. He wasn't a human being anymore. He was a sword. "You're willingly turning into a demon. You want to kill yourself," shouted the man furiously. Lin Feng was surprisingly letting the evil sword take control over his body. The evil sword was terrifyingly strong. It might have been stronger than the Zune cultivator in its previous life. If it took over Lin Feng's body completely, it might be able to regain that strength. Of course, Lin Feng's body would be unable to take it and would probably get torn apart. The Zune cultivator raised his hand and released some terrifying sealed doors. Lin Feng's body seemed like it was frozen. The Zune cultivator's sealed doors were infinitely stronger than those of Duan Wu Dao or Duan Ren Huang. It seemed like he could seal the entire world. Sir, 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 sir. The evil sword was diffusing some terrifying evil lights. Then the sword divided itself into 9 swords. They were emitting whistling sounds and were colliding with the sealed doors. Then the 9 swords became one again and bombarded the atmosphere in the direction of the man. Lin Feng didn't control the sword anymore. The sword was controlling itself. It was acting according to its own will independently of what Lin Feng was thinking or wanted. Boom, boom, boom. The sword destroyed the walls of the cave. The man groaned coldly, and in front of him appeared a blue circle. It was filled with the strength of the sealed doors, and it surrounded the sword. Crack! The evil sword destroyed the blue light and continued moving towards the man, which surprised him. That evil sword was, as expected, terrifying. The sword was showing its terrifying strength at that moment. Something it couldn't do back when Lin Feng still tried to resist it. The man raised both his hands and blue lights moved towards the sword. The man then shouted furiously, "Go back!" The blue lights got destroyed and the evil sword moved back. Lin Feng made a step forwards and caught the evil sword during its flight. It seemed like Lin Feng was in perfect fusion with the evil sword. He then turned into a black sword, as if he had merged with the evil sword and threw himself at the man. This time, Lin Feng was the evil sword. Human sword fusion, sword intent. No wonder that the evil sword chose him as a master, shouted the Zune cultivator furiously. That terrifying sword was putting too much pressure on him. It was lacerating the atmosphere as it chased him. The walls all around them were breaking apart. Boom, boom. The man rose up in the air, but the evil sword followed him, breaking everything. The entire mountain was shaking as it caved in. The two of them emerged out of the mountain and the entire mountain chain started shaking. There were 2 men and a sword in the air. More precisely, there was 1 man and 1 sword. Lin Feng had fused together with the black sword. The earth and sky were shaking and strident whistling sounds kept spreading about the mountain chain. The black clouds in the sky were rolling and tossing furiously. An infinite amount sword energy was moving towards the man. The man started moving his hands as if he had been dancing. The atmosphere was suddenly illuminated by a blue light. It seemed like the sky was regaining its normal colors. "Even if you go insane, you will still die," shouted the man coldly. He jumped forwards and threw himself at the evil sword. If Lin Feng had been a cultivator of the Tianqi layer and had fused together with the evil sword, he would have been able to compete with the Zune cultivator. However, Lin Feng was too weak, so the sword couldn't deploy its full strength. The blue light kept illuminating the sky and shining upon Lin Feng's body. That extreme strength made Lin Feng's body shake. A cultivator of the Zune Qi layer was too strong. Even as a demon, Lin Feng couldn't resist to him. A light flashed and a black stone appeared in the sky. That stone suddenly became gigantic and turned into a stone tablet which read, "Sealed Demon." That stone contained the demon which was sealed inside. There was a terrifying sealed door's strength in that tablet. Lin Feng could sense that his evil sword was shaking as if it had been trying to break the seal. "You used the evil sword, so I sealed it, and now I will kill you. Then I will take the evil sword," said the man, smiling coldly. He then immediately raised his hands and condensed some sealed door's energy. A black beam of light emerged out of the stone tablet and it enlarged, as big as a palace. The words "sealed demon" became dazzling. "Go!" shouted the man furiously. In the blink of an eye, the stone tablet turned into a black light and rumbling sounds spread in the air while it shot out towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng still looked like a demon and was still holding the evil sword. A terrifying sword light then moved towards the stone tablet. Boom, boom, boom. The sword crashed onto the stone tablet and made it shake violently. However, it didn't break and there was no sign that it was going to break either. It was only shaking. The stone tablet is a precious treasure. Even though your evil sword is extremely strong, you can't do anything against it," said the man while laughing evilly. He had faith in that stone tablet. The stone tablet was a stone which came from ancient ages and could seal evil deities. Rumors said that the stone tablet used to be one, but it had then be broken into 4 or 5 pieces. The stone tablet in front of Lin Feng was one of those pieces. It was the first time that he saw it. That stone tablet was related to the abstruse significance and the Zun Qi layer. Go! Some sealed door's light crashed on the stone tablet, making it move forwards towards Lin Feng. A terrifying black light surrounded Lin Feng, and the evilness in his body seemed to be constricted. The evil sword even started shaking violently. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng fearlessly attacked with his sword again. It was filled with intent. It seemed like the atmosphere was going to be torn apart. However, it still couldn't make the stone tablet move. Boom, boom, boom. The stone tablet and Lin Feng's evil sword collided, which released a terrifying sealed door's strength. The sealed demon stone tablet released an even more terrifying black light which started controlling Lin Feng's evil sword and made it shake even more brutally. You still haven't broken through to the Tianqi layer, so you can't do anything. Even if you have the evil sword, you cannot fight against someone who is so much stronger than you," said the man. His hands were dancing in the air even faster, and another terrifying black light shone upon the stone tablet. The man then shouted, "Seal!" Boom! The evil sword continued shaking violently. Many small black seals emerged out of the stone tablet and completely surrounded the evil sword. The stone tablet wanted to seal the evil sword. The evil sword had its own intent and was not resigned to give up. Some rumbling sounds spread in the air, and the evil sword moved aside, letting the terrifying seal strength penetrate into Lin Feng's body. It seemed like the evil sword wanted to avoid the stone tablet. "You want to escape?" said the Zun cultivator while smiling and looking at the evil sword. He could easily kill Lin Feng. Where would the evil sword hide then? Only cultivators of the Tianqi layer had a chance to resist against such strong cultivators. After all, such strong cultivators were like the clouds of the continent of the 9 clouds. People who were very lucky might manage to escape, but those who had no luck would easily die. The Zun cultivator was very lucky though. He had managed to obtain the stone tablet, and now he was going to obtain the evil sword. "Seal!" shouted the man again, releasing some seal energy out of his hands. Even if the evil sword wanted to escape, the Zun cultivator wasn't going to give up. Even if he killed Lin Feng, he still wanted to obtain the evil sword. That stone tablet was going to be the nemesis of that evil sword. The stone tablet was releasing a particular light. That particular light was a hologram of a gigantic mountain. It looked like an illusion as it slowly became smaller and immediately penetrated into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng started shaking violently, just like the evil sword. The stone tablet could also penetrate into his body. It was chasing the evil sword to seal it. After that, the evil sword and the stone tablet penetrated into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's evil lights weakened a lot. The evil sword was in his body and was being sealed by the stone tablet. Lin Feng's evil personality was also fading. Lin Feng was distressed facing the man. Without the strength of the evil sword, he couldn't do anything. That man was a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer. The man looked at Lin Feng and smiled. His face was filled with murder. Lin Feng was doomed. Meow! The cat rose up in the air and looked delighted. His venerable master was incredible. Lin Feng had hurt him and interrupted his transformation process, and now Lin Feng had run into the man in the blue Chongpao. Because of Lin Feng, the cat had become the slave of the Zun cultivator and had his dreams destroyed. A strange and bestial light twinkled around Lin Feng's body in the air. Tang Yu's face was red and she looked ice-cold. Lin Feng was an incredible genius. Was he going to die? Sadly, he had come across a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer. Lin Feng was probably not going to give up that easily. "Now die," said the Zun cultivator while releasing some more blue lights sealing the atmosphere. Lin Feng watched as the cultivator ran towards him. Was he going to die? Lin Feng really didn't want to die. He still had so much to do and still had to get his revenge. He hadn't even helped Meng Qing become a human being again. He didn't want to die. Die! Shouted the Zune cultivator furiously. A terrifying hand filled with physical strength moved towards Lin Feng's chest. If it reached Lin Feng, he would die instantly. Meng Qing, escape! Shouted Lin Feng desperately. Xue Linglong and him moved backwards together. Woo woo! Xue Linglong was running in the sky and uttered a long and mournful cry. Some tears appeared in her eyes as she moved back and forth. She didn't want to abandon Lin Feng. However, it was already too late. Boom! The Zune cultivator's hand crashed onto Lin Feng's chest and Lin Feng started shaking violently. This time, it seemed like time had stopped. Meng Qing and Tang Yu were stunned. They both started crying. A human being and a beast were both crying. Meng Qing was furious, however. She was too weak to do anything. Tang Yu's heart also felt very painful. She had never been so sad in her life. Die! Shouted the Zune cultivator while releasing a terrifying physical strength which enveloped Lin Feng's body. Boom! A terrifying white light illuminated the atmosphere. Came from Lin Feng's body. It was dazzling. Tang Yu and Meng Qing couldn't see anything anymore. After that white light appeared, a terrifying qi also emerged. The Zune cultivator moved backwards. After his attack, he realized that the dazzling light wasn't Lin Feng's light. It seemed like something incredible had been released. He was staring at Lin Feng but only saw a white light in front of him, which then turned into a silhouette. That person was an old man. That old man's qi was terrifying. His long hair was messy. It looked real and illusional at the same time. That qi made the cultivator of the Zune qi layer shiver. What was happening? Lin Feng surprisingly had something protecting his soul? A protector? At the moment when Lin Feng was about to die, that old man's silhouette had appeared. Lin Feng was also astonished when he saw the old man, as astonished as the Zune-level cultivator. Lin Feng didn't know that something or someone was protecting his soul. He was wondering who that protector was. Meng Qing and Tang Yu were just as astonished. Immediately after, hope invaded their hearts again. Lin Feng hadn't died, he was still alive. Surprisingly, a strong cultivator was protecting Lin Feng's soul. The old man moved forwards and appeared in front of the Zune-level cultivator. A terrifying oppressing energy crashed on the Zune cultivator's body, making his soul shake. Surprisingly, he felt absent-minded. It seemed like he couldn't release qi anymore. It seemed like that illusion was making him suffocate and was going to kill him. "Get lost!" shouted the old man. His voice was terrifying. The Zune cultivator was suddenly projected backwards 1,000 meters. He couldn't breathe anymore, he could only stare at the illusion. How terrifying. It was a Zune cultivator as well, but at that level, one layer could make a huge difference. Besides, Lin Feng's protector was stronger than the man in blue of one cultivator layer. The man in blue couldn't even see how strong the protector was. That illusion soul was making him suffocate. It seemed like Lin Feng's protector could destroy his soul. "Mister," said the Zune cultivator in blue clothes. He then slightly bowed and said, "Mister, I didn't know that you and him were related. I didn't mean to offend you. I will take my things and leave immediately." The illusion frowned and released some more oppressive energy which strangled the man in blue. He then said, "I told you to get lost." The Zune cultivator in blue was astonished and gulped down. It seemed like he was swallowing a stone while gulping down. Lin Feng was weak, he could kill him and steal the evil sword as well as Xue Linglong. However, at the last moment that old man appeared. His opponent still had his stone tablet and he couldn't do anything to prevent him keeping it. The weak were the praise of the strong. "Mister, I am leaving," said the Zune cultivator in the blue Chong Pao. He turned around, jumped and left without hesitation. He didn't want to offend his opponent even more. While leaving, he grabbed the cat by the tail. The cat felt endlessly humiliated. He was a Tian-level beast and was incredibly strong. But his master was being so cruel to him and was treating him like an object. Very quickly, the Zune cultivator in blue clothes disappeared into the distance. Meng Qing and Tang Yu were endlessly relieved. They had thought that Lin Feng was about to die. They had been terrified. The old man slowly turned around. While looking at that silhouette, Lin Feng was unable to calm down. At that moment, Lin Feng couldn't imagine what that extremely strong cultivator was doing in front of him. Lin Feng was extremely far from such a cultivation level. In the past, that old man had left, but Lin Feng had always known that the cultivator was incredibly strong. Lin Feng had never thought that he was this strong. Besides, he had never imagined that the cultivator would have left a protection in his body. In case of danger, he was protected. That protection was only the soul of the person and could scare away cultivators of the Zun Qi layer. He had just said, "Get lost." And the enemy of the Zun Qi layer had been scared to death. "Mr. Xiao," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't imagine that an old doctor, who had saved his life, would be able to scare a Zun cultivator to death with 2 words. Lin Feng was astonished. Xueling Long moved back onto Lin Feng's shoulders. Tang Yu arrived behind Lin Feng. She was astonished. Lin Feng knew such strong cultivators. Besides, it seemed Lin Feng didn't even know that he was protected. Mr. Xiao nodded and sighed. "Lin Feng, you're brave, very brave." Lin Feng smiled wryly. He wasn't that brave. The demon had made him done that. He hadn't acted recklessly voluntarily. The evil sword had been controlling him. You're lucky he tried to gain an advantage only to end worse off. Besides, the stone plate can help you control that sword. I helped you get that stone plate. In the future you will be able to use the evil sword, but not for a very long time each time. You will need to wait to become stronger to be able to control it by yourself. Maybe you will be lucky in the future, said Mr. Xiao. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He was indeed very lucky. Of course, lucky or not, if Mr. Xiao hadn't appeared, Lin Feng would have died. Mr. Xiao put his hand on Lin Feng's body and the stone plate moved out, almost as if it wanted to move away. However, when the stone plate moved out, the evil qi appeared again. Lin Feng's eyes became evil again, and the evil sword was starting to control him again. "Where are you going?" shouted Mr. Xiao. A terrifying soul strength moved towards the stone plate and caught it in the air. The stone plate started shaking insanely as a fire appeared in the air. The stone plate was on fire. "Destroy!" shouted Mr. Xiao. A subtle sound spread in the air, and it seemed like the entire region had been destroyed. The stone plate stopped moving and became calm again. It was releasing some seal qi. "Lin Feng, you must put blood on it to possess it," said Mr. Xiao in an extremely loud voice which made Lin Feng clear-headed again. He then cut his finger and let a drop of blood drip onto the stone plate. Immediately after, his soul appeared and a dazzling light emerged out of the stone plate. Lin Feng could clearly sense that his soul and the stone plate were connected. As expected, it is an incredible treasure. Lin Feng was realizing how incredible the stone plate was. Some memories appeared in his head with instructions on how to use the stone plate. That stone plate was like the evil sword. It had its own memories and its own life. Mr. Xiao didn't need to tell him anything anymore. Lin Feng immediately raised his hand and his strength grabbed the stone plate. He then shouted extremely loudly, "Seal me!" Boom, boom, boom. The stone plate started shaking violently and released some strength which was going to seal the evilness in his body. An illusion appeared out of the stone plate and penetrated into his body. It was sealing the evil sword. In a flash, Lin Feng's evil energies and evil intent dissipated. He gradually started looking normal again. Phew! Lin Feng breathed deeply as if he had come back to life. At that moment, there were 2 treasures in his body, but they had different functions. If other strong cultivators knew about them, they would definitely try to kill Lin Feng to steal them. All right, I don't have too much time. Take care of yourself and remember one thing. Strength is the key to everything. External things which have their own life and their own intent sometimes want to be independent, warned Mr. Xiao. He then added, "I helped you. Remember to take care of Xiaoya." "Mr. Xiao!" shouted Lin Feng while glancing at Meng Qing. Mr. Xiao already knew what Lin Feng wanted to ask. "Your wife can become a human being again. I won't tell you how because you are too weak. If I tell you, you will try to do things which you are incapable of doing, and that may kill you. If you want to save her, become stronger and come to the holy city in the middle of the continent. I am a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer and I can help you. So come and look for me when you are stronger. However, don't bring Xiaoya with you to the holy city." Then Mr. Zhao's soul gradually disappeared and vanished. Lin Feng was still looking at the same place. He couldn't realize what was happening. Xiaoya's grandfather, Xiao Wu Tian, was a doctor. Yet he was monstrously strong and had put a protection in Lin Feng's body. If he had been traveling with Xiaoya, how dangerous would it have been? Maybe Xiaoya's body was also protected. "I am not telling you how to do it because you are too weak." Lin Feng clenched his fists. He was still too weak. Well, he was weak in comparison with the strongest cultivators of the world, of course. He couldn't even protect himself in front of those cultivators. He couldn't really protect his friends or family members either. He needed to become even stronger, and then he would be able to help Meng Qing turn into a human being again. For Lin Feng, the evil sword was a burden and the stone plate was a burden too. If he became extremely strong, he would be able to use them better. Everything was about strength. "Lin Feng," said Tang Yuyu. Lin Feng turned around. Because of the sword, he had been evil and hadn't really recognized her before. However, now the evil sword was under control. At least he didn't look extremely evil anymore. His eyes still looked cold, but at least he looked like a human being. Tang Yuyu felt relieved. Lin Feng had finally become a human being again. How great! He had nearly turned into a monster and died. "Yuyu, thank you so much," said Lin Feng, nodding. Tang Yuyu shook her head and tried to fix her messy hair with her hands. She was still worried about her appearance. She wanted to look beautiful in front of Lin Feng. "What do you want to do? Go back to Shuiyu?" asked Tang Yuyu. "No," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Cold lights were twinkling in his eyes. "Those people think that I am a demon. They might try to kill me. Because of the restrictions which exist in order to go to the mysterious world, they will not allow Duan Wu Dao or Duan Wu Ye to go back to Shuiyu either. They are probably practicing cultivation very hard to become even stronger. They all want to go to the mysterious world. If I kill them in there, they will never make it back to Shuiyu." Duan Wu Dao was now a member of the Jade Heaven Imperial family, and Duan Wu Ye had joined the East Sea Dragon Palace. They were both extremely strong and had strong influential groups backing them up. After leaving Shuiyu, Lin Feng had turned into a demon. They hadn't forgotten about him. They all wanted to get back what they had lost. Everything was going to be solved after leaving for the mysterious world. Tang Yuyu slightly nodded. Lin Feng was right. The people of the East Sea Dragon Palace and of the Jade Heaven Imperial family had gotten involved in the affairs of Shuiyu. Duan Wu Dao and Duan Wu Ye would all go to the mysterious world. For them, the mysterious world was going to mean a lot, so they would put aside all their problems for the moment. "Let's go together," said Tang Yuyu. Lin Feng looked at her and slightly nodded. "I need to go meet Cheng first." Mi Cheng. Tang Yuyu was stupefied. What did he want to do in Mi Cheng? Did he consider himself a member of Shin Gong, or was he their enemy now? Lin Feng knew what Tang Yuyu was thinking and said, "I will go to the mysterious world, but I will not represent Shin Gong there. Everything is all about oneself to them. If I wanted to represent a sphere of influence, I would rather choose the Nine Cloud Sword sect or the Necropolis sect," said Lin Feng. He was an independent thinker. Lin Feng was good, but Shin Gong's way of solving things didn't make him feel happy. He was infuriated. They had no moral values. Lin Feng's heart was filled with coldness and even more determination. Lin Feng wanted to go to the mysterious world for himself to become stronger. "Well then, you want to go to Mi Cheng?" said Tang Yuyu, surprised. "The Deshu clan," said Lin Feng coldly. Tang Yuyu's heart was also filled with coldness at that moment. The Deshu clan was going to be eradicated. The Deshu clan had participated to the massacre in Shuiyu. Even though Deshu Kong had been killed by Lin Feng wasn't going to let them off. The demon in his heart hadn't completely left his heart. He still felt like a killer. He had gone through too many hardships. Meng Qing had become a beast again. Lin Feng's heart was really filled with an endless coldness. Even if he wasn't a demon, he still felt the urge to kill. Xueling Long was on Lin Feng's shoulder. She moved into Lin Feng's arms and looked at him. From her eyes, one could see that she was smiling. Lin Feng would have become normal again. he hadn't turned into a demon. Meng Qing was, of course, very happy about it. There was an illusional fog all over Mi Cheng. It looked mysterious, almost like it didn't even exist at all. It was so mysterious. Outside of Mi Cheng, a black, ferocious, wild beast was approaching the city. Riding it were two people, a girl and a boy. The boy was wearing a black chongpao and he looked extraordinary. However, he looked like a killer. The expression in his eyes was so cold that people had the feeling they were going to freeze when staring at them. That girl was extremely beautiful but looked elegant and cold. She also looked extraordinary. Besides, that ice-cold-looking young man was carrying a little and very beautiful beast in his arms. That small beast was snowy white. It was a little fox. Besides, her eyes were extremely beautiful and looked like those of a celestial being. "Go back," said Lin Feng while jumping off the back of the ferocious wild beast. The beast then immediately went back to its own forest. Tang Yu and Lin Feng jumped onto the ground and moved towards Mi Cheng. The great competition of Xueyu was finished. Mi Cheng was an extremely calm and peaceful city at that moment. In the vast city, people had not realized that one of the four greatest groups of influence was about to disappear from the city, the Deshu clan. It was a peaceful yet dreary and desolate night. The air was fresh and a gentle breeze was sweeping away. However, the atmosphere in the Deshu clan didn't feel only cool, they felt ice-cold. The news had spread that Deshu Kong had been killed in Xueyu. They knew that he had been killed by their enemy, Lin Feng. That news had infuriated the Deshu clan. If the news was true, it was a catastrophe for their clan and the consequences would be just as catastrophic. Their only cultivator of the Tianqi layer had died. The consequences would be tragic. The three other groups of influence in Mi Cheng wouldn't let them live on in peace. They would swallow them. It would give the opportunity to other smaller influential groups of Mi Cheng to rise too. The Deshu clan would get swallowed by all of those groups. The news had enraged the Deshu clan. Therefore, it was a piercingly cold night for them. They were all in a meeting room and talking about the future of the clan. They didn't know that a ghost-like person had entered their clan and was hunting them. A sword chi spread in the air and was emitting some subtle sounds in the darkness of the night. However, that sword energy wasn't too subtle, it could kill people. Very quickly, the people of the Deshu clan were surrounded by a blood chi. The patrolling guards of the clan smelt something strange in the middle of the night. However, a black silhouette appeared in front of them just like an evil spirit. That black silhouette was holding a bloodthirsty sword. It looked evil as some blood was dripping from it. They opened their mouth. They wanted to shout and call for help, but they only saw a red light streak across the sky which swallowed them in a flash. Blood splashed and was immediately absorbed into that sword. The black silhouette continued moving forwards. A gentle breeze was brushing away on people's bodies, making them feel extremely cold. That wind was so cold and it contained some blood chi. How was that possible? The crowd continued talking about various things. However, the leader looked surprised. He stood up and said, "No, there is somebody." The crowd in the meeting hall also sensed and smelt some blood chi at that moment. Tap, tap, tap. Some subtle sounds spread in the air. It seemed like death was about to befall on them. Slowly, a black light appeared in the meeting hall. He slowly walked in. That black silhouette was extremely dark and looked ice-cold. He was holding a sword, a bloodthirsty sword from which blood was dripping. Lin Feng. The crowd started shaking, as if they had realized something. They knew Lin Feng, he was the champion of the great competition of Xueyu. Everybody had seen him. They all knew that Deshu Kong had been killed by Lin Feng in Xueyu. He hadn't come back to the Deshu clan. However, Lin Feng was appearing there. Lin Feng looked like a death god and it seemed like death was looking out for them. They raised their heads and saw two bloodshot eyes. Lin Feng's hand trembled and a terrifying sword chi enveloped them. A red light illuminated the meeting hall. That night was their judgment day. They were doomed. Some wild beasts were running in the Black Wind Mountain. Every beast stayed in its own territory. The law of the jungle reigned. Going into the depths of the mountain chain would lead them to their death. In the depths of the mountain chain, there was a place covered with snow throughout the year. If human beings trespassed, they would have been knee-deep in the snow. However, that snow mantle didn't show any footprint. It looked perfectly pure. Human beings and beasts didn't go there. Not far from the snowy territory, a beast, more precisely a bull, was slowly walking. That beast was half human, half beast. That bull had been raised for hundreds of years. At that moment, half of the bull looked like a human being. One more step and the bull would become a human being. That bull looked at the snowy territory and walked next to some snow. He didn't penetrate into the snowy territory. One step on the snow and he would penetrate into the deepest territory of the Black Wind mountain chain. He didn't dare do so, he was just looking at the snow. He was looking at that snow in a respectful way but also with fear. No human being or beast who had ever entered had come back alive. The bull's grandfather had told him that. In other words, his grandfather had taught him that the snowy territory was the forbidden territory of the Black Wind mountain chain. The bull had wanted to go there so many times, but each he remembered what his grandfather had told him. He had managed to control himself and hadn't stepped into that territory. The bull was calmly looking at that place. He was absorbing the best bestial chi of the region. He was sometimes gazing into the distance and trying to see what there was in the snowy region. He wanted to know what was lurking there. The bull could see hundreds of kilometers away, but there was only snow. At that moment he was looking at the deepest place of the territory. Then he saw a gigantic hole. It seemed that there was a beast there. However, it was snowing and the silhouette of the beast seemed to melt each time it snowed. The snow around that hole was whiter than the rest of the region. That gigantic hole was surrounded by ice sculptures representing beasts. They were all made of snow. Those sculptures were gigantic. Some of them looked like gigantic pandas while others looked like rocks. They were all gigantic. Even from very far they looked astonishing. It seemed like a sound was emerging out of that hole. A subtle sound. After that, the snowflakes suddenly stopped falling down and were immobile, strangely suspended in the air. The snow on the ground started moving, in other words, the snow sculptures started moving. Then some rumbling sounds spread in the air. A terrifying chi started coagulating all around the air. Actually, it wasn't a hole. It was a gigantic, ferocious wild beast. A real one. At that moment, a ferocious wild beast had moved. That gigantic beast was almost 20 meters long and about 5 or 6 meters high. His fur was whiter than snow. His eyes were dazzling. It was a beautiful beast. If it had been smaller, it would looked extremely cute and everybody would have loved it. Boom, boom, boom. Some sounds spread in the air and the snow sculptures moved too. They weren't statues. They were real wild beasts. They were all gigantic wild beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Those statues all started walking. They looked proud and gigantic. They then shouted respectfully, "Mother Master!" Even though they were beasts, they could speak like human beings. In the middle, the gigantic snowy white beast was extremely beautiful. It glanced around and looked at a rock and said, "Big rock, how long did I sleep?" "Mother Master, you've slept for 10 years," said the big rock while moving its wings in order to make the snow go away. It was being very respectful to the Mother Master. In the world of beasts, there were very strict hierarchical rules. The weakest beasts were the slaves of the stronger ones. Weaker beasts always got humiliated or killed. 10 years. Such a long time, whispered the gigantic beast. The beast realized that the territory was entirely covered by snow. Suddenly, a terrifying oppressive energy spread in the air which made those beasts suffocate. Snow stopped falling. The bull who wasn't far away saw that and was stunned. Immediately after, the bull lowered his head and continued walking, faster this time. He finally understood what his grandfather had told him. That gigantic snow beast suddenly frowned as a terrifying bestial chi had made all those beasts suffocate. They kept quiet out of fear. "Where is the miss?" said the gigantic snow beast coldly. Those beasts all started shaking. "Big rock, speak." The big rock had the feeling he was going to collapse. He raised his head and saw 2 terrifying eyes. He had the feeling he couldn't breathe anymore. "Mother Master, the mist didn't listen to us. It's been a few years already. She left alone. She left for the human territory a long time ago," said the big rock while shaking violently. The Mother Master wasn't as warm and gentle as the Miss. She was strict and aggressive. Nobody could make her angry. When the gigantic snow beast heard the big rock, she looked furious. She glanced at the beasts and said, "I hope for your sake that nothing happened to her or you're all doomed." The fur of the gigantic snow beast moved and the snowflakes in the air turned into mirrors. "Ling Long, you don't know how vast the world is," said the snow beast in a solemn way. Immediately after, a holy light appeared around her. She stretched a toe and touched a mirror. The holy light was snowy white. In the mirror appeared many silhouettes and forms. In one of the mirrors, a gorgeous woman appeared. She looked like a celestial being. If Lin Feng had been there, he would have been astonished. That girl was Meng Qing. That silhouette was moving extremely quickly. One breath was like a day in those mirrors. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed in the mirrors. 10 years were passing in mere seconds. When the snow beast saw that Meng Qing had been attacked by some other animal and had turned into a beast again, an explosion sound spread in the air, and the mirror broke apart. The snow beast looked glum. The other beasts had the feeling they were being strangled. They couldn't gulp down anymore. They were shaking insanely. They were doomed. The mother beast turned around and looked at those beasts in an ice-cold way. The gigantic snow beast gradually turned into a human being. She was a stunning middle-aged woman. She had a snowy white chong pao, but her eyes looked as ice-cold as before. Her chong pao flickered and a snow tower appeared on the ground. That tower immediately grew taller and turned into a gigantic snow cage. It had a big gate too. "Go inside," said the beautiful woman slowly. Those wild beasts were shaking violently while staring at the snow tower. They were terrified. "Do I have to send you an invitation letter?" threatened the woman coldly. A terrifyingly oppressive chi was still squeezing those beasts. They all groaned. They turned into human beings and slowly walked into the snow tower. Once they were all in, the huge gate closed itself. "I hope for you that the miss is fine, otherwise you will never come out," said the gorgeous middle-aged woman, rolling up her sleeves. Then the snow cage became small again and turned into a little speck of white grass. It then moved onto the body of the woman and looked like her hair. She then rose up in the air and looked around. She started moving towards some place in Shuiyu. Each of her steps were gigantic and she could travel across huge distances that way. The bull didn't dare raise his head until the monstrous bestial chi weakened. Only then did he look at the silhouette in the distance. Now he looked really terrified. In Mi Chang, the Deshu clan had been exterminated in one night. They had all died, killed by one sword. A thick and dense blood was flowing all over their territory and still contained the ice-cold chi which had caused it to flow. It seemed like it was never going to disperse. After Shingong came over, they immediately drew the conclusion that Lin Feng had been there. Even though he had turned into a demon, he had come and exterminated the Deshu clan. However, when the people sent by Shingong arrived in the territory of the Deshu clan, they couldn't find Lin Feng anymore. In the north part Michang, if one kept going far north, one had to cross some gigantic empires. For example, the East Sea Empire, the Jade Heaven Imperial family of the Jade Heaven Empire, etc. Amongst those empires, there was a particular one called the Tianqi Empire. The thing for which Tianqi was most famous for was its endless mountain chains which were covered with snow throughout the entire year. It never melted. Almost everywhere in the empire were snowy mountains. Besides, it kept snowing endlessly, so the atmosphere, throughout the year, was filled with snowflakes. Maybe that it was a coincidence, but Lin Feng brought Tang Yuyu and Xueling Long to that place. Xueling Long was excited when she saw all that snow. She immediately jumped off Lin Feng's shoulders and played in the snow. It seemed like she loved snow. It looked like her home. "It's so cold here," whispered Tang Yuyu. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Tang Yuyu. Her face was red because she was so cold. That snowy region was indeed very cold. Even though Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu had broken through to the very top of the Xianxia layer, they were still feeling cold. The temperature was terrifying there. However, Meng Qing didn't fear the cold. She was extremely happy, and Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't know why. "We have to cross Tianqi and then we will arrive in the Gulong region, where the mysterious world is. I am convinced that crossing Tianqi is the best way to get there." said Lin Feng. Tang Yu nodded as a sign of agreement. Lin Feng had enemies from Jade Heaven and the East Sea Dragon Palace, so getting to the mysterious world via Tianqi was the best way for them to travel. It was quick and safe. The sound of their steps on the snow was the only sound. Lin Feng was looking around at the mountains. There were many huge snowy peaks. Surprisingly, there were some people practicing cultivation on them. Even though their bodies looked frozen and they were covered with snow, they weren't leaving the snowy region. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a snowy mountain broke. A silhouette emerged out of the mountain and rose up in the air. Then that person shook their body and the snow fell off their body. They could see his face. What a powerful chi, thought Lin Feng, staring at that person who looked quite young. That person also looked young and inexperienced. He was a young man. He jumped forwards onto another mountain and punched it. Suddenly, rumbling sounds spread in the air and that mountain broke too. Snow splashed everywhere in the sky. That young man didn't stop. He kept jumping and bombarding mountains with his fist. In a flash, a snow dragon started roaring in the distance and another mountain broke. Boom, boom, boom. The young man looked excited. He kept punching the mountains and breaking them. He then shouted furiously, "Stand up!" Those who were practicing cultivation woke up and looked at him. They looked at him puzzled. "Huang Fuchong, what do you want to do?" shouted someone furiously, making Lin Feng and the Tang Yu nervous. That person's name was extremely strange. His family name had two characters, Huang Fu, and his first name was composed of a single character, Chong. "Call me to Hai Chong. Get used to it," said Huang Fuchong while smiling like an idiot. "Watch as Tian Qishui and I go to the mysterious world together. To Hai Chong you should give up. You cannot survive in Tianqi," said someone mockingly. After that, as if Huang Fuchong didn't care, he smiled and said, "Tia Qishui will become my wife. You are overrating your own abilities. Keep on dreaming." All of those people were making fun of him. Tian Qishui was going to become his wife? In the Tianqi Empire, everybody dreamt of getting married with the pure and holy woman Tian Qishui. Could Huang Fuchong manage to do that? Even though they didn't admit it, they were all afraid of Huang Fuchong. He was extremely strong. That guy was not very intelligent, but he had monstrous natural abilities. Even if they joined hands, they couldn't defeat him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted cultivation time to talk to him. They would have simply attacked him. "Hee, you can make fun of me, that's fine. However, you must come with me to Tianqi and become my servants," said Huang Fuchong, smiling. They were surprised and shouted furiously, "In your dreams! It's better to be a leader of many people, more prestigious. I will get married with Tian Qishui. If you don't come, I will beat you until you change your mind," said Huang Fuchong while shaking his fist. He was threatening them. Everybody pulled a long face. Even though Huang Fuchong was mentally confused, what he was saying at that moment weren't empty words. If they didn't go with him, he would crush them. "We can go, but as your friends, not as your slaves," said someone coldly. "All right, that's fine," said Huang Fuchong, nodding. "All right, we are friends." Those people instantly felt a bit better and gnashed their teeth. Huang Fuchong slowly turned around and looked at Lin Feng. He jumped forwards and landed on the ground. "Are you going to Tianqi?" asked Huang Fuchong. "Maybe," said Lin Feng, nodding. Those people were all strong, especially Huang Fuchong. He was young, and even though he looked insane, he had broken through to the very top of the 8th Xianxia layer. Besides, he had just said that he wanted to go to the mysterious world with Tian Qishui. "Let's go together, let's be friends," said Huang Fuchong while smiling. He then added, "My name is Huang Fulong, but they like to call me Huang Fuchong. I think that Dahai Chong is better though. It's more appropriate." Lin Feng and Tang Yu remained silent. That guy was a real freak, but against all expectations he was extremely strong. "Is that your girl? She's extremely strong. She's broken through to the very top of the 8th Xianxia layer. However, she's not as strong as my wife who has broken through to the very top of the 9th Xianxia layer. And on top of that, she's even more beautiful than her," said Huang Fulong while scratching his head and smiling like a simple-minded man. Lin Feng was speechless, but he wasn't the only one. All the others were speechless and had their eyes wide open. When had Tianqi Shui become his wife? That bastard was really shameless. You said that Tianqi Shui and you were going to the mysterious world together. Why? Asked Lin Feng to Huang Fulong. Even though he was talking big, people didn't hate him. He wasn't a bad person, he wasn't evil. However, in spite of his warm and friendly smile, Duan Wuya was the person that Lin Feng hated the most at that moment. Tianqi is a holy land for us. In the empire of Tianqi, in a short time, the Tianqi Empire will dispatch some people to the mysterious world. They need to select several people to go there. Everybody can try. With my strength, it shouldn't be a problem being selected. When Lin Feng heard Huang Fulong, his eyes twinkled. In order to go to the mysterious world, one needed to be selected by a certain group of influence. One couldn't go by oneself. Instead of hypocritically accepting a compromise and going there from Xingong, he would have an opportunity through the Tianqi Empire. By the way, what are your names? Thought Huang Fulong suddenly while scratching his head. He looked annoyed. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are not from the Empire of Tianqi. If you want to go to the mysterious world, you should come with me to Tianqi. That's the best way, said Huang Fulong. Lin Feng looked back at Huang Fulong and asked, why is Tianqi the best place to go if I want to traverse the mysterious world? Lin Feng, it seems like you don't understand the balance of power amongst the different empires, said Huang Fulong smiling. In the Ganyu region, there are only empires of middle quality. Their territories also prove how strong they are. The Necropolis, the Jade Heaven Empire, the East Sea Empire, and our empire Tianqi are all in the Ganyu region. But our empire, Tianqi, is the strongest one. He sounded proud. Lin Feng looked at the other people and saw that they looked solemn and respectful, as well as proud, like heroes. Lin Feng was surprised. However, we are not the strongest ones because we are stronger than the others. There is only one thing that makes us stronger, and that is our unity, said Huang Fulong, sounding like he was in a good mood. He was speaking simply and honestly. 2,000 years ago, Tianqi was the weakest empire of middle quality. We were humiliated by others. Then, the holy place Tianqi enabled the entire empire to become extremely strong. The government of Tianqi is not authoritarian and doesn't encourage stealing or such things. It is an empire filled with spirituality and beliefs. People who believe can go to the mysterious world. Tianqi, for them, is a religion or a spirituality, a way of life. This belief makes them extremely strong. Tianqi doesn't put pressure on people, but they encourage faith. They think faith can make cultivators become stronger. For example, the other empires will take the precious items gathered by the people they send to the mysterious world. Tianqi won't. People who go there can pick up items and keep them for themselves. They don't need to give anything to Tianqi. In Tianqi, people can even receive some guidance on how to use the objects they've gathered. Moral values, principles and faith are the things which have made us sustain for 2,000 years. Nobody would dare violate those principles. Otherwise, Tianqi would kill them. Besides, I believe that people who come out of the mysterious world with precious objects that they can't use will give them to Tianqi and will settle in Tianqi, because they will receive instructions on how to use them. Practicing cultivation in Tianqi is wonderful, but one shouldn't be arrogant about it. Tianqi is not a group of influence, it is like a big and powerful family. Tianqi doesn't want to dazzle, it wants to be a holy place, a place where cultivation is a spirituality, explained Huang Fulong slowly. His hand was on his chest while he was talking. He looked solemn and serious. Tianqi wanted to be a holy place. Holy Tianqi makes their cultivators turn into cultivation missionaries, said the others while putting their right hands on their hearts and looking at the sky. They also sounded extremely solemn and respectful. Lin Feng initially doubted about what Huang Fulong was saying, but when he saw how the others reacted, his doubts disappeared. He had the impression that the empire was a monstrously powerful family, just like Huang Fulong had said. Tianqi wasn't a group of influence, it didn't want to oppress people and dazzle, it wanted to create cultivation missionaries. People were not specks of grass. They were sentient beings with feeling and emotions. They all had a sense of belonging here. Because Xianxia wasn't a group of influence, it wasn't going to hurt or put pressure on people. They even helped people become stronger without any requirement. Receiving people and helping them was a pleasure for them. Being able to make people adhere to such principles and maintaining such a system sustained for 2,000 years was incredible. Xianxia had to be a great and powerful empire with such principles. Those principles reminded Lin Feng of democratic countries in his previous life. In democratic countries, the government didn't oppress its people. On the contrary, it helped its people, and those people were the rulers of their own country. Just like the Xianxia Empire helped its people become stronger cultivators, democratic countries helped their people become richer. As expected, such countries where the people ruled over their own country were stronger. Lin Feng, the Xianxia Empire welcomes everybody. If you want to become a citizen of Xianxia and go to the mysterious world with the status of citizen of Xianxia, you can. No matter what precious treasures you obtain there, the empire will not try to steal them from you. Of course, one of our laws is that you shouldn't betray the nation, otherwise the empire will kill you. Said Huang Fu Long. Xianxia had its own rules. Lin Feng smiled and said slowly, "It mustn't be easy to become a citizen of Xianxia. Let's go together first and then you will introduce me to your wife." Huang Fu Long smiled when he heard Lin Feng. He didn't look solemn and serious as he had a moment before. He then said, "All right, let's go to Xianxia and see the jury who will choose its candidates for the mysterious world. Now, I'm afraid we're not the only geniuses willing to go there. There are millions of other people who have the same desire. Let's go. Everybody, let's go and see my wife Xianxia," said Huang Fu Long shamelessly. However, Lin Feng had the impression that even though Huang Fu Long's friends were gnashing their teeth, they weren't bad people and meant him no harm. Even though they had heard Huang Fu Long's fantasies many times, they had really improved their cultivation level thanks to him. He wasn't a bad person, they couldn't hate him. All those people together, including Tang Yu and Lin Feng, made 8. Huang Fu Long had broken through to the 8th Xianxia layer and the others had broken through to the 6th Xianxia layer. If their cultivation had been lower, they wouldn't have been able to practice cultivation in the snowy mountains. They would have froze to death. Xueling Long stopped playing in the snow and jumped back into Lin Feng's arms. Her body was covered with snow. She looked even more beautiful in a snowy landscape. The others were surprised. "What an adorable and beautiful little creature. What beast is that?" asked Huang Fu Long curiously. "She's my wife," said Lin Feng indifferently. Huang Fu Long was stupefied. Lin Feng's wife. "Hee, it seems like my wife really is more beautiful," said Huang Fu Long while smiling like a moron, yet sounding proud. "Not necessarily," said Lin Feng while glancing back at him. Lin Feng didn't believe that any woman could be more beautiful than Meng Qing. "Your wife is a Tian-level beast. Even if she turns into a human being, I still don't think that she will be more beautiful than my wife. Xianxia is a pure and holy woman. She is the most beautiful woman of the empire," said Huang Fu Long with sparkling eyes. The 5 others gnashed their teeth again when they heard him. They wanted to punch him. Shameless. That guy was too shameless. How dare he tarnish Xianxia's name? Lin Feng was surprised. Even though that guy wasn't evil or mean, he was smart. He had noticed that Meng Qing was a Tian-level beast. "We will see when we meet Xianxia," said Lin Feng while smiling. It seemed like he was verbally battling with Huang Fu Long. He didn't believe that any woman could be more beautiful than Meng Qing, including Xianxia. The 8 of them traveled through the mountains very quickly and then left the unpopulated snowy mountains. However, even though there were no mountains, there was still lots of snow. It seemed like people in Xianxia had to love snow. Lin Feng was freezing. There were probably many snow cultivators in the empire of Xianxia. Those 8 people weren't the only ones on that road. Many other people were rushing to Xianxia, especially those who had amazing natural abilities. They all wanted to go to the mysterious world. They all wanted to see incredibly strong senior cultivators as well as the beautiful, pure, and holy Xianxia. Lin Feng heard other people pronounce that woman's name. And everybody was talking about Xianxia in a respectful way. Lin Feng was even more curious to see what kind of place Xianxia was. What kind of place could make the inhabitants of an empire feel so joyful? How was that sense of belonging created? Besides, there was the beautiful woman of Tianqi who could make everybody fall in love with her. They walked for 6 days when Lin Feng discovered a place covered with ice and snow. That place was the biggest city of the country. In the distance, there was a gigantic mountain surrounded by a mysterious qi. It seemed like that mountain could reach the clouds. Lin Feng, we arrived. That is Tianqi over there, said Huang Fulong, pointing at the mountain covered with snow. He looked extremely excited. Lin Feng looked at the snowy mountain in the distance. It was a gigantic block of ice that seemed to have the earth and sky frozen all around it. The most surprising thing was how many people had gathered around the mountain surrounded by fog. Tianqi, whispered Lin Feng. At first glance you would know that this place had to be Tianqi City. The 8 of them continued running forwards until they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just like in the rest of the empire, it was still snowing. But that place didn't look dreary and desolate. It looked bustling and lively. There were many people on the gigantic field around the mountain. There were many pavilions too, under which people seemed to be using brushes to write things. Some people were walking to those pavilions and talking to those who were writing. It seemed like those writers were noting down people's name on jade plates. As expected, they are registering for the application process, thought some people. The application process was different in Tianqi than any other countries. They would choose people from this singular place. Only people from the entire empire could apply for the exam. Even though the process was extremely complicated, it was also very fair and equitable. With such a system, no genius was going to be forgotten. After all, there were extraordinary geniuses everywhere in the empire. The fact that the country handled affairs in a fair and equitable way made it very strong. Finally, we are going to see Tianqi Shui, said Huang Fulong, smiling. He looked back at Lin Feng and said, "Okay, let's go and register." Lin Feng nodded. He obviously wouldn't refuse. If the Tianqi Empire ran the way Huang Fulong had described it, Lin Feng was willing to go to the mysterious world as a citizen of Tianqi. They all walked towards a pavilion. An old man raised his head and looked at them. He then smiled indifferently and said, "Not bad, young people. You all have a chance to be selected. Hee, I will get married with Tianqi Shui," said Huang Fulong while scratching his head. The old man was stupefied. He raised his head and looked at Huang Fulong in a strange way. But then he immediately smiled and said, "Tianqi Shui has broken through to the very top of the 9th Xianxia layer. Many people want to be married with her. You have to make great efforts and become even stronger if you want her to become your wife." The old man didn't get angry when he heard Huang Fulong. Instead, he encouraged him. Encouragement was a part of the spirituality of Tianqi. "Come, write your name," said the old man while putting a jade stone in front of them. Huang Fulong wrote his name and surprisingly, his name immediately disappeared. "Huang Fulong, I hope that you will succeed," said the old man while smiling. He then walked towards Lin Feng and said, "You are not from Tianqi?" "Indeed, I am not. I come from a very small country," said Lin Feng while nodding. "No problem, write your name. But keep in mind that if you go to the mysterious world as a citizen of Tianqi, then you must be willing to become one. In the future, if you do anything that tarnishes the image of our empire, the consequences will be serious," said the old man patiently. He didn't sound aggressive or threatening at all though. He was just explaining things clearly. "I understand," said Lin Feng, smiling. He then wrote his name on a jade stone and moved back. The old man smiled and shook his head. Lin Feng had great natural abilities but looked a bit cold. He was smiling but didn't seem as easy and approachable. It seemed like Lin Feng had gone through many hardships. His heart was filled with coldness. Immediately after, the 5 others also wrote their names, but Tang Yu seemed a bit hesitant. She wasn't like Lin Feng. She was from Dragon Mountain, but Dragon Mountain wasn't powerful enough to send people to the mysterious world. Therefore, what she could do was join as a member of Xingong. If she joined as a citizen of Tianqi, wouldn't it make things complicated? "You," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Tang Yu looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "Junimoshi and his father won't be angry at me." Then she immediately wrote her name on a jade stone. Alright, you can look around now. You can also climb the mountain and look around up there. In 3 days, the test will start. You can come back here then, said the old man. They all nodded and left. We can climb the mountain? Said Lin Feng, surprised. It seemed like many people were actually going to climb the mountain. They all looked respectful and solemn. Of course we can. Xianxia is a holy place in the Xianxia Empire. Everybody is free. For us, cultivation is a spiritual path. Xianxia doesn't forbid people from doing what is good for themselves. They don't want to set limitations which could influence people's cultivation, replied Huang Fulong. He then smiled, looking as simple-minded as before, and said, Let's go to the snowy mountain and see. Maybe we will meet Tianqi Shui. Lin Feng didn't refuse. The 8 of them walked towards the crowd in front of them, and they all started walking on a path that was covered with snow. They began climbing up the mountain. Nobody was in the air. Lin Feng could see that the 5 people behind him looked solemn and serious. It seemed like they had forgotten the material world around them, just like Huang Fulong had explained. They were in a holy place, they were like pilgrims. For them, Tianqi City was a holy place. However, that holy place wasn't flat, it was a gigantic mountain that pilgrims had to climb. They were even walking slowly on purpose, but it took only a few hours to reach the top. That place was filled with snow, unsurprisingly. There were many white buildings. Lin Feng looked down and his chest started bouncing. In front of him was a river of ice and snow, as well as fog. That ice-cold fog looked like an illusion. In the illusion, the atmosphere kept turning into ice. The fog made the atmosphere look even more beautiful. Tianqi Shui. Look, quickly. It's Tianqi Shui, said someone at that moment, sounding excited. The entire crowd looked excited and gazed into the distance. Huang Fulong was the one who turned around the fastest. In a flash, he looked at the very top of the mountain where there was a silhouette. That person was as white as snow and she was gazing into the distance. She looked calm and serene. She was as beautiful as snow. The only thing that wasn't white on her body was her black hair on which snowflakes were resting. How beautiful! Tianqi Shui is so beautiful, and she has broken through to the very top of the 9th Xianqi layer. She's so gorgeous, thought some people in the crowd while looking at that snowy white silhouette. They all looked like they worshipped her. Tianqi Shui was the holy woman of Tianqi. She was the woman of many men's dreams. Tianqi Shui, you're mine, said a voice which dashed to the skies. The crowd was astonished and turned around. Lin Feng was speechless. He backed off a few steps just like the others. Many people looked excited. Nobody was furious. They were all just watching Huang Fulong and Tianqi Shui. Bastard. Shameless guy. Why is he saying that? He thinks too highly of himself. Some people were gnashing their teeth. However, Huang Fulong ignored them. He was just staring at Tianqi Shui while clenching his fists. He was determined to get her and be married to her. Tianqi Shui lowered her head when she heard him. The crowd was astonished, looking nervous. Tianqi Shui just looked back at Huang Fulong. She glanced at him, looking emotionless. Then she turned around and disappeared from the people's field of vision. What an arrogant and elegant woman, thought Tang Yuyu. She was a woman. She could recognize when other women were arrogant, even if she had just glanced at her for a second. Is your wife as beautiful as her? Asked Tang Yuyu while looking at Shui Linglong in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng had turned into a demon for her, so Tang Yuyu was curious to know what kind of woman could make Lin Feng go insane. Of course, even more, said Lin Feng with a gentle and warm smile. He sounded absolutely certain. Tianqi Shui was very beautiful. She looked as pure as snow, absolutely free from any sort of pollution. Her face looked prettier than the 10,000 things of creation. However, Meng Qing looked purer and holier than her, at least in Lin Feng's heart. If Tianqi Shui was the snow fairy, then Meng Qing was the snow goddess. Tang Yuyu was surprised when she saw how certain Lin Feng sounded. In her eyes, you could tell that she envied Shui Linglong. Lin Feng really loved her. Shui Linglong cuddled with Lin Feng and put her claws on his face in a gentle way. Her breathtaking eyes showed everyone that she was smiling. Lin Feng pet Shui Linglong's head and smiled in a warmly. Lin Feng only smiled in such a resplendent way when he was looking at Xue Linglong. Most of the time he had forced himself to smile, especially since he had turned into a demon. The evil sword was still in his body and he was still facing some consequences. It had modified his personality. Coldness had invaded his soul. That was what the old man in the pavilion at the foot of the mountain had noticed, just how cold Lin Feng was. You are a fairy fox, Meng Qing. That's why you love snow so much. I will bring you to the top of the mountain, said Lin Feng using telepathy to talk to Meng Qing. He rose up in the air and moved towards the cloud which hid the top of the mountain. It seemed like the peak of the mountain was a cloud from where they stood. It was the place where Tianqi Shui had appeared a moment before. Ha! Some people frowned. What was Lin Feng doing? Many people pulled a long face. Was Lin Feng trying to get closer to Tianqi Shui? How shameless and audacious! Stop! Shouted an extremely loud voice at that moment. People who were in love with Tianqi Shui were numerous. Huang Fulong had drawn many people's attention, and now Lin Feng was moving up to the top of the mountain. Did he want to make friends with their goddess? They couldn't let him. A silhouette suddenly appeared next to Lin Feng, passed in front of him. Suddenly a hand bombarded the atmosphere in his direction. It contained some terrifying ice chi. Lin Feng would be projected backwards if that hand hit him. Lin Feng turned his hand, glanced at that person coldly. Lin Feng's eyes looked extremely sharp. Surprisingly, that person had the feeling that he was suffocating, as if a gigantic blade had been lacerating his heart. His chest suddenly felt very cold. "Get lost!" shouted Lin Feng. His voice made the atmosphere shake. Lin Feng raised his hand which had turned black. It was jet black and contained some evil and deadly chi. It looked like it could annihilate everything. Boom, boom, boom. The snow punch immediately broke. The terrifying pitch-black light had destroyed it and then crashed onto the opponent's body. That person couldn't block it, his chest was pounding. He was suddenly shaking from head to foot. Boom! The black hand hit his body and blood splashed onto the whiteness of the mountain. That person crashed onto the ground. His face looked hideous. That man hadn't attacked Lin Feng only because he was jealous. He also wanted to show to everyone how strong he was. If his attack had been powerful enough, he could have drawn Tianqi Shui's attention. However, what everybody saw was him getting dominated by Lin Feng and now shaking from head to foot. How humiliating. He watched as Lin Feng rose up in the air. He had already landed on the top of the mountain. Ha! A gentle voice spread in the air. Tianqi Shui was surprised. She slowly turned around and looked at Lin Feng frowning. But soon enough she looked normal again. "What are you doing here?" asked Tianqi Shui surprised. She then added, "If it's because of me, you can go back." She sounded calm and serene. However, Lin Feng understood why she was so arrogant. She had all the reasons in the world to be. She was really extremely beautiful, all the men were falling in love with her. Besides, she had terrifying natural abilities. Her chi was extraordinary. Lin Feng glanced at Tianqi Shui. She looked calm and serene. He then looked somewhere else and sat down cross-legged at the top of the mountain. He put Xue Linglong on his lap and gazed into the distance. The mountains in the horizon looked tiny. Tianqi Shui was surprised. Lin Feng had just glanced at her for a second. Nobody had ever been remained so cold when looking at her. His face didn't even change for a microsecond. He had looked at her as if he had looked at an ordinary person. Besides, she had talked to him but he had ignored her. Tianqi Shui was stupefied. She had never been ignored by a man. She was so proud, but that cold young man was even prouder. Initially, she wanted to leave but now she was standing there looking at him. "Who can get married with you?" said Lin Feng suddenly. Tianqi Shui was surprised. Who was that guy? A moment before he didn't care about her, then he had ignored her, and now he asked such a straightforward question. "You have no chance," said Tianqi Shui as if she had wanted to get her revenge. Lin Feng's indifference had made her upset. She had a calm temperament, otherwise she would have left. "Those who want to marry me must be stronger than me. You are still very far from being as strong as me," said Tianqi Shui in an arrogant way. "Is it that easy?" Anyone who is stronger than you can marry you? Said Lin Feng indifferently. He turned his head back around and glanced at her. He looked so indifferent and unperturbed that it made Tianqi Shui feel uncomfortable. He had come so close to her and was so unperturbed. Lin Feng had managed to make her feel a bit upset. Easy? Asked Tianqi Shui while smiling coldly. I am 18 now. The man who will get married with me must be 2 years older than me. Is that still very easy? Asked Tianqi Shui. She had been raised by extremely strong cultivators of the empire. She was 18 and had already broken through to the very top of the Xianxia layer. She wanted to get married with a man who was at least 20 years old and who could defeat her. That was simple. So, said Lin Feng. For Lin Feng, that wasn't difficult. However, Huang Fulong had only broken through to the very top of the 8th Xianxia layer and still needed to make efforts. Do you mean that you are interested in me? Asked Tianqi Shui, looking less upset. Lin Feng was more arrogant than her. He sounded very self-confident too. He must be as arrogant as she was. Lin Feng glanced at Tianqi Shui again. Her clothes were as white as snow and she was indeed very beautiful. But the fact that she was starting to lose her temper had ruined everything. She was a pure and holy woman in her empire. She was almost worshipped as a goddess. But because of Lin Feng, she was just a talented 18-year-old girl, nothing more. She was far from being able to compete with Meng Qing in every aspect. I am not interested in you. I just asked you as a friend, said Lin Feng, turning his head back to Shui Linglong and smiling. I am not interested in you. Lin Feng's words were resonating in Tianqi Shui's head. She was gnashing her teeth. Lin Feng was despising her. You are going to sit the test to go to the mysterious world. We will definitely have a fight then. I am curious to see what makes you feel so confident, said Tianqi Shui. She then turned around and left abruptly. She wanted to be as far away from Lin Feng as possible. Lin Feng felt good. He had come there with Meng Qing to enjoy the sight. It was a great feeling. In Lin Feng's eyes, the sight and the landscape were beautiful, not Tianqi Shui. He remained sitting there with Meng Qing at the top of a mountain. They stayed there for 3 days as time passed very quickly. The test was about to start. Lin Feng jumped forwards and started falling down the mountain. Tang Yu was waiting for him farther down the mountain. She had been waiting for him there the whole time. The crowd at the top of the mountain started descending slowly. The exam to go to the mysterious world was about to start. It was said that 7 people were going to be chosen under the name of Tianqi, of course. Nobody knew why people were going to be sent there. Lin Feng hadn't arrived at the top of the mountain yet, but he could already see a sea of people. However, the crowd was making a perfect circle which didn't look chaotic at all. Those people were gathering around the pavilions and leaving enough space between them and the buildings. Nobody was getting too close. That was a form of respect for the empire and also vis-a-vis the old men in the pavilions. So many strong cultivators, thought Tang Yu, stupefied, even sighing. Empires of medium quality were much stronger than empires of lower quality. There was a huge difference. In empires of lower quality, young people of the Xianxia layer were rare and young people of the Tianqi layer were even rarer. However, in empires of middle quality, young people of the Xianxia layer were numerous and young people who had broken through to the Tianqi layer weren't that rare. Especially in empires such as Tianqi, which were extremely strong. The old men in the pavilions had probably all broken through to the Tianqi layer. They looked in perfect harmony with the sky and the earth. In one of the pavilions, an old man looked at the sun and then stood up slowly. He walked towards the center of the snowy field, looked at the sea of people and put his right hand on his heart while saying in a solemn and respectful way, "The Tianqi Empire has so many geniuses who are enthusiastic and serious. It is an honor for the empire to have such citizens. I would like to thank you for being citizens of our empire. We are proud of you." The old man was looking at the crowd when he spoke, and they had gone absolutely silent. Each and every single person had their right hand on their chest and looked solemn and respectful. They were the proud of their empire. First, I would like to tell you more about the mysterious world. It is a place filled with treasures. However, you all have to understand that if there are treasures, it also means that there are dangers. The more treasures there are in a place, the more dangers there are as well. This time, there will be no exception. We expect that 90% of you will die there. The crowd remained silent when listening to him. The old man was right. Great treasures were usually associated with great danger. In order to obtain precious items, one had to take risks. Those treasures weren't free or easy to obtain. Besides, we citizens of the Xianxia Empire are not the only ones to send people there. In the entire Ganyu region, there are empires of middle quality, and there are 42 groups of influence which are similarly strong. So many empires and groups of influence will send people to the mysterious world. The number of geniuses, as you can imagine, will be incredible. What a terrifying number. Every great influential group will not miss that opportunity. They all wanted to send their people to the mysterious world. Now everybody understood how dangerous the experience was going to be. Every young genius is valuable to our empire. In order to avoid unnecessary losses, we have decided to send 8 young geniuses to the mysterious world. Those who will go there will obtain some great treasures as long as they don't die there. But the dangers must be clear to you. Only 8 people were going to be chosen by the Xianxia Empire. Therefore, we have decided to exclude people whose level is of or under the 7th Xianxia layer. For those of you who this concerns, you have to give up this time. Those who will go to the mysterious world will be extremely strong and powerful. It will be extremely dangerous. It will also be very useful for those who are about to break through to the Xianxia layer. Going there will be very beneficial to you especially, said the old man. Those who had broken through to the 7th Xianxia layer and under were smiling wryly. They perfectly understood that they were too weak to go there. They would immediately get killed if they went to the mysterious world. They would never obtain great treasures. Of course, it is our philosophy in Xianxia to respect brave people and heroes. If some of you really want to try, we will give you a chance and let you try to sit the test. Now, those who have registered for the test can rise up in the air, said the old man while moving backwards and jumping onto a huge stone. Lin Feng also rose up in the air. He glanced around and was speechless. There were extremely few people of the 7th and 8th Xianxia layer. However, there were about 1,000 people who had broken through to the 9th Xianxia layer. How terrifying. So that was an empire of middle quality. I will definitely enter the mysterious world and get married with Xianxia Shui, said Huang Fulong looking determined. Lin Feng smiled wryly. That guy really wanted to get married with Xianxia Shui. Of course, Lin Feng was also clenching his fists. He really wanted to go to the mysterious world. There would be a multitude of opportunities there. Even though it was going to be dangerous, Lin Feng didn't care. Nothing could affect his determination and willpower. Lin Feng was ready to take risks to become stronger. Those who used to reign over Shui Yu wanted to kill him as well as his friends and family members. Those who were supporting them had to die as well. Lin Feng was still too weak to protect the people he loved. He needed to become a Zun cultivator. Since Xingong had Zun cultivators, Jade Heaven and the Sea East Dragon Palace probably had some too. Raise your head and look at Xianxia, said the old man. Everybody raised their heads and looked up at Xianxia. The first round is as such. When I shout start, you will all run towards Xianxia and the first 100 to arrive will be selected to move on to the second round, said the old man. People's eyes were twinkling. That was a quick way to select the first candidates as quickly as possible. Strong cultivators had to be really fast, so they needed good agility techniques. Ready? Said the old man. Everybody started releasing pure qi. They were getting ready to move up in the air and towards Xianxia. Go, said the old man. In a flash, more than 1,000 people rose up in the air and shot out towards the mountain. Boom! Pure qi was rolling in the air. Everybody had released pure qi at the same time. It was incredible. The entire atmosphere was filled with it. 1,000 dream shadows, said Tang Yuyu. Many clones appeared and they all moved up in the air in every direction. Huang Fulong also jumped in the air and released some terrifying snow energy while shouting, "Nobody get near me!" In a flash, the atmosphere around him froze. Some people were shouting furiously, breaking the ice and trying to continue moving forwards, but some of them had already lost too much time. Lin Feng was moving forwards like a sharp sword. He was releasing an ice-cold qi which was whistling in the air. Nobody was weak there, so Lin Feng couldn't afford being careless. "Get lost!" shouted some people when they saw how strong Lin Feng was. Some of them were trying to punch him with their ice and snow punches. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released some terrifying killer chi which dashed to the skies. With a flash, the people around him had the impression that their souls were frozen. That killer chi was ice-cold and terrifying. "Everybody move away!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Nobody tried to stop him anymore. Those who dared offend him would get hurt by his infinite sword chi, which was like a myriad of sharp swords. Some people were pulling a long face. What a bastard! His sword intent was really frightening. Lin Feng was releasing some terrifying sword chi and preventing the people around him from moving forwards. But he was also being influenced by other people's energies. For those very strong cultivators, it wasn't difficult to take advantage of a few seconds and pass in front of him. There were people in every direction. Lin Feng looked at the first ones. Even though Lin Feng wasn't the first one, he wasn't worried. He remained clear-headed and continued moving forwards. He was trying to keep the situation under control. Xianxia was already in his field of vision and quite close. Those who were in front of him needed 2 mouthfuls of air before they would arrive. Hopla! A subtle sound spread in the air, and some people started feeling like they were suffocating as they crossed the fog. The sound of their bodies freezing was spreading in the air. Some people instantly turned into ice statues. "Oh no!" thought those who hadn't reached the fog yet. Some of them raised their hands, but then their hands instantly started freezing, and then their entire body. That ice fog was terrifying. It could freeze people in a flash. "Sword!" said Lin Feng. His sword chi rolled in the air and surrounded his body. However, a second later his sword chi froze all around him and the atmosphere became extremely calm. It was as if he had ended up in a bubble. "The ice energy of Xianxia is scary," thought some people on the ground while watching the candidates. The fog chi of Xianxia became calm again. A silhouette who looked like a celestial being slowly descending from the sky and landed on Xianxia. That person was extremely beautiful. Her clothes were white like snow. Some people stopped breathing when they saw her. They looked at her as if she had been their goddess. It was the pure and holy woman of Xianxia. How beautiful! She was even more beautiful than they had imagined when seeing her portraits. Kacha kacha! The sound of breaking ice was spreading in the air. Those who were extremely strong had managed to break the ice which had frozen their body and continued moving forwards. With 3 mouthfuls of air, they would arrived at the top. They could already see Xianxia's face. "Avalanche," said Xianxia Su looking glum. In a flash, an infinite quantity of snow energy spread in the air. It was snow intent. Boom, boom, boom. The earth and sky started shaking as a terrifying number of snowballs started falling down from the sky. It seemed like an iceberg was breaking apart and falling onto the crowd. Boom, boom. Someone was still trying to break the ice around their body when they were hit by the frozen snowballs. They fell back down and didn't try to come back up. The exam is dangerous. This shows candidates how dangerous it could be in the mysterious world, thought some people in the crowd. That was only the first round of the exam. It also held the purpose of showing weaker cultivators if they had strength needed. Speed wasn't enough, they also had to be very strong to move on. Break! Kacha! Lin Feng broke the ice around him and saw a few silhouettes in the sky. Lin Feng was moving forwards at full speed and using the snowballs to jump and bounce through them. Boom! An avalanche moved towards Lin Feng, which made him groan coldly. Some whistling sounds spread in the air again as the snowballs immediately were broken. Ha! Xianxia was surprised when she saw Lin Feng, but then she suddenly looked excited. She said again, "Avalanche." Boom, boom, boom. The snow intent moved towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was upset. Xianxia was voluntarily attacking him. Lin Feng could see that some people were passing in front of him again. He wouldn't make it to the next round if he was attacked again. "Wind, rise," said Lin Feng. Some incredible whistling sounds spread in the air. He was surrounded by a hurricane, which contained some terrifying wind intent. "9 skies," said Lin Feng as he disappeared from his original position just like the wind. Xianxia had the impression that she was looking at an illusion. CRRRR. Lin Feng was releasing some terrifying sword chi in front of his body, which made Tian Chi Shue's face change. She immediately moved backwards. That sword intent was aimed at where she was a second before. Then she saw a silhouette slowly move towards her. It was Lin Feng. Tian Chi Shui was staring at him coldly. Lin Feng had surprisingly dared use sword chi to make her move back. How impudent. Some silhouettes landed at the top of Tian Chi and saw Tian Chi Shui move back because of Lin Feng. Who was that person? He was very audacious and brave. He surprisingly dared attack the holy and pure woman of Tian Chi. How insolent. Couldn't he show pity and tenderness for women? Some people jumped forwards and surrounded Lin Feng, as if they had been trying to protect their beloved woman. Lin Feng glanced at them coldly. Lin Feng was already upset because of what happened the last time she disrespected him, and now she was attacking him by surprise. Lin Feng had to get his revenge. Tian Chi Shui was a goddess in many people's eyes. She was the woman of many men's dreams, but not Lin Feng's. "You want to die," said someone to Lin Feng. That person was threatening him. Lin Feng had broken through to the 8th Xianxia layer, but that person had broken through to the very top of the 8th Xianxia layer. Tian Chi Shui didn't have to show him any respect. "Even if you want to die, it's not your turn. Let me first crush someone else and then I will find you," said Lin Feng. People were astonished. Lin Feng was extremely aggressive and arrogant. Misunderstanding, said a trembling voice. Huang Fulong arrived in the middle of the crowd and said, "Lin Feng, we are friends, you have to respect my future wife," said Huang Fulong. Then, he looked at Tian Chi Shui and said with a silly smile, "You are my family now." The crowd was astonished while they stared at Huang Fulong. What a shameless bastard. Tian Chi Shui was his future wife. Tian Chi Shui was speechless as well. She looked back at him and said coldly, "Who's your future wife?" Hee. Huang Fulong scratched his head in a shy way and said, "Sooner or later, you will be my wife." "You?" said Tian Chi Shui while looking at him. Huang Fulong and Lin Feng were really detestable. "Little Shui, it's enough," said a voice. It was the old man who was taking care of the organization and the exam. He looked at the candidates and said, "Everybody, use your intuition. There are only 100 people who will be selected. The others can leave without me having to tell them anything." People looked at the old man and didn't argue. They only looked at Lin Feng and Huang Fulong. They were going to remember those faces. Looking dispirited and depressed, they all left Tian Chi. They could easily guess their own ranking with their strength. Then there were only 100 people at the top of the mountain. Of course, without counting Tian Chi Shui. The old man looked at those on the top of Tian Chi and said, "The second round is extremely easy. The last 8 people left at the top of the mountain will be the 8 people selected to go to the mysterious world," said the old man with a smile of encouragement on his face. He even glanced at Lin Feng and Huang Fulong. Those two were extremely talented, but now, they were alone. They had offended so many people. That round was going to teach them a lesson. Those who were very strong had to stay discreet and not display their strength too early. They had to understand that principle, which would also be applicable in the mysterious world. Lin Feng knew that he had to remain discreet. He had also kept in mind what Mr. Xiao had told him. Lin Feng started smiling resplendently again. However, his smile had disappeared again. He was still influenced by the evil swords. He was still relying on that stone plate to constrict the power of the evil sword. Even with the stone plate, it was impossible to remain absolutely unaffected by it. With his ice-cold chi, people found it difficult to make friends with him. On the day he had started turning into a demon, he had suffered a lot. From that moment on, 2 paths had appeared in front of him. The first path was to submit himself to darkness and evil, to turn into a demon. He could become a real killer and become monstrously strong and powerful. Everybody would fear him. The second path was to start a new life. It would be a new beginning, just like a newborn. Lin Feng wasn't thinking about those things now, though. The old man had said only the last 8 people would be able to go to the mysterious world. The 9th and the 10th one would be eliminated. Tian Chi Shui was also in the middle of the crowd. That round was going to be a collective massacre for some people. A great deal of them would be eliminated. The most annoying thing was what had just happened between Tian Qishui and Lin Feng wasn't over. Many people were looking at Lin Feng with certain intentions. Tang Yu moved towards Lin Feng. With her 1,000 dream shadows, she had managed to move on to the second round as well. Everybody, I don't know who that person is, but he dared attack Tian Qishui. I suggest that we eliminate him first. We don't want him on the top of the mountain. What do you all think? Said someone while pointing at Lin Feng. He hadn't immediately attacked Lin Feng because he didn't want to be attacked by surprise by the others. We should take him out too, he's extremely impolite, said someone else while pointing at Huang Fulong. The crowd nodded. Those two people had to be eliminated first. But who would do it? The crowd was staring at them. They wanted to attack, but nobody did. They were scared of being defeated by Lin Feng and Huang Fulong, or they were scared of being attacked by others while attacking those two. I will take care of him first, but you must promise to attack me only afterwards, said the someone at the top of the Xianxia layer who had gotten angry with Lin Feng a moment before. His eyebrows were white like snow. Okay, no problem. We swear in front of the goddess that we will not attack you before you move back to your initial position. If anyone dares violate that rule, we will deal with them altogether, said someone else. Indeed, we all agree. If anyone dares attack you by surprise, we will deal with that shameless bastard, said someone else while nodding. Tian Qishui was there, so they had to show how virtuous they were. They wouldn't dare tarnish their own reputation. That cultivator of the 8th Xianxia layer could deal with Lin Feng without worrying of a surprise attack. All right, I will deal with him. Nobody can attack me, said someone else while pointing at Huang Fulong, who wasn't far from Lin Feng. Both of them had to be eliminated. No problem, same goes for him, said the crowd in unison. They all nodded. Then that person turned his head and looked at Huang Fulong coldly. I'm going first, said that person coldly. He threw himself at Huang Fulong and released a terrifying ice energy. Come, shouted Huang Fulong fearlessly. He was welcoming the enemy. He raised his right hand and a terrifying vortex appeared in it. A terrifying savage chi appeared in his hand and rose up in the air. Get lost! Boom! Huang Fulong shouted furiously as his fist collided and emitted some rumbling sounds. His savage energy bombarded the atmosphere. The enemy's ice punch was frozen and his own ice energy moved backwards. Then that person turned into an ice statue and flew away in the horizon. He crashed at the foot of the Tianqi mountain. That person had been eliminated. Huang Fulong was standing in the air and staring at them in an extremely aggressive way. Remember me. My name is De Haichong. I am the man who will get married with Tian Qishui, shouted Huang Fulong extremely loudly. Immediately after, he moved back to his initial position in a free and unrestrained way. What a terrifying physical strength, thought the crowd while staring at Huang Fulong. He wasn't an easy opponent to defeat. The crowd then looked at Lin Feng and then at the young man with snowy white eyebrows. He had decided to fight against Lin Feng first. I will get to defeat him now then, said the one with the snowy white eyebrows. He released a terrifying ice energy which surrounded Lin Feng's body. In the Tianqi Empire, it kept snowing throughout the year. Therefore, people who practiced snow and ice cultivation were the most numerous. Those who were extremely strong usually understood snow intent just like that young man. Besides, his agility techniques were also based on snow intent. He could move like falling snowflakes. He jumped forwards and threw himself at Lin Feng. He then turned into an illusion. His silhouette seemed to be everywhere in the air, just like the snowflakes. Nobody knew which of those illusions was the real one. Eyesore, said Lin Feng. The crowd saw Lin Feng move. His entire body turned into a sword and streaked across the sky like a meteor. He was moving at an incredible speed. The snowflakes stopped and a frightening explosion sounded in the air. They were astonished. They only saw the face of the young man with the snowy white eyebrows covered with blood which had started gushing. His snow agility techniques had been completely useless. Lin Feng had found the real one, attacked his face and made him fly away in the distance. Another one had been eliminated. The crowd was astonished. Huang Fulong and Lin Feng were both difficult to fight against. A moment before, Lin Feng had displayed a terrifying speed thanks to his wind intent. And then his extremely sharp sword intent had enabled him to defeat the opponent very easily. Lin Feng understood three kinds of intent: wind intent, fire intent, and sword intent. He was much stronger than a majority of people thanks to his understanding of them. People were glancing at each other with long faces. The two people they wanted to eliminate immediately at the beginning were quite strong. The worst thing was that they had lost face in front of Xianxia. "Let me try," said someone. The crowd turned around and saw someone wearing a sable Chong Pao. They had broken through to the 9th Xianxia layer. He was looking at Lin Feng in a sharp way. "All right," shouted some people in unison. That person had broken through to the 9th Xianxia layer, so he would probably be able to eliminate Lin Feng. Some people didn't attack because they weren't angry with Lin Feng or Huang Fulong. They were just watching. For them, the fact that some people were getting eliminated was a great thing. The young man took off his sable Chong Pao and let it fall down in the air. A terrifying sharp chi appeared around his body. His entire body turned into a sword, an extremely dazzling sword. He is a sword cultivator, that's sword intent. The crowd was surprised and looked excited. They also looked worried though. Some people wanted Lin Feng to get eliminated. However, they were also worried because that cultivator of the 9th Xianxia layer, who understood sword intent, could also be dangerous to them later. "We are both sword cultivators, but our cultivation level is completely different. I will give you a chance. You can get lost now and give up," said the young man while jumping forwards. He looked proud and aggressive. The others couldn't deal with Lin Feng, but he could. Besides, Xianxia would like him if he won. "You are also a sword cultivator," said Lin Feng with sharp sword lights in his eyes. They were dazzling. "I am a sword cultivator indeed," said that person while jumping forwards and releasing some terrifying sharp sword chi. It seemed like there were hundreds of swords in the sky all moving towards Lin Feng, ready to lacerate him. However, Lin Feng was standing in the middle of those energy looking free and unrestrained. "Your sword is polluted. It's not pure. Calling yourself a strong sword cultivator is a humiliation for sword cultivators," said Lin Feng coldly. He then released his sword intent. The ice and the sky were filled with a monumental quantity of sword energy at that moment. Rumbling sounds kept spreading in the air. Lin Feng's entire body was diffusing a sword light, and he was condensing some pure chi which turned into sword energy and surrounded his body. CRRRRR. RRRR. The sword energies lacerated the atmosphere. Lin Feng had turned into a sword and streaked across the sky. Lin Feng was a sword and his sword was Lin Feng. His sword intent fused together with his body. It was an extremely pure sword, unadulterated. Lin Feng appeared at the top of the mountain after the sword light streaked across the sky. His opponent was still standing in the same place, but blood was dripping and instantly freezing. He hadn't even had the opportunity to unsheath a sword. Could he be called a sword cultivator? Lin Feng's back was facing his opponent. Lin Feng's black Chong Pao was contrasting with the endless whiteness of the area. The Tianqi snowy mountain was cold in terms of temperature, and Lin Feng was cold in terms of temperament. "Get lost," said Lin Feng. That person had told him to get lost before, but now he had been defeated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng initially wanted to kill him, but in the end he chose not to. The opponent was perfectly aware that Lin Feng had been merciful. He had sensed that death was very near. If Lin Feng hadn't changed his mind, he would have died. The young man immediately left the top of the Tianqi snowy mountain. Everybody was shaking while staring at Lin Feng. He had, just like in his previous battle, defeated his opponent in one sword attack. The most incredible thing was that many cultivators of the same level of the 8th Xianxia layer hadn't even seen his sword. Lin Feng had turned into a sword. His sword had turned into him. They had fused together. Lin Feng possessed human earth fusion already, meeting one of the prerequisites necessary to break through to the Tianqi layer. After breaking through to the very top of the Xianxia layer, he would be able to open the way to the Tianqi layer. The human earth fusion was preventing many people from breaking through to the Tianqi layer. "That guy is too strong," Apart from the strongest cultivators of the 9th Xianxia layer, nobody can defeat him, I think. His sword intent must be level 3 already. Thought the crowd. Nobody proposed to fight against Lin Feng anymore, he was too dangerous. He could eliminate them too easily. Interesting, whispered a young man with an ancient sword on his back. He was smiling at that moment. He was wearing white clothes, white like snow. He was standing there and looked like he was in fusion with the snow in the surrounding. That person even had some wrinkles from nervousness, they were white too. He looked pure white. Bai Li Shi. The crowd was astonished when they saw that young man. If Bai Li Shui wanted to, he could probably defeat Lin Feng. However, with his reputation he probably wouldn't attack Lin Feng. He could control snow and sword intents and had broken through to the 9th Xianxia layer. He was monstrously strong and very famous in the Tianqi Empire. Bai Li Shi would be amongst the 8 final people. Apart from Bai Li Shi, there were a few other well-known people. For example, there was one outstanding scholar called Han Xiuyu. He also used swords, but he wasn't a sword cultivator. His spirit was extremely particular, it was an extremely rare book. It was said that in the book were many memories belonging to incredibly strong cultivators. People who could deal with him were extremely rare. However, Han Xiuyu was very warm and friendly. He didn't like to challenge people, he was a real intellectual. He had also never showed any feelings for Tianqi Shui, so he had no reason to be angry at Lin Feng. Apart from Tianqi Shui, Bai Li Shi and Han Xiuyu, there were 2 twins Bai Luo and Huang Quan. They were extremely strong, especially when they fought together against someone. Those 5 people were all at the 9th Xianxia layer. Everyone was convinced that they would make it to the mysterious world. There was a 6th person too called Chen Yizhen. Chen Yizhen wasn't as strong as the 5 others but had broken through to the 8th Xianxia layer. However, he was extremely strong and could use sharp needles as weapons. His spirit was a needle spirit, it was also extremely rare. There was no blood when he killed someone, he was very dangerous. Besides, that person had fallen in love with Tianqi Shui. People were convinced that he could deal with Lin Feng and Huang Fulong. Bai Li Shi noticed Lin Feng. I don't know if Chen Yizhen will try to fight against Lin Feng or not. Thought some people, looking at the skinny young man who was seemingly pale and indifferent. That young man's qi was very dangerous, it was precisely Chen Yizhen. However, Chen Yizhen didn't seem to notice the people looking at him. Actually, it was the opposite. He was standing there calmly, as if he hadn't perceived what people around him wanted him to do. Maybe he will become one of the 8 finalists? Thought the crowd while looking at Lin Feng. They looked impatient to see the following battles. He was the odd one out. He had been able to eliminate a cultivator of the 9th Xianxia layer using 1 sword attack. He was maybe extraordinarily strong, maybe strong enough to go to the mysterious world along with Tianqi Shui. Some people had belittled Lin Feng and had challenged him. Those who had criticized him were now eating their words. A short time before they had called him arrogant. Now they had seen how strong Lin Feng was, so they didn't say anything anymore. Let's attack together. No matter how strong he is, we can defeat him together, even kill him. I don't think he can resist if we join hands, said someone coldly. He had looked glum. He had found out that Lin Feng was a big threat to them. Even if he hadn't humiliated Tianqi Shui a moment before, Lin Feng still had to be eliminated. With his strength, Lin Feng had awoken a feeling of jealousy in people's hearts. They wanted to eliminate him as quickly as possible. Some of them even wanted to kill him. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at the one who had just said that. Join hands to eliminate him? Lin Feng's coldness became extremely violent in his heart. Lin Feng couldn't stand it when people wanted to kill him. He had shown mercy to his opponent before, but that merciful feeling just disappeared from his heart. Lin Feng was influenced by the evil sword, and that person's words awoke that evilness again. Indeed, let's fight together against him. We can easily kill him. Yes, let's do it. Everybody wanted to kill Lin Feng. The coldness in Lin Feng's heart was becoming more and more violent. In his eyes, the same scene from Shui Yu appeared in his head again. He was feeling eager to make blood flow. He needed to see a bloodbath. Cruelty and people's heartlessness made him go insane. He hated them more than anything. Oh no! Thought Tang Yuyu when she saw a black evil energy surrounding Lin Feng's body. Those people had gone too far. Lin Feng hadn't done anything that made him deserve to die. But now, because people were envious and jealous, they wanted to kill him. How cruel. You can die, said Lin Feng. His black eyes glanced at the crowd, and a black evil chi started revolving around him. His eyes looked terrifying. He jumped forwards and threw himself at the ones who wanted to kill him. The one who had taken the initiative in suggesting to kill him then shouted, "Let's kill him together!" He then threw himself at Lin Feng while releasing an oppressive energy. The others also followed him. Pure Qi was whistling as they attacked Lin Feng at the same time. Pure Qi was everywhere at the top of the snowy mountain. It was so terrifying that Lin Feng would be crushed. Boom! An incredibly powerful attack crashed onto Lin Feng's body. However, the crowd was astonished as Lin Feng remained motionless. He hadn't even tried to resist. He was completely unaffected by the attack. He hadn't even shaken the slightest iota. His ice-cold pupils were staring at those people who wanted to kill him, which made them start shaking. Boom, boom, boom. They were all attacking Lin Feng at the same time and bombarding his body. Not only did Lin Feng feel like his body was getting attacked, but also his heart. He was becoming colder and colder. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while releasing a terrifying evil energy. His black Chong Pao was fluttering in the wind. His pitch-black hands turned into evil hands which were about to grab those in front of him. The first one to be snatched wanted to move back, but he only saw a black hand grab him by the throat. "Let me off," said that person while shaking. He looked terrified. At that moment, Lin Feng looked like a demon. Lin Feng was insane. He was turning into a demon. "You want me to die? Do you think I will let you off?" asked Lin Feng in a piercingly cold way. His hand shook and some cracking sounds spread in the air. That person's neck was broken and he died instantly. After killing him, Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at all those who wanted to kill him. His evil chi had invaded the entire atmosphere. What's going on? What a terrifying evil energy, thought the crowd at the foot of the mountain when they sensed his evil energy. They couldn't help but frown. People were realizing that Lin Feng wasn't normal, he was like a demon. "Should we stop him?" asked a strong cultivator to the old man who was in charge of the exam. He was scared that the exam could end up in a bloodbath. Those people were all pillars of the Tianqi Empire. They hadn't even gone to the mysterious world. Dying there would be such a pity. "No," said the old man while shaking his head. "Everything is justified. They wanted to kill him, so he turned into a killer. If it were you, would you let those people off?" After that person heard the old man, he remained silent. The old man continued, "If you want to kill someone but you are not strong enough, you will get killed instead. That boy has a demon in his heart. If he is talented enough, we can help him control that demon." The old man then turned his head to Lin Feng, who looked terrifying. "If you want to kill me, die," said Lin Feng in a cold way. He then shook his hands and some rumbling sounds spread in the air. A terrifying, deadly evil hand moved towards one of those who had just attacked him by surprise. The evil energy crashed on that person. It was ice cold. "Break!" shouted that person furiously as his energy crashed on Lin Feng's evil hand attack. "Die!" said Lin Feng. His voice sounded like that of a demon. His hand attack disappeared and an evil black beam of light shot out towards that person's head and then exploded. That person had died in a flash. The others were trembling in fear. Lin Feng was an insane demon. They had to block him. "Everybody, let's do it together. Otherwise he will kill all of us one after the other," brawled someone furiously. Everybody nodded as they all released an oppressive energy which surrounded Lin Feng's body. Pure Qi was whistling in the air and it was scary. They were joining hands because Lin Feng was too dangerous. Lin Feng turned around and some black beams of light emerged out of his eyes, filled with murderous intentions. "Let's kill him together." Furious whistling snow. Ice and snow were furiously moving towards Lin Feng. The atmosphere started freezing. All those attacks were moving towards Lin Feng together. "Snow condensation!" shouted someone else furiously. Ice streaked across the sky and then surrounded Lin Feng's body. Then he was frozen in the middle of an ice cube. "Die!" shouted the others while their energies were bombarding the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying energies assaulting Lin Feng's body. They all wanted to kill him. He's dead. He's maybe extremely strong as a demon, but with so many monstrously strong cultivators fighting against him, he will die. What a pity, thought some people in the crowd. Lin Feng was definitely going to die, it was just a matter of time. CRRRR. Some physical strength was making the ice break. A black silhouette appeared. Lin Feng's black eyes appeared again, and terrifying evil black lights continued twinkling around his body. He hadn't died? Burn, said Lin Feng coldly. A black fire ignited around his body and then spread all around him. It was burning all the fists that were attacking him. Eh! Someone gave a blood-curdling shriek. Immediately after, all the others started emitting horrible shrieks. Those people were burning. What a terrifying fire. Besides, it was black, not like normal fire. It was an evil fire. Fire intent. The strong cultivators were astonished. Lin Feng understood 3 sorts of intent. Sword intent, wind intent, and fire intent. He could use 3 sorts of intent. How incredible. Besides, they were all at least level 2. That was astonishing. Many people found it difficult to understand one sort of intent. Many cultivators of the 9th Xianxia layer didn't even understand one. What a monstrous power of comprehension. When the crowd became clear-headed again, Lin Feng had suddenly disappeared. A silhouette was twinkling in the air just like an illusion. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying pounding sounds spread in the air. The crowd only saw a silhouette getting crushed and crashing into the snow of Tianqi. Immediately after, that person turned into an ice statue. All those strong cultivators were dying one after the other. Lin Feng had turned into a black beam of light and then gradually reappeared. All those who initially wanted to kill Lin Feng had died. None of them were left. Lin Feng had destroyed all of them. Wind. What a terrifying wind agility technique. Lin Feng was so fast that nobody could follow him with their eyes. They couldn't see him clearly when he was moving. Apart from his blinding speed, he was also extremely strong and cruel. He could kill people in one punch. Each time someone sensed a wind brush away near them, another person had already died a few seconds before. It must be an agility technique. He's probably learnt an incredible one, thought the strong cultivators of Tianqi. They could recognize that Lin Feng's agility technique was a Tian level 1. Just how mysterious was Lin Feng? Come down, said a voice at that moment. It was extremely loud. Some people took advantage when Lin Feng had drawn everybody's attention to attack others by surprise. Many people were attacking others by surprise. More and more people were getting eliminated. Get lost. Go back. Many people were attacking. The situation was becoming chaotic and even apocalyptic. Lin Feng was still standing there, surrounded by a terrifying qi. However, nobody was attacking him anymore. Nobody dared. Lin Feng was too strong. He could easily kill people of the 8th Xianxia layer and even ordinary cultivators of the 9th Xianxia layer. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the crowd as if his evil temperament had weakened. However, Tang Yuyu arrived next to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, try and control yourself. CRRRR. A subtle sound spread near her and she started shaking. Her face was deathly pale and blood was flowing out of her mouth. CRRRR. Some terrifying subtle sounds kept spreading in the air. Tang Yuyu punched Lin Feng and shouted, Move away! Needles then brushed Tang Yuyu's skin and continued moving towards Lin Feng. If Tang Yuyu hadn't punched Lin Feng, those needles would have ended up in Lin Feng's body. Yu, said Lin Feng, his heart was pounding. 2 needles moved backwards and brushed Tang Yuyu's body again. Tang Yuyu's mouth started bleeding. Her veins had been touched. Wind agility technique, said Lin Feng while moving aside. He then immediately grabbed Tang Yuyu and moved like the wind. He looked deathly pale. Sir. The sound of the needles in the air kept spreading. Lin Feng raised his head and saw someone in a chongpao throwing needles at them. It seemed like he wanted to kill them. Chen Yizhen is attacking. His attacks are terrifying, with each attack someone dies. Thought the crowd. Qian Yizhen was cruel. His way of killing people was sly. If anyone dared face him, they could only die. Nobody had ever been able to take their revenge on him. In the past, he had already expressed his feelings for Tian Qishui, and everybody knew that. Lin Feng had disrespected Tian Qishui. So now Qian Yizhen was attacking Tang Yuyu. He was extremely sly, but really strong too. Lin Feng moved aside and protected Tang Yuyu. An evil black light then started illuminating the atmosphere again. CRRR. However, the black evil energy couldn't destroy the needles which penetrated into Lin Feng's body, but they got stuck in there and couldn't go any further. "How are you?" asked Lin Feng to Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu took out some bottles of alcohol and drank some. In a flash, her pale face turned red again. "Don't worry about me. I give up." Lin Feng jumped in the air, carrying Tang Yuyu, and put her aside next to Huang Fulong. He asked, "Dahai Chong, help me protect her for a second." "All right," said Huang Fulong while nodding. His eyes were twinkling. He looked tough and fierce. "If there's a problem, you can give up and go down," said Lin Feng. Immediately after, he abruptly turned around and threw himself at Qian Yizhen. Lin Feng's eyes looked extremely sharp. Qian Yizhen could sense that his needles couldn't penetrate Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's defense was frightening. "Break, die." Qian Yizhen's eyes were twinkling with cold lights. Qian Yizhen then moved his 10 fingers, which diffused silver lights, like needles. They moved straight towards Lin Feng while emitting whistling sounds. "Destroy." Lin Feng released a gigantic black hand attack which launched towards Qian Yizhen. It was emitting some terrifying whistling sounds as well. That gigantic hand didn't stop the needles. They crossed through it and continued moving towards Lin Feng. Could those needles cross through anything? Lin Feng was moving forwards. As before, he was fearless. His gigantic black hand descended from the sky, and rumbling sounds spread in the air, as if a demon had been falling down to the earth. The atmosphere was filled with evil energy. A terrifying strength landed on the needles and made them weaken. They even disappeared. "Let's attack too. Let's eliminate those two first," shouted someone furiously. Many people were taking advantage of the chaotic situation to go and attack Tang Yuyu. She was injured, so she was easy prey. Huang Fulong shouted furiously and released a terrifying and violent qi, opening the way in front of him. A terrifying hand attack then projected forwards. Snowflakes and sand were mixing together. In a flash, all those who were attacking Tang Yuyu by surprise were projected away and flew off in the horizon. "Endless openings!" shouted Qian Yizhen furiously. An endless quantity of needles appeared on his body. There was a myriad of needles still floating in the air too. They were coming from every side and moving straight towards Lin Feng. The endless openings attack was terrifying. If those needles reached Lin Feng, he would die. "Evil shadow!" shouted Lin Feng while joining his hands. Many shadows appeared. They looked like demons as they then turned into a multitude of silhouettes moving in all directions. Some sharp sounds spread in the air as needles crashed into the demons. Lin Feng moved his hands and a terrifying evil strength emerged. It seemed as solid as a mountain. Those needles were sent flying away. Even though the endless openings attack was supposed to make the needles penetrate into everything, when facing a terrifying strength such as Lin Feng, they couldn't move forwards. "Back!" shouted Qian Yizhen furiously. The needles came back to life and emitted buzzing sounds in the air, but then they continued moving back towards Lin Feng. "Wind agility technique," said Lin Feng with the voice of a demon. Lin Feng jumped forwards and oppressed the needles in front of him. Qian Yizhen's face became desperate as he shouted furiously, "Heart injection!" He had released a terrifying needle light which was aimed straight at Lin Feng's heart. At that moment, they were a few centimeters away from his heart. "Destroying demon," said Lin Feng darkly. A terrifying and gigantic demon light then illuminated the atmosphere. His entire body turned into an authentic demon. It seemed like he could annihilate everything and nobody could stop him. Ding ding dong dong. Some metallic sounds spread in the air and penetrated into the body of the evil demon. However, they were stuck in the superficial part of the skin and didn't move further. The evil demon's hand moved towards Qian Yizhen's throat. Qian Yizhen finally looked scared. How was that possible? He had never lost to anyone before. Each time he fought, people died. Even people who were stronger than him usually couldn't escape from his endless openings attack. He could even cut the rain with those needles. If they penetrated into somebody's body, they could cripple people's blood systems. He had attacked Tang Yuyu before and her blood system had been touched, which had made her unable to continue battling. However, Lin Feng's defense was incredible. The endless openings attack couldn't affect him, even if the needles pierced through his skin. Lin Feng was scary. Qian Yizhen retreated backwards when he saw Lin Feng's hands filled with evil energy move towards him. However, Lin Feng's demon's hands were getting closer and closer. They really looked like a demon's hands as they were moving towards his throat. Suddenly, Qian Yizhen turned around and tried to escape. The sound of his needles resonated behind him, making him start shaking violently. He was the one who had released those needles a moment before, but now they were penetrating into his body. Blood was splashing out of his mouth. He turned his head and saw Lin Feng's ice-cold pupils. Finally, he was understanding what it was like to be afraid to die. He understood what it was like to make a mistake. He had surprisingly made a big mistake. The crowd at the foot of the mountain was astonished. Qian Yizhen's needles were terrifying. They had thought that Lin Feng was going to die in a tragic way. However, even a strong cultivator like Qian Yizhen seemed powerless in front of Lin Feng. With one attack, Lin Feng had grabbed his throat. Qian Yizhen was shaking. If Lin Feng released some physical strength, he would be able to crush his throat. "Let me go," said Qian Yizhen. He was speaking with great difficulty. Lin Feng had even lifted him by the throat. Qian Yizhen was hanging in the air and suffocating. He grabbed Lin Feng's hands with his hands, trying to make him let loose of him. He was terrified. He didn't look cruel like before. He had the feeling that death was running towards him, as if he had offended a demon. Oh no! He defeated Qian Yizhen, thought the others who were fighting against Tang Yuyu and Huang Fulong. There the situation looked bad. Lin Feng started spinning abruptly and through Qian Yizhen's body, which streaked through the sky like a meteorite and violently crashed against another person's body. They died on the spot from the violence of the crash. Loud rumbling sounds were spreading in the air. Lin Feng hadn't actually thrown him, he was still holding his body. What a cruel guy, he went mental, thought the crowd with great surprise. Qian Yizhen's circulatory system was destroyed. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys were bleeding as well as his 7 apertures. "I beg you, save me," said Qian Yizhen, whose eyes were bleeding. He raised his hands towards Lin Feng and was begging him to save his life. Lin Feng glanced at him. Save him? He had tried to kill him with his needles. His prey had become his predator. Was begging useful? Could Lin Feng have mercy on him? Boom, boom, boom. Another collision sound spread in the air. Qian Yizhen just sensed that his internal viscera were being crushed. He didn't look like a human being anymore. He looked like a bunch of crushed meat, and the one against whom he had crashed also looked like he was agonizing. "Escape! Quickly!" said the others while running away. They stopped fighting against Tang Yuyu and Huang Fulong. Nobody could get their revenge on Lin Feng. He was terrifying. "No need to leave," said Lin Feng coldly. He then shouted furiously, "Die!" A terrifying sword light emerged in the atmosphere. Qian Yizhen, who was still in Lin Feng's hand, was immediately lacerated. Those who were around also got cut by the sword light. Cultivators of the 7th and 8th Xianxia layer couldn't withstand a single attack. They couldn't resist Lin Feng's terrifying sword intent. If Lin Feng attacked them, they would die in a flash. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi and the evil hands kept moving around. His body turned into an illusion. He was using his 9 days Win Chi Tian level agility technique. The crowd had the sensation that a demon was flying around them like a hurricane. Those who had been attacking Tang Yuyu and Huang Fulong were all dead. It was a massacre. The crowd at the foot of the mountain was shaking. Lin Feng was scary. The strong cultivators of Tianqi had noticed Lin Feng. They needed to purify his body from the demon. Then they would help him become much stronger. He would probably become terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng could use such a variety of skills and techniques at such a high level. Using them appropriately, he would become a huge threat to others. Nobody would be able to stop him. Lin Feng landed next to Tang Yuyu and coldly glanced at the crowd. Those who were looking at Lin Feng couldn't help but stumble backwards. They didn't dare look him in the eyes, he was too scary. Lin Feng, you're very strong. You're almost as strong as me, said Huang Fulong. With his simple mind, he hadn't noticed that Lin Feng had turned into a demon. Not bad, said Lin Feng, nodding at Huang Fulong when he saw that Tang Yuyu was healing her wounds on the edge of the mountain. Even though Huang Fulong wasn't very smart, he was really strong. His evil eyes were twinkling and his body was surrounded by evil energies. The others were still fighting and the battle looked apocalyptic. Lin Feng felt the urge to kill as he watched them. Lin Feng, said Tang Yuyu, opening her eyes. She could sense Lin Feng's coldness. Even though the stone tablet was restricting the evil energies, they could explode at any moment. After the violence of what happened last time, Lin Feng didn't need to unsheathe the evil sword to use the evil energies. Tang Yuyu had hoped that Lin Feng wouldn't turn into a demon. She didn't want him to kill everyone around them without thinking. All because of her. She wanted to see Lin Feng smiling again, just like the little sunshine he had been in the past. Lin Feng saw what Tang Yuyu was feeling. His evil energies weakened. He turned his head and looked at her. She was deathly pale. Stay next to me, Lin Feng, Tang Yuyu said as gently as possible. Lin Feng shivered. He remained silent and nodded though. His evil energies almost completely disappeared. Take care of your wounds, said Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu smiled back resplendently and closed her eyes again. Many people were looking at them. Those who wanted to attack forgot about it. Nobody dared offend Lin Feng. Otherwise he would turn into a crazy demon again and drown them in another murderous frenzy. It was too dangerous to fight against him. It was better to attack the others who looked weaker. Tian Qishui was also looking at Lin Feng. His strength seemed terrifying when he had turned into a demon. Was Lin Feng using his real strength when he turned into a demon? Without the demon appearance, was he just as amazing? The battles continued for a while. Lin Feng had already killed so many people by himself. Coupled with the other battles, there were only a little more than 20 people left. Nobody dared fight against Tian Qishui, even though she was participating to the battles too. Han Qiuyu, Bai Lishi, the twins Bai Luo and Huang Quan were together. Those 4 people were considered as the strongest cultivators by the crowd. They had the highest chances of being selected to go to the mysterious world. With Tian Qishui, they amounted to 5 people. Then, there were 3 other people who had to be selected. However, it seemed like nobody could offend the young man who had turned into a demon. With the injured girl, Tang Yuyu, and the simple-minded young man who wanted to get married with Tian Qishui, they amounted to 3 people. Therefore, the crowd thus considered those 8 people had the highest chances of being selected. If nobody attacked them, was there any point in continuing the battle? Apart from those 8, there were more than a dozen other fighters left. They couldn't help but glance at each other. They had made great efforts to make it that far. Stopping now would be a waste. We need to join hands, said someone at that moment. Amongst the others, some of them remained silent while others nodded, but nobody refused. If they didn't join hands, they wouldn't be able to win. They slowly gathered together. Tian Qishui stayed alone. It seemed like the test had nothing to do with her. She was the holy woman of Tianqi. Fighting against her wouldn't be easy. Besides, Han Qiuyu and Bai Lishi were forming 2 one-person groups. Lin Feng and Huang Fulong were protecting Tang Yuyu, thus forming a group of 3 people. The group composed of more than a dozen people. Whom would they fight first? They glanced around looking pensive. Bai Lishui understood both sword and snow internet. He was monstrous strong and difficult to defeat. Han Qiuyu had a very strange book spirit which contained some ancient magic powers. Who knew what tricks he had? Bai Luo and Huang Quan the twins were extremely strong when fighting together. Then, Lin Feng was terrifying, cruel and emotionless when he turned into a demon. Nobody felt like fighting against him. So who could the contend against? Xiaoyu, brother, should we help them? Asked Bai Li Shi. Han Xiaoyu smiled and said, Bai Li, brother, what do you want to do? I think that you, me, Tian Qishui, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan could go to the mysterious world. Then those two could too. But that injured girl should be eliminated. Then there would be one more open spot. That group of a dozen people could fight for it. What Bai Li Shi meant was that Lin Feng and Huang Fulong were strong enough to go with them to the mysterious world. However, Tang Yu was too weak compared to them. She had to be eliminated to make space for another person. Han Xiaoyu looked at Lin Feng, shook his head while smiling and said, It has nothing to do with me. If they wanted to eliminate Tang Yu, Lin Feng would fight them. They didn't want to offend him. Being able to go to the mysterious world was enough. The rest had nothing to do with them. Bai Luo and Huang Quan also remained silent. They just wanted to save an open spot to the mysterious world for themselves. Just ignore what I said then, said Bai Li Shi, shrugging when he saw that the others only cared about themselves. Too troublesome. Let's take them down and make the test finish quickly, said the twins, glancing at the group of a dozen people. They were wasting their time now. Han Xiaoyu frowned but smiled. I agree, no problem. Ha! Bai Li Shi glanced at Lin Feng and Tang Yu, then said while smiling, All right, let's go to the mysterious world with them. Then the four of them threw themselves at the group of a dozen people. Snow, said Bai Li Shi. Snowflakes started falling from the sky heavily. The big group of people were surrounded. Intellectual dancing swords, said Han Xiaoyu indifferently. In his hand appeared an ancient book above which a sword light appeared. He started moving his fingers in his right hand and many rays of sword qi started moving out of his ancient book, rising in the air. They turned into a sharp sword and moved towards the remaining contenders. Let's fight together. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw all those strong cultivators joining hands. They hadn't thought that they would join hands to take them out. That was terrible luck. You have no chance, said Bai Li Shi. Snowflakes were falling faster and faster. That large group of people were unable to open their eyes. They couldn't even see their opponents. Sarararr. Tararr. A few sword illusions moved towards the group and then they fell down the mountain. Bai Luo and Huang Quan threw themselves at the group of people. Bai Luo's hand descended from the sky and oppressed some people while Huang Quan released some deadly qi. Together they defeated 5-6 people. The battle had just started, but it ended just as fast as it had started. Those people were not considered the greatest for nothing. They were all extremely strong. Even if they had broken through to the same cultivation layers as those strong cultivators, there was still a huge difference. Just like when Lin Feng defeated cultivators of the same level as him with ease. Ordinary cultivators of the 9th Xianxia layer couldn't withstand a single attack from Lin Feng. If Lin Feng could do it, others could do it too. In the end, Tian Qishui, Bai Li Shui and the 3 others remained. Qian Yizhen had been killed by Lin Feng. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was the odd one out. Nobody could have believed he would make it so far, but he had ended up amongst the 8 final cultivators. Besides, he had managed to get an injured girl through to the end. Nobody had dared attack him in the end. Those 8 people were going to represent the empire of Tianqi in the mysterious world. The old man slowly rose up in the air and looked at the geniuses at the top of the mountain. He took out some jade stones on which some names were written. Tian Qishui, Bai Li Shi, Han Xiaoyu, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, Lin Feng, Tang Yu, Huang Fulong, said the old man. The jade stones in his hand were twinkling. Lin Feng and Tang Yu were astonished. Tang Yu and Lin Feng were foreigners in Tianqi, however, the old man knew who they were. He had just written their names on those jade stones. How did he know that they were those people? Were those jade stones extraordinary? First, I would like to congratulate you in the name of our empire. Tianqi, you will represent the Tianqi Empire in the mysterious world. Tianqi makes you go through these difficult tests before you go to the mysterious world in order to help you become stronger. However, we also provide you with the best resources. We only have one requirement. Please remember that you are citizens of Tianqi and that everything you do is for Tianqi, said the old man in a solemn and respectful way. Xianxia was going to help them become stronger without asking for anything in return. For Xianxia, having extremely strong cultivators was already an honor. They were content with that. They wanted to encourage and support their cultivators. They wanted their citizens to become extremely strong cultivators. Of course, that would make the empire much stronger too. Everything we do is for the empire. Therefore, if you betray the empire or tarnish its image, you will die, said the old man sharply. The Xianxia Empire wanted its citizens to become strong, and they went to great efforts to supply them. Therefore, they didn't want anyone to betray them and waste their resources. Those jade stones contain your qi. We will keep them inside the mountain. We won't use it unless you betray us. Then we will use it to find you, said the old man. Then he shook his hands and the jade stones moved towards the Xianxia snowy mountain and penetrated into its depths. Ice chi froze them and then they disappeared. Xianxia really seemed like they were going to help those 8 become stronger. That was why they were taking things seriously. To Lin Feng, that was a great thing. That was only a question of status. He had no reason to betray Xianxia anyway. And the philosophy of the empire was really respectable and admirable. Lin Feng had lots of esteem for them. They helped their citizens become stronger, and for them it was an honor because it made their empire strong. There might be a day where they would also become the leaders of the empire. Her blood system is injured. Give her this medicine, said the old man while handing a pill to Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, "Thank you very much." Lin Feng put the pill in Tang Yuyu's mouth. Tang Yuyu swallowed it and opened her eyes. She looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. "That's how you put a pill in somebody's mouth?" said Tang Yuyu furiously. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, "Are you feeling any better?" When she saw that Lin Feng felt sorry, she said, "No effect yet. Maybe I need to wait for my pure qi to stabilize." "Come with me, all of you," said the old man. They jumped forwards towards a snowy mountain. The champions looked excited and followed the old man. Being able to finish amongst the 8 best cultivators of the exam was great. They were going to be instructed by the empire. "I can help you," said Lin Feng while supporting Tang Yuyu. He looked expressionless as he jumped forwards and followed the others. In the middle of the snowy mountains, a snowy white silhouette appeared and landed on Lin Feng's shoulders. It was Xueling Long. She glanced at Tang Yuyu looking timid as she lowered her head. However, Xueling Long caressed Tang Yuyu's face with her small claws and smiled. That vast snowy mountain chain had an infinite number of mountains, all covered with a pure white snow. The old man was leading the way and was running towards the north. They arrived on a mountain whose top was extremely vast. There were many huge walls there. Besides, there were footprints on the snow too. It seemed like it was much colder there, which made Tang Yuyu shake even more. Lin Feng also felt colder. That mountain was so much colder than the other places. Snowflakes were constantly falling. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed a snowflake. He squeezed it and the snowflake disappeared as if it had never appeared. Lin Feng's hand didn't feel cold either. Illusion. Lin Feng was astonished. That snow was fake. It was an illusion. It wasn't real snow coming from the sky. However, Lin Feng could still feel the coldness in the air. Lin Feng wasn't the only who had discovered that. The others were incredibly talented cultivators as well, and they all gradually discovered that the stone was fake. "You noticed?" said the old man. He stopped moving forwards. He then landed on the field. One layer of snow was fake and one was real. The others also stopped and landed on the snow. They found that one layer of snow on the ground was fake while another was real. It was extremely strange. "Do any of you know how the snowy mountains of Xianxia were created?" asked the old man. People shook their heads. The Xianxia Empire was covered by snow, extremely cold snow. They all felt cold there, but less as cultivators became stronger. Back in the day, our ancestors came here to practice cultivation in the snow. They were practicing cultivation for 100 years and understood abstruse snow significance. Kept snowing and snowing. That snow gradually created mountains. Gradually those mountains formed mountain chains. That is how the majority of the mountain chains in Xianxia were created. Then the empire became vaster and became like this, said the old man calmly. However, the strong cultivators were still shivering. Really strong cultivators could practice cultivation for 100 years. For an ordinary cultivator, that was half of their life in terms of pure qi. How impressive! In 100 years, snow had piled up and created gigantic mountains. That snow was created by cultivators and not from the sky, whispered Lin Feng. The old man turned his head and looked at Lin Feng while smiling and nodding. Lin Feng understood things very quickly. That young man could use 3 different sorts of intent. He was indubitably extraordinary. Indeed, strong snow cultivators can make snow fall from the sky. Some cultivators can make real snow fall from the sky while others can make fake snow fall from the sky. If it keeps snowing throughout the year, it is because some extremely strong snow cultivators made it fall while practicing cultivation. Explained the old man to Lin Feng, but he was actually talking to everybody. Extremely strong cultivators could use the strength of the sky and make snow rain through the whole year. When I first saw those snowy mountains, I thought they were natural, but I was wrong. Those mountains exist because some extremely strong cultivators could conquer nature and use their strength of natural forces. That is how I came to understand that the snow was artificial, said Lin Feng slowly. The old man's eyes were twinkling. That boy was really smart. Cultivators could conquer nature indeed. We really have to purify that boy's body and clean the evil energies, thought the old man. That young man was so young and could already control 3 different sorts of intent. Besides, he had an extremely strong willpower and determination. He was extraordinary in every way. And Lin Feng had already gone through lots of hardships. The old man brought the cultivators to a gigantic snowy area. In front of them were simple huts. They weren't as beautiful as palaces Lin Feng had seen. In the middle of those huts was a single hut which seemed larger than the rest. It seemed like there were people practicing cultivation inside, as if those cultivators were studying something. In front of all those relatively young cultivators, there was a praying mat on which a cultivator was sitting. That middle-aged man was muttering some incantations and the young cultivators were listening. The old man brought the 8 cultivators not far from that hut and said, "Sit down and have a rest." The cultivators sat down. The old man was monstrously strong and had a high social status, but it seemed that in this place, there was somebody with an even higher social status than his own. After a short moment, the one on the praying mat opened his eyes and looked at the 8 cultivators. His eyes were twinkling. It seemed like an ice-cold energy was emerging from his eyes and it cold enough to freeze them to death. Lin Feng immediately moved in front of Tang Yuyu to block that ice-cold energy. Tang Yuyu was still injured and couldn't use pure qi. She couldn't protect herself from external dangers, so he had to protect her. The ice-cold qi reached them, and then the 7 cultivators were surrounded by a white snow layer. They were half frozen. A terrifying fire appeared and crackled in the atmosphere. Those who had snow on their bodies saw it disappear. Others used different methods to make the ice melt. They were able to see again once the snow melted. They saw the man was walking towards them. "Hunter, you understand me, right?" said the old man while looking at the one who had just come out. The middle-aged man slightly nodded, glanced at the 8 cultivators and said, "Apart from Shui Air, let's look at those 7 people. Let's start with you," said the middle-aged man while pointing at Bai Li Shi, who immediately stood up, bowed in front of the middle-aged man and said, "Mister, tell me what I have to do." "Use your full strength to attack me," said the middle-aged man, surprising Bai Li Shi. But he immediately nodded. With just his strength, he couldn't do anything to the middle-aged man anyways. It was just a test to see how strong he really was. Then they would understand his weaknesses. That was a great opportunity. They all had to seize it. Bai Li Shi moved forwards and said, "I don't want to offend you, mister. Use your full strength or you will regret it," said the middle-aged man. Bai Li Shi remained silent and nodded. The middle-aged man had broken through to the Tianqi layer and could make them suffer without moving a single finger. He looked extremely strong. "All right," said Bai Li Shi while taking out the sword he had from his back. It was a snowy white sword which looked ice-cold. Bai Li Shi knew how to use sword and snow intense, and he had broken through to the 9th Xianxia layer. He was extremely strong. He moved and suddenly his sword released some terrifying energy. Even more snowflakes invaded the atmosphere. Ice was creeping up his sword. Double intent, snow and sword, said Bai Li Shi while moving forwards. His sword was like snow. It was twinkling and looked extremely sharp, yet soft and agile like snow. The lights diffused by the sword seemed like they were going to make everyone freeze. Level 2 sword intent and level 3 snow intent, not bad, said the middle-aged man. The infinity of snow then condensed and shot out with Bai Li Shi's sword, making it freeze. When the sword fell on the middle-aged man, it was already halfway frozen in midair. Couldn't go any further. How strong, thought the others. As expected, cultivators of the Xianxia layer couldn't rival with cultivators of the Tianqi layer, including in terms of intent. Shueli Jian is the same type of cultivator as him. He also possesses snow and sword intent. He would be a better teacher for him than myself, said the middle-aged man to the old man. The old man nodded and remained silent. Shueli Jian was a cultivator of the third Tianqi layer. That was enough. He would be a good teacher for Bai Li Shi. As expected, that small test had the purpose of choosing some appropriate teachers for them. It seemed very important to have an appropriate teacher. Go back, said the middle-aged man to Bai Li Shi. Then he asked Han Xiuyu to come. Han Xiuyu was ready as they jumped forwards. Same, use your full strength. All right, said Han Xiuyu while nodding. His spirit appeared from his back. It was an ancient book. Lin Feng was stupefied. A book spirit. It was like his celestial book spirit. However, it wasn't as beautiful as Lin Feng's celestial book spirit. Lin Feng hadn't used his celestial book spirit for a long time. Maybe a new page would appear after breaking through to the Tianqi layer. Book, said Han Xiuyu. His book moved and arrived in front of him in suspension in the air. My book has a sword, said Han Xiuyu in a low voice. A sword appeared in the air. My book has a soul. A light then penetrated into the sword. It seemed like it had its own soul and was emitting buzzing sounds. My book has intent, said Han Xiuyu, and then some monstrously powerful intent penetrated into his sword and emitted whistling sounds. My book has a skill, said Han Xiuyu. He looked exhausted. His sword started swallowing some sharp lights which seemed like they could lacerate the entire atmosphere. That sword started spinning rapidly. It looked like a skill. My book contains the 10,000 things of creation. Upon promulgation, this rule shall be strictly enforced, said Han Xiuyu solemnly. His sword then turned into a beam of light and moved away from the book. In a flash, it disappeared and lacerated the sky. It was astonishing. Ha! The middle-aged man was stupefied and pleasantly surprised. He raised his hand and in a flash some snow froze the sword. However, the sword broke the snow and continued moving towards him. Condense! Shouted the middle-aged man loudly. Some snow and ice started rolling in the atmosphere, but the sword continued moving towards him and pierced through the rolling ice and snow. The middle-aged man raised his head and only then did the sword stop while emitting buzzing sounds. Then it disappeared. How strong, said the middle-aged man pleasantly surprised. He then continued, Xuan Chun will be interested in that boy. He also likes researching incredible magic powers. Xuan Chun. The old man was stupefied. Xuan Chun was a cultivator of the 6th Tianqi layer. He had white hair and was extremely strange. He was way more powerful than Shueli Jian and surprisingly, the middle-aged man wanted him to become Han Xiuyu's teacher. He must have considered him to possess extremely high potential. But Han Xiuyu was really extremely strong. Then it was Bai Luo and Huang Quan's turn. He chose a cultivator of the 2nd Tianqi layer and another one of the 3rd Tianqi layer for them. They were far from being as strong as the teacher chosen for Han Xiuyu. After that, it was Huang Fulong's turn. Huang Fulong came out and looked terribly excited. He was excited about fighting against a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. You know the rule now. You have to be careful. I'm afraid to hurt you. I have never used my snow dragon fist against someone before, said Huang Fulong. That guy. He was crazy. Lin Feng was speechless. He knew that Huang Fulong was insane. He had been bragging about the fact that Tianqi Shui was his wife for a while. Lin Feng had never considered him as a sane human being. "If you manage to hurt me, it means that I am less strong than you," said the middle-aged man. He didn't mind the remark. He knew what it was like to be young and hot-blooded. "All right," said Huang Fulong while breathing in deeply. In a flash, a terrifying amount of snow rose from the ground. Then massive amounts of snowflakes moved in the sky. All that snow moved into his mouth and he swallowed it all. It seemed like the earth and sky had changed. A gigantic snow dragon was rising. What a terrifying power, thought the others surprised. They were all excited to see what Huang Fulong would be able to do. He had been bragging all the time, he had even fought in front of them. But he had remained relaxed the whole time. He had only used a small part of his strength. Could it be that he really possessed terrifying magical powers? Everybody was impatient to see what he was able to do.